All aboard!
If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
WX8BK, it is the night train about to leave the station. As usual, if you're here, you want to join on the ride, jump on board. The conductor said the train's about to leave. Don't worry about grabbing your tickets. The ride's always on us here at WX8BK. Good evening, everybody. See, we got some folks in here already, and that is awesome. We got Pong, Fendel in here. MVD, our guest of honor, is in here as well. Daddy V Daughters popped in. Alex, Mary, thank you for popping in to visit us tonight, as well as our 1 million Shadow Band listeners that always join us every night and always show up right on time when we leave the station at 9 p.m. Willie, how you doing?
Fantastic.
Super. You sound fantastic.
You know what? Found them headphones. Real
Dang.
excited about that.
That's always a good thing.
That's $200 I didn't have to spend.
Yeah,
So,
that's always
nice.
good. Absolutely. Totally it is. I got a paddleboard yesterday. It came in from Amazon. That's what I spent $200 on. I'd rather spend $200 on that than headphones.
But yeah, I mean, especially like when I already had my headphones.
Right?
So you don't want to do that for a couple of years at least.
Lots of logic there. Totally
Get
lots of
some
logic.
use out of it.
Right. Yeah. Cool, man. How you been over the last week?
Been great.
Yeah.
Just hanging in there. Kids are finally getting better. So,
Oh, yeah,
no
that
one's
was-
sick this week.
That was a long sick too, right? There was a couple weeks they were sick, basically.
It's because they got sick right after each other. So
Right.
you know you instead of concurrently, it's congruently.
That's
one after another, whatever that is.
consecutively.
Consecutively. There
There
you
we go. There we go.
How you been?
I've been good, man. I've been totally good. Had a really good week. Had a great weekend. Been having a great couple of days here. The springtime is trying to fight its way through up here in the Great White North, and it's pissing me off. It's pissing everybody off. It's taking forever, but yeah. Other than that, no, I've been doing really, really damn good. For sure.
What was that great funky vibe you played us to start off the day?
Ah, yes, of course. I have to mention that. But that was Strange Portals, Lost Goat. Now, I don't know how that. I don't know if that's supposed to be said separately, like it's two separate things or whatever. We can ask Fendel that later. But that was by our good friend Fendel. I got that pinned up at the top. I think I put it up there. That was it. No, I didn't put it up there yet. That was you mentioned that you brought that up that you wanted to play that today. That was his Genesis mint, was it?
Hey! Don't tear back the curtain, man.
What?
You know, I was just trying to lead you into something.
Oh well.
I knew what it was. I'm trying to tell the audience.
I know, but I was asking you. I was saying, was that his Genesis mint?
Oh, that was his music Genesis.
Ah, gotcha.
So he's got another non-audio mint before that, or a couple other non-audio mints before that, but that was his music Genesis.
Right. Got you. That little bit of education there. I like that. You know, I went and scooped one just before the show.
Yeah, I'm surprised he still had some on primary when I talked to him the other day. So I wasn't gonna let that sit there very long.
No, and it's a dope piece. I've looked at it before. If y'all get a chance to check it out, I am going to pin it up here at the top because I do have the tweet ready for it, and I'm surprised that I didn't. Shame on me. Where was I going with that? Yeah, it was a really... I don't. Oh, technology's just failing me here. I totally had that written up as a tweet and it disappeared out of my drafts. Or at least that's the story I'm going to frickin' stick to anyways. We'll get it up there at the top.
We'll get it up there later.
We'll get it up there at the top.
We'll get it up there.
Yeah, like it's a wicked piece visually as well. It's a really neat, interesting piece. If anybody's watching on YouTube, you can check it out up there because I did have it playing up on YouTube while we were cruising along. Love Fendel pieces. Going through Fendel's collection is always amazing because I always find something that I'm like, how did I not know about this, or how did I not want this before? It's dope for sure. Yeah, great. That was our opening song tonight, or soundscape as I would like to call that one. Absolutely. So yeah, WX8BK. So we are kicking off, we are promoting Teztown Spring Fever. We were kindly asked by the folks over at Teztown to help them promote this event. Right now, it's currently in the Gathering of Art stage. So anybody out there that's listening, all of our friends, fam that are all listening that in this space, we know a lot of artists out there. If you got time, check the pinned tweet up at the top for all of the information. Right now, they're looking for artists to contribute basically burn tokens is what it's boiling down to. Or sorry, no, it's not. Pardon me. It's going to be a burn event. You will be buying burn tokens to burn and to collect these, to randomly collect these various artists' pieces. Kind of stumbled on my words a little bit there. We're very happy that Teztown brought us in on this. It's the first time that really that somebody's asked us to sponsor such an event, and we're very happy to do so, or at least promote it anyway. So we're not really sponsor it, but the information's up there at the top if you're interested. If y'all haven't been over to Teztown and you don't know what they're about, you should definitely go over and check them out. They're all about supporting the Tezos artists in the ecosystem and totally pro Tezos, and they've been doing a wonderful job of promoting lots of different artists from around the world of all abilities. You don't even have to be a really fancy dancy artist either if you want to jump in on that. But it's pinned up at the top there, so if you're interested in it, please check it out.
They've got translators in a bunch of different languages. So if you have questions about anything Tez or NFT related or anything like that, they are a great resource to be able to talk to somebody in a native language if you're not English speaking.
That's right. Yes, they are. They're very, very accessible too. Super huge accessible. A lot of hard work going on over there in the Teztown. Wag me
on top
wine.
of Teztown, we have Tez Tones.
Oh, Tez Tones. Yeah, that's
who,
right.
They're another. I'm not even sure. I'm not super up on the details, but I know they're. If you're musically inclined, they're doing an event as well. And I imagine you can find all that information through Fendel. I wasn't super prepared with that one. I just know that they're picking teams tomorrow. I guess I'm not really up to speed, but very cool project that they got going on.
Yeah.
I just don't have all the details. Sorry.
It absolutely is, and I'm going to see if I can pin something up at the top here from them. Yeah, they're doing because they're what they're doing is they're combining they're creating random teams of people that do audio art and people that do physical or visual art, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm trying not to read as I talk. Way to throw that one in there, Willie. I didn't even have a pinned tweet ready. Well, I didn't have a pinned tweet ready for the song I played at the beginning either, so that's okay. It's our show. We can do what we want. Everybody keeps coming back, so we're good. We'll get something pinned up there for that in just a few minutes, a little bit as well, for sure. Yeah. Wag Me Wine, Wheel Wednesday tomorrow. I got my form in. I got my burns in. You?
Yep, all done.
Absolutely.
Burns, forms, all of it. Ready to get it.
Yeah,
I get that next Anton piece.
You and I both did like stellar last week on those wheels. Like I didn't even know that I did as good as I did. I actually had to send in more Tez to claim my winnings because I didn't realize I'd won 2. Plus, I won a guest artist piece, which was a Ben Kenise, one of his from his Ganite series that he did. So.
Oh, great series.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got one of those. I'm going to pin up a Wag Me Wine thing up at the top there. I had that on the ball. Oh, and then we got the Pendle one up there as well, too. Cool. We're on the ball there. Yeah, so anybody that's interested in the Wag Me Wine thing, you should definitely check the pin up at the top. You can click on their stuff as well. They bring in great artists every round, guest artists that design the wine labels. There's a gamification to it where you get wheel spins. You're playing for there's chases for various NFTs. And it really brings super good value if you invest a couple Tez into it and participate in the game. Even if you don't want the wine that can get delivered to your door, which is one of the perks if you're interested in that. But even if you don't drink the wine, still lots of value. You can even get NFTs from artists that you would never get any other way in very limited numbers. That's the truth.
Sure is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What else we got going on this week? Oh, the Sotheby's thing. Did you read any of that? Were you up on that? Man, I listened to a 3-hour space. I,
Was it by Empress? Was
uh,
was the space hosted by Empress Strauss?
you
She's
know,
a nice
I'm not gonna
long
start.
space about it.
Yeah, there was one that they minted, and I don't know if it was Empress that I'd listened to. It was like 3 hours, and I'm not gonna start quoting names and stuff because I mean it's a whole community that's basically involved. A few people were definitely wronged directly, and it was crazy. I'm gonna pin up to the top. Oh, I guess I got to tweet it out first. I'll tweet it up the top. Stella Bell wrote a really great little write up on it with kind of the chronological order of what happened and how it all went down, you know, and naming who was involved, you know, who was definitely, well, a whole community was wronged by this. But I mean, you know, there were certain people, like, I mean, you know, from the fact of using somebody's art to promote it that wasn't even in the auction and didn't even recognize that the piece of art that they had shared to promote was being shown in another gallery somewhere. It was crazy. It was complete madness. I mean, we could totally get like super deep into it, but I mean, it's a whole space on itself. I'm sure a lot of you have already caught up on that, and I don't know why my post isn't pinning up. It's probably because I'm an old guy and I don't know how to do that. See, this is like it's deleting my posts.
Oh,
Huh?
it's going to be shadow banned.
No, it's
Great.
no, it's deleting them out of my drafts.
Oh yeah, drafts don't save very well.
Yeah,
You got
but
to be really careful with drafts.
I use them all the time though. Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna fricking get that up together as technology just rocks tonight. I'll get it up there. But yeah, it was a horrible thing. You know, Willie and I created this space to talk about gameplay for actually the Wag Me Wine project that we're players in. We're not creators of that project or anything, and that's why we created this space. And it's evolved into us being able to talk to and invite artists and people in this space from all over the world of every gender, race, color, religion, you name it. It doesn't matter who you are. In fact, most of the time when Willie and
Ability.
I, yeah, or ability, and in fact, a lot of the time when Willie and I book people, we have no idea who they are. The only thing we know is the art that's in front of us, and that's all that should ever matter. And even if you met a person in person, it still doesn't matter. I feel it. We've talked about it on this space dozens and dozens of times. We just had a few weeks back. We had just kind of an open talk about women in the art world and the Web3 world and the world in general and the struggles in different industries and like that and stuff like that. And the fact that people like Sotheby's, organizations like Sotheby's, would still omit anybody except for men into their auctions, and even after consulting with others that are of different gender, race, whatever we're talking about, and then ignoring them and not putting their art in is just it's fucking mind blowing, man. Companies hire people to make sure that they pay attention to these details and that they're appropriate these days. So that's whacked. Sorry, I got on a rant. I did have a train of thought I was going on there, but I got a little pissed. But yeah, we don't care who you are. We always stand by on this space that if you're an asshole, you're an asshole and you're out of here. But we've never had to ever exercise that. We don't care who you are otherwise. Doesn't matter. 100%.
True.
100%. I mean, y'all come and listen to us, so I mean, we know that everybody that comes in here every week is open, because if you're listening to us jackasses every week, we know you're friendly, kind.
True.
Yeah, I'm gonna find that. I gotta get that up to the top. I'm actually really pissed off that draft missed. I probably have sworn way too much, way too early. Hey, Willie. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. Well, thanks. I appreciate
It is
that.
what it is.
But yeah, I'm gonna get
Sometimes
that
you're more passionate than others.
Yeah. Oh, there, I found it up here. I'll get it up to the top. So definitely look into the tweet once I get it up to the top. There's a really great article listing everything about what happened and went on. If nobody's up to par with what's going on, what happened rather with Sotheby's this past weekend. was interesting. It was such a movement, man. It was so cool. It was definitely a show of how this modern technology and era we live in just gives the ability for people to come together and actually do something about it, right? Like, just when you think you can't, you can. It's dope.
Yeah, they actually ended up canceling the auction for something, right?
Yeah, one of the
From
main
what I heard.
artists, yeah, pulled out. So it was awesome, and that's why I say I don't want to start quoting names because I just know there was so much involved that I know I'm going to get mixed names up with who did what and where. That's why I'm trying to get this post up to the top, which of course I can't find, but whatever. You know, I'm sure once I get off, all these drafts will come right back up into my fucking Twitter, and it'll all be there. Anyways, uh, moving on. Did you hear that Amazon's getting their marketplace up and going? I guess apparently they're going to be doing NFTs and an NFT marketplace.
Have they given much detail as to what they're actually doing, or have they just said we're getting into NFTs?
No. So what
I haven't
happened?
actually seen much about it.
There were some people that have received emails where it has like these links that show, but the links aren't live yet. But it basically shows that it's going to happen. Apparently, it's supposed to happen at the end of April, April 24th. And I didn't have a tweet ready for this, so I have nothing to pin up for this. But it was just kind of an interesting thing I heard. I was like, oh, cool. See how that goes. I wonder if they'll steal money from their NFT people as well, like they do from some of their other sellers. Wait, they don't own Twitter, do they? Elon Musk doesn't own Amazon. No, just
Well,
kidding. Just kidding.
it's hard for them to bootleg products from NFTs, though, right? Like it's hard for them to create their own based off of what someone else. You know what? Scratch that. Most of the NFT marketplaces are bootleg ape derivatives, anyways. Sure, they will.
Yeah.
Of course, they'll try to steal money.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it won't affect me in my NFT buying and selling because I mean, I'm just gonna guess that they're not going to be Tezos based and they're probably going to have their own who knows what. It probably won't interest me at all, but I just thought it was kind of interesting. I mean, the more that this stuff goes into the mainstream world, the better off we're going to be, right? All of us here that are working hard, all the artists and everything, everybody trying to get the Web3 world recognized, us small little early people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those things we keep going back to is corporate money is coming in. It's it will be here.
Yeah.
So we're definitely early still.
Yeah, absolutely we are. And here we are. Everybody was on time tonight. Speaking of being early, boy oh boy. Everybody is excited for this. I'm super stoked for this. Everybody's excited for this. This is going to be good space tonight.
Well, shall we get into it?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think I've mumbled on long enough. I just once again wanted to thank everybody who's popped into the room. Our 1 million shadow band listeners. Paper Buddha's in here. Jen up in here. Pong, Fendel, Daddy V, the number one hash brown in here, who also is our guest next week, right? I better flip my calendar and make sure. Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, no, I had to flip my calendar. I was like, shit, I better make sure I'm saying that right. And Mary and Alex in here as well. Sorry, Willie?
Do you believe so?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
I believe so.
No, that is our artist.
The Tez Tones project event going on.
Absolutely. So you'll definitely want to pop in next week for that one. It's going to be a good episode, as they all are. I'm looking at the people in here, and I don't think anybody that's been in here over and over has ever really had a bad time.
I don't think they'd come back if they did.
Well, facts. Very good point, Willie. Very good point. Well, unless unless we're good for sleeping too. I don't think so though.
just some brown noise.
Yeah.
Fall asleep too.
That's what it is. That's what it is until I play the train horn again or something like that, right?
I have been trying to smoke a lot more and drink a lot more whiskey just to get the sultriness into my voice a little deeper. Just to make it a little smoother.
Oh, see,
on the listening ear.
I thought that was just I thought that was just your headphones, Willie. But no, you're.
Oh no, I've been doing a lot of smoking and drinking. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, trying to get that Don Draper.
I thought it was more like
really
a
get it in there.
George Burns.
Yeah,
I love it,
Frank
man.
Sinatra.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, all right, damn. All right, well, let's get to it. Gonna welcome our guest up. Good, you gave him a speaker. Thank you, Willie, for helping out there. I was like, shit, didn't give him a microphone, but there he is. So I'm gonna welcome our guest up. We've got a really fantastic person that we're bringing up tonight, MVD.
What up? What up?
What's going on?
Not much, man. You sure about that fantastic person bits?
Well, we don't know yet.
Nah,
I
just
guess
not,
we'll find out.
yeah, for sure.
It's all right. The finger's always on the cutout button, right now.
Well, we'll just default to fantastic artist because that's the only thing we know so far.
That's true.
Hey, I mean, if you can judge me based on that, I'll be happy. So,
Dude,
That's all we ever judge anybody on.
I know Pong has spoken very highly of you, and I have heard you speak before, and you seem like a pretty good all around. So if you're playing that long one and you're pulling the wool over everybody's eyes, good job.
I don't know if I'm that complicated.
Yeah, right. That's too much work.
Yeah, right. Like I'd rather put my effort in other nefarious things.
Amen. Amen. Well, welcome. We'll
Now I
save that
wanna
for
know.
later.
like going places I shouldn't go and light painting.
Yeah.
I like being nefarious.
You know, like sometimes you get that.
You got to push that red button.
A little bit, like you get the heart pumping a little bit, go to a place, should I be here? Should I not be here? I don't know. Like I did a whole tour of Utah, November a couple years ago. And man, they're like sneaking around some of those places. Shit, should I be here? I don't know. Fuck it. Let's do it anyway.
Give her. Send it. Well, you never know, right? Just do it. You got the opportunity, give her. Go for it. I agree.
Yep.
I agree. Well, cool, man. I thank you very much for giving us your time tonight. I really appreciate it that you've come on to hang with us and chat with us a little bit and tell us what you're about. I first heard about you and saw your stuff. It was months and months ago. I believe it was you came into a Temple Talk space.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, "Oh man, MVD," and they were chatting. You were all chatting, and I was like, looked into your stuff, and I was like, "Dude," and ever since then, I've wanted to have you on, and it kind of like some people that get lost in our list, you got pushed down a little bit, but you're back up at the top, and here you are. Thank you for coming out. If you don't mind, give us a little background, who you are, if you don't mind. Do we call you MVD?
Yeah.
Do we call you?
Yeah,
Sure.
MVD is totally cool.
Dope.
My first name's Michael, but yeah, MVD is kind of the short way to get to it, I guess. Most people that I work with even call me MVD, so it's pretty easy. But no, man, my background is I went to school for art back in the day. I'm not the youngest person, not the oldest person in the world, but just constantly just trying to find like my thing and something that made me unique. Did furniture. I went to school for furniture, which is kind of unique. Not a lot of people do that. So I failed to find a shop after school. So I started painting and doing a lot of other creative projects, and I just kind of like stubbed my nose at photography for a long time, until I was working for someone, and they gave me a camera to do product photos, and so I had to like dig myself into it and figure out what was going on. And I took the camera out to a concert one day, and just kind of found the light painting thing by kind of happenstance, and just kind of became my passion of trying to unlock what to do behind the camera.
Cool. So even when you were younger, were you always very artistic? Like in
Like when I was real young, I'd draw some, but I wouldn't say I was actually like, my history is kind of math science kid. But then I had a major accident at 19, landed on my head, had like 27 staples, and went through a bunch of trauma before going back to college. And so I just kind of noticed over time I became more and more interested in the art stuff. And one point was going to school for art education, but just kind of found myself with a love for the shop, getting my hands dirty, that kind of stuff. So it's kind of where my journey kind of got started on the artistic side is in the shop, and then in his drawing, I took a really keen eye to abstract ideas after my accident. So um, spent a little bit of time doing architecture. I kind of did a lot of different things, trying to figure it out. But yeah,
Cool. When you say in the shop, was that in with the like the furniture stuff?
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. Just love being in the shop. Cutting the wood down, smelling the wood shavings, just being dirty that way. It was a little bit better than being dirty doing concrete or digging in mud for me.
True that. I'm a mechanic. It's better than grease too, man. It smells
Yeah,
better.
for sure.
It smells better. Cool. So that was like the furniture thing. Was that all aspects? Was that but that was making furniture, or was that also restoring furniture? Was there some way that you?
Yeah, I mean, I've done some restoration, but really the focus was one of a kind pieces, design and build. So design the piece and then design it well enough that you can hopefully build it. And so most of the pieces were gallery style pieces. That was kind of what the thing going for. But it's not a huge market either, unless you know the right people or get to the right shop or kind of find your way there. And that wasn't my route.
Right. Yeah, it's a tough sell, that kind of stuff. I have a buddy he's a cabinet maker, and he does beautiful cabinets. He works with real wood, but all his problems always like, well, somebody's like, wow, I can just go to IKEA and get a
Sure.
cabinet that looks better. Just like I'm sure you would run into that a lot of times if you're not in the right place selling the right, your pieces to the right people. People be like,
Yeah, well, it's hard to like to get the layperson to accept a furniture piece as an art piece too. Like there's like kind of a
yeah,
whole piece there that I don't think a lot of people really understand about the fine art furniture. Like I've gone to a lot of different places and galleries and seen furniture, but it's definitely not like something in the mainstream, fine art furniture or fine art, magazines and stuff like that. It's just not the thing. Um,
wild.
so
It's kind of a big 180, go from furniture to photography and now digital light photography, light painting,
yeah,
painting with light.
yeah.
Sorry.
But like I've always liked to just follow life, what life's trying to tell me, and I found I had the camera in my hand at the right time, and found something that made me want to dig further and keep going. Like for me, it was just never let the creative urge to go away. Just keep creating. Doesn't matter what format or whatever. I'm not interested in becoming a millionaire on my art. I just want to keep making stuff and sharing it with people. And this was just a new way to do it. And then the funny thing about the photography thing is once I figured out what light painting really was, it became something I really wanted to do socially, right? I wanted to be the photographer and then let other people wave lights around like an idiot, not me. But then the pandemic hit, and that kind of became my choice. I had to, if I wanted to keep going, and I wanted to investigate this thing further, I had to just do it on my own. So it became something that went from wanting to be very social with it to becoming like a solo project.
Hmm. It's it's very interesting. I mean, the pandemic. It's really kind of interesting over the last couple years how Willie and I have talked to various artists and how we've all kind of heard the same story. We're like, well, this is how it was going. It was going good. It was on track, and everything was going good. And then all of a sudden, the pandemic hit, and 180.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a reason we're here on this space today because of the pandemic. I mean, there's the cause and effect for all that stuff. Because without the pandemic, I would have never like looked into the NFT space. Really, I mean, I had a buddy on my tail for a while. Like, dude, look at this, But coming from the kind of more the fine art side, like, it's like what? Okay. And then I started to get it real quick. Once I, made my first wallet and, did a few things like, okay, I see the potential of what's going on here. And, right at that kind of time too, I was having a big solo show, like kind of the November, um, kind of the second year of the pandemic, I guess. I had a big light painting show, and really kind of like it all kind of came together because at that solo show, I sold my first NFT. Basically, one of the guys that wanted to buy one of my pieces asked if it was available as an NFT, and I had just gotten a foundation invite, and I said absolutely. And gas was like ridiculous as a mofo, and I lost money on the whole deal. But that's the way things go. But yeah, I sold my first NFT. So that was pretty cool.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
so you minted it for that guy at that time then?
Yeah, it was
You
a
hadn't
friend of
you didn't
mine.
have it already minted. You were
I
just like,
didn't have
yeah,
it
I could do
already
that.
minted, so I already taken his money, so I had to mint it for him, that kind of
Okay,
thing. So
yeah.
like we had kind of like a side deal to do it, but I was excited, to actually have somebody ready to jump in, and because like that dude, he's got a physical piece plus the NFT, like that's a pretty good deal. Like I would like to have both of a lot of pieces that I've bought.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is very true. That's very cool. So when you said that when you went and you were shooting concerts, and that's how you kind of discovered light painting. What was that kind of what I grasped earlier?
Yeah, so basically, I just kind of like at a festival, like kind of a local festival, sort of, and they had some fire dancers, and I had never seen the shit before in my life, and I was mesmerized. But I had the camera in my hand for whatever reason. Um, I was in a little bit of an altered state, as one does at a festival. But man, the camera and I just kind of melded that night, and I was zooming in, zooming out, like coming in out of focus, like, but like really, it's just like the idea of like light over time was kind of the thing that kind of sparked in me, and so like the first light painting I ever did was really just taking pictures with no tripod, just handheld of these fire dancers at this concert or at this festival.
So were you like set up on the wrong aperture or something, and then saw the way that it turned out, and that's how you kind of started digging deeper, or
Yeah, I
were
think
you
I
were
think it
you
was
kind of
just like
already
I
had a
just
little
think
bit of that knowledge?
I just was experimenting with things and just trying to come up with like something cool because like I don't know, like I've um wrongly accused a lot of photographers for being lazy in the past, for this is just a picture, like anyone can do this. But then like when the kind of creative side and learning, that there's something that you could do with this long exposure thing. I'm just not quite sure what it is yet, but shit, it was cool. I took that for 8 seconds, and that's what that did. What happens when you do 4 seconds? Okay, you don't get as much light movement. Okay, cool. So like you just kind of like mix and match things together, and then when I finally got to the point of making my own lights, like long ways down the road, then I had the basis for kind of like what to do with the camera. Then it was just focusing on what do I do with my lights, because I had played with shit, the little camping gels that you little break, and they're like neon glow sticks. Played with fireworks and all sorts of that kind of stuff, and that was all cool, but less controllable, less bright. And it wasn't until like LEDs got really good, and you could plug them into a battery and those types of things when things really started to hit for me.
See, now I had some other questions I wanted to go, but if we're touching on this now, we got to go to this now. So,
Do it.
light sticks, right? I mean, is that what you would
Yeah, man.
call it? I guess a light stick, right? Right? Like I know.
Yeah, for sure.
So I've mucked around with this stuff. I think I shared on one of your posts there one of my pictures of of a Roman candle that Buddy was shooting, and I used
Yeah.
a long exposure, right? And I was trying to actually find. I have glow in the dark bocce balls,
Okay.
and
Yep.
that I have like a whole ton of pictures that I took like one weekend because we were just drunkenly playing bocce in the middle of the night, and of
Hmm.
course I was doing long exposures because I knew what would happen. People were spelling their name, and it was so much fun. But the light sticks, I did read about the light sticks. Tell us about the light sticks. Tell us. You build your own, where where you get your information. Tell me about the light sticks.
Yeah, man. So originally I started with LEDs. I had, like, so you can buy LEDs that go behind your TV, and I just happened to find one of those at a local store, or Walmart or something. I can't remember what, but maybe it was Walgreens. But had that, and then had two like little batteries, right? And I had a dowel laying around, and one plus two equals three. So like I just put all the shit together, painted the stick black, and I had my first light stick, and it was very rudimentary, but it's like the funnest tool to go out with sometimes because I went to the hardware store, and you're like, oh, what can I do to make this better? And you're like, oh, I'll grab some handles. So I put handles on it, and did the whole thing up, and overdid it in ways too, of course, but it was just so exciting to like, okay, I have something now that's bright enough that gives me a trail that I can control completely, and so that's kind of where I started, was really with LEDs, and trying to, then play with different color settings, and you know all that kind of stuff that comes on the little remote controls. So that's kind of where that started. But then I have to shout out to Eric Pare and Kim. Gosh, what's her last name? I can't remember. But they're like stewards of the light painting community. I happened to catch them on Instagram, and once I did, my knowledge. I was already working on stuff. I already kind of like had been there, but they really like gave me like ways to hone my skills. And so they came up with this idea of a light tube. And it's basically if you know those the fluorescent lights they have in Walmart through the big shopping malls and stuff like that. Well, they put these plastic covers over them. Well, those plastic covers are what they started using, and what they do is they put like a paper inside and a flashlight on the end, and that basically makes it light up, kind of like a lightsaber, like the old cheap plastic lightsabers. But all of a sudden,
because the paper becomes a diffuser,
the
right?
paper is a diffuser, and you can use wax paper, parchment paper. There's different methodologies there. But then you can like use photo gels to put colors over top of it and do all those types of things. So that gave me a whole brand new system, and I started building them right away, by myself, with not with a little bit of help from like what they had built. They eventually made like a video showing how they made them, but I was already took the idea and ran with it. And they're really awesome stewards of the community, and they're really open for sharing their ideas, and letting people learn, and go out and do that thing themselves. So I just kind of took that piece and kind of customized it my own way. So from there, I have these ideas to like make monster light tools that are like one-off kind of light tools meant for one art piece type of thing. So that would be a custom, between like LED and light tubes and those types of things. So we'll see where that all goes. But that's kind of the history of where I started and where I've kind of learned some of the light tricks from. But I've also picked up pool noodles and shit. One of the coolest light paintings that we've done was a Sprite bottle with a flashlight in it. So like the limits of creativity just aren't there. Like you can literally just find some things that create light and do something with it.
That's cool. The tech can be so low, but the
Oh, dude.
outcome can be just mind blowing.
Well, and it's fairly inexpensive that way too, right?
Yeah, I mean, and really, like, shit, you can do this stuff with your phone today, but like when I was starting, like I started on the camera that I had been using. Like I had a big pause in this project because my camera got stolen. So I went a long time without a camera, and a buddy just offered me like, dude, I got an extra camera laying around. You want to buy it for $100? Sure. And that's what got me going again. And it's those little things that get you that you're like so appreciate, because without a camera, like it's $100 camera, it's nothing like ridiculously expensive. But that unlocked like the whole project. It allowed me to experiment. to fail, to find out what I like, what I don't like. That's like, I think that's the whole point of light painting for me, is just being able to kind of experiment my way to the answer. Whether that is like as a journey overall, or in like I'm going somewhere and have never been here before. I need to learn where everything is because I'm going to go there in the dark, and then I need to figure out where I want to shoot from. What perspectives, what type of light paintings do I want to accomplish? I mean, it's all just a journey of solving problems.
Yeah, man, and you're definitely up for it. I can tell that. And it's like there's a path for you, 100%. The universe knows where you're going. You may not know yet. It's a cool
Oh
experience.
man, yeah. There's a lot packed into that statement, but yeah, I have no idea what the universe has for me yet. But
Right, man. Yeah,
we'll,
it's dope.
we'll
So,
see.
I was just kind of wondering because I was looking at it's really interesting because I assumed what you're using to do some of these, and then you explaining, building the things, and I get it. Like the nature of the beast is that you have to create these tools because you can't go to Walmart just to buy them. Have you ever used pixels, like on a like light pixels? I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they do each. They're like LEDs, but each one can be a different color.
um,
It's basically like a television pixel that would be in a TV.
okay, well, so I haven't used that, but there is this thing called a pixel stick, which is that same idea, and they're programmable
Yeah.
um,
Okay.
LEDs basically. So I took that out with me to Utah, and I just like, so you preload images that you want to light paint, and then very steadily hold that thing and move it at a consistent rate to make your light painting. And it's really cool. Like, I think there's like really cool things to do with it, like especially when it comes to video and being able to do like light painting videos like doing a bunch of frames. And I've seen some people do that kind of stuff. So there's interest there on my end with that. But I really found that creativity is like the best when you don't walk in with like a pre-programmed image and a pre-programmed concept of an idea of what I have to take. and
Right.
and I think that's for me just like being able to reflect and listen to the space. Like a lot of people do meditation in a lot of different ways. It's one way I meditate is I go in into the space and treat it kind of holy, and ask it, what do you want me to create? And I've actually literally had to do that. I went to, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Pipestone National Monument up in Minnesota, but it's this location, like the only location to buy to get this a particular pipestone that all these native tribes used to come and get their pipe and make pipes out of it, right? And so like mining it is a whole thing. It's like a holy area. Like they talk that there's ghosts out there and spirits. They've done like all these studies, and so like I'm visiting, the monument during the daytime, and like these natives are telling me stories to like maybe freak out the white kid or whatever. I mean, whatever. But they're talking about how, oh, did you hear about last Thursday? I heard them, but the person with me didn't. That type of stuff. Just trying to freak me out. And the guy, I was camping in nearby, and there was a guy camping next to me. He was talking about the same things. Like just, everyone was just trying to freak the white kid out. Up in the native area, and that's cool. But like, so I turned it on them, like, and I asked, well, like, how do you deal with, like, because like they were telling like how even natives who didn't like do the certain ritual or ask for permission would be haunted if they went and took pipestone or whatever. And they said, well, there's this ritual, there's this rock you go to, you ask for permission, you do all this stuff. So I just did this stuff. I did exactly what they told me to do. I asked the creative gods for the wisdom to stay out of the way of offending anyone, all those types of things. But also just asked for permission to create on the space. And had no problems. It was like one of the most fun experiences I had out in any space. It
That's
felt a
cool.
little illegal, but it wasn't, at all, because you can access the space at any point. But it was just kind of like that potential ghostly threat, that gets you kind of going, and makes it just way more of a fun experience than just kind of walking up and like, oh, I'm going to get this picture, like anyone can do that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's totally cool that you went through the process. That makes sense. Makes sense. Why not? Whether they were trying to scare you or whether it was true, I mean, man, you might as well cover your tracks,
Yeah, cover your bases when you
right?
can, right? I mean,
Abs-
there's nothing I want to do worse than piss off like some native ghosts.
Well, I was gonna say like there's the energy around the world. I'm not a super spiritual guy, but I'm sure we've all been in situations in our lives where we're like, how in the fuck did that happen, and what the fuck just did that, right?
For
Like
sure.
there's bigger forces than us out there. There has to be. This stuff just doesn't appear out of nowhere. That's cool. That's a good story. Um, the I was just kind of circling back to the light pixels a little bit. That was very interesting how you presented it about the programming an image and
Yeah,
then dragging the stick and take to get the image, like the whole kind of like a dot matrix printer kind
yeah,
of style, right? And that's not
yeah.
even the way that I was thinking about it like that. I mean, it makes sense what you're I get what you're saying, but it's like not
Hmm.
even the way that I was thinking about using it. But once
Well,
again,
how would
Yeah, I'm
let me turn it
people
on you?
chatting.
How would you use it then?
Well, I just kind of I was gonna what I was thinking of most is the that one piece that you have, Lightwave. I think I own one or two of them. I think it was. It's called Lightwave.
Sure. The multicolored piece.
Yeah, but it's like with that, like something like that, but all of those
Mhm.
pixels as you're doing that,
As
you
you're moving, yeah.
you could change like
So
just to change the colors, not to actually create a picture, right? Just to
sure, sure.
yeah.
So you want to guess what on that what tool I used on that photo?
Just gonna get, I'm gonna guess it's not tinfoil in a tube.
I mean, I've used that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen that stuff at all, but I have used tin foil as a project. But
Sure.
no, it's a light rope.
Oh, cool.
So it's just one of those, like, I think Menards had them for like $20.
Yeah, yeah,
It was
yeah.
a light rope
Ah.
that changes colors and has a bunch of different functions. And every time I buy one, we pretty much wreck it.
Yeah, I bet they're probably not made for that kind of.
No, no, and especially not in a warehouse type setting. But like when you like that was an interesting. We had a local art show in a warehouse, and we were able to kind of haunt the space. It was a Halloween kind of themed show, and so my haunting was basically going up there like multiple times at night with my friends, helping me somewhat, and haunting the space by like creating the ghosts with light painting,
Cool.
type of thing. And so that's where that photo actually came from. Those sessions. But yeah, when you're inside, you're able to use lights that you normally wouldn't be able to, because 99% of in my head is like, shit, I might have to carry this on my back. It might be on some trail I need to take or whatever to get to the place where I want to light paint. When you're inside, you can plug that shit in. So all of a sudden, light ropes, all sorts of other lights, become feasible.
Right. And it seemed like a cool kind of space. It was like a warehouse space, kind of.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like it's an art building,
Okay.
and locally, they have the third floor of it. That floor is basically just a warehouse area still. Like they haven't done anything to it, but there's like artist studios and stuff in the rest of the building. So kind of just a unique space to have an art show. I think that might have been the only art show that has existed up in that space at this point. But yeah, kind of cool to like get a warehouse setting. I think it's kind of fun to play with those just as much as it is to go to like a park or something.
For sure. Do you I guess that kind of answers my next question. I was going to say, do you prefer outside? Do you prefer inside? But that kind of answers the question a little bit. I
I mean, I'm in Iowa, so I prefer the outside during the right months.
yeah, the
You know what I mean? But
The Canadian agrees.
yeah, Canadian. Yeah, I mean, I went to Utah in November, if that tells you anything. So like it was colder, but the crowds weren't there. So But I'm good with like a little bit of cold weather, but man, like doing this shit in the middle of summer is not the most fun. I'll say that.
I was just looking at this piece here, kind of clicking around as we're talking to the highway to the holiday. Like that's pretty cool. Where you like this whole light walkway up to a church. It looks like I think.
Yeah, so my mom kind of throws is this so this is like an old country church in our area, and it's sat dormant for a long time. My mom decided that she wanted to have Christmas services there. So like, she got a pastor involved and, all sorts of stuff. So it's not we our family doesn't like necessarily like kind of run it or anything, but we've helped out getting it going, and we've been able to raise some money for the church to help restore some things and keep it kind of around. But one Christmas, I was all I cared about was light painting, and uh, pretty obsessed. So I found a reason to leave the service. Sorry, mom. And so I went and did some light painting out front, but really wanted to just kind of leave her with a like kind of a memento of the whole experience, just kind of in a different way.
That's cool. So in this piece, would you have been going forward, or would you be going towards the church when you did it, or coming back?
I was going towards the church as I did it.
Okay.
Yep. And that was the light tube, by the way. And what I did with that is I used like black electrical tape to create the stripes on the tube.
Oh, cool. See, once again, just a low
Low
tech.
cost shit, man. I mean, all
Yeah,
you're trying to do is block a light in that little area. So that's where I've like really kind of unlocked using that and being able to create patterns, or like being able to put colored photo gels over like some of those areas, so then I can make really colorful, light paintings.
hmm yeah. No, it's that's wicked. I just love it. It's amazing. Like, I think the one thing we've definitely found on this space in talking with different artists, whether it's been in photography, using paints or digital or whatever the medium is that I really enjoy hearing the process. I mean, it's one thing to see a piece of art, no matter what it is, but then when you hear the story behind it and how it worked out and how it happened, like to hear that there, it's like, yeah, no, I had a light tube and then, I wanted stripes. So I just wrapped electrical tape around it. Like and then you come up with this like great piece that's just so cool. I think it has a lot of life in it.
Yeah,
No.
I haven't had any questions to ask because you answered them right before I'm about to ask.
Oh
I
man,
love it.
I suck.
No, I love it. I love it.
Perfect.
Just
The
sitting back, relaxing. I'm like, all right, well, I was gonna ask that. All right, let's go.
That's the perfect guest. Okay, well, I'm gonna go get a beer. You
Yeah,
you take care of this. All right. Thanks, MVD. Appreciate you very
yeah.
much. the
Yeah, man. I try to give good answers. Well, like the thing is, I spent a lot of time like teaching in a professional setting, in a Fortune 500 setting. So like I try to be very thorough with like what I do, and I also love sharing information. So like I have no problems talking about my process. Fuck, I want to help you do it if you want to do it. Like that's where I'm at, because I don't think there's any secrets here. It's just you know people getting interested in different things, and I look at this as like, hey, it's just a new canvas and oil paint. Like it's just I have different constraints that I have to work around, and that's what people don't know when they go jump in and try to do the stuff like this, is what the constraints are. So if you can help them learn the constraints, it just you learn so much quicker, because um, half the fun is breaking the rules, right? But like you have to kind of know what the rules are, as well.
I
Yeah.
think
So what are some of those constraints? You kind of touched on accessibility to power in remote locations
Yeah,
is kind of one of them, but
yeah. So like I think the hardest thing for me at first was just getting like bright the brightness right. There's a lot of talk about, oh, do your light painting at the blue hour. It's so pretty, and it's like, okay, I could wait for those 13 minutes every day. Like if you don't know what the blue hour is, it's like There's like different hours the photographers call it, right? Like as the sun's setting, there's a yellow hour, which is like when the sun is still, putting off that nice yellow amber tone, but it's down, right? But then there's the blue hour, which is like 12 to 13 minutes long every day, twice a day. So you're telling me I have to do this all in 12 minutes? Like, there's not a lot of time to fuck around with it. And I just kind of threw that out the window and just started like going into the forest in pitch black because I could get like really bright photos and I could see the colors and I could get all of the things. But now, like over time, I've learned how to shoot in those blue hours, and if I have the opportunity to catch that 13 minutes, I know how to set my shit up so that I can get the most productive 13 minutes I can, because that's all you get, right? So I think those are the kind of lessons that I've learned along the way, and want to teach to other people is that, yeah, you might have a constraint today, but like you can learn how to overcome it in the future potentially.
So do you actually like shooting in that blue hour when you get the opportunity, when it kind of falls for you and you kind of get to do that, or like do you feel like it does give you better photos for light
Well, I
painting,
mean, I think
or
so. Like the big intrigue, right, with the blue hour is the sky, and it's more interesting at that point. But like the other point that you miss if you shoot a blue hour is you don't get stars, which I fucking love stars. I love everything about space. Um, I wanted to be an astronaut as a kid, all those things. So like I love and have an obsession with shooting the moon on occasion and trying to get the Milky Way and incorporating that. So like, there was at one point where I was like 50% learning how to continue to do my light painting and 50% learning how to shoot astrophotography, because that's what I wanted to, add to my repertoire and add to my photos. So um, I don't know if I'm answering the question great, but like I think it's just kind of like you learn where your limitations are, but then you can learn to do something different or figure out how to take that constraint away and come up with a result that was unexpected. And all of a sudden, instead of having to squeeze all this in 13 minutes and the pressure of that 13 minutes, I did that for months, just like, God damn it, like this is not enough time to do this shit, like, and I would get pissed off with it. But then, you learn to overcome those, like, I don't have to get mad at this. Like, you can do totally fine things at night. And then all of a sudden, I got Milky Way and some shots, and things like that. So
yeah, you you remind me a lot of my dad when we go fishing. He's like, why the fuck am I gonna get up at 6 a.m. fish bite all day? We get up at noon, we got what we want.
well, I like to learn to like go at light speed too. Like not everything has to be 100 miles an hour. A lot of people force a lot of shit, and I just like to let things come to me. And maybe that rubs other people the wrong way, but that's just the way I am, I guess.
Good things come to people that wait. Patience.
Well, one of the more reasons I was more asking about it and kind of trying to dig into it a little bit more is like going back to this highway to the holiday that we were just talking about.
Hmm.
You've got a bit of ambient light in that shot.
Yeah.
So is it? I'm kind of trying to get to the question of is it easier to shoot with some of that ambient light, or is almost a complete darkness a little bit better? Like,
Well, I think the best way to answer that question is what is the result you want. So like one of the hardest things like with ambient light around, and I've done other attempts of shooting around light sources, you ghost yourself. And so like the question you have to ask is, do you want yourself in the photo or do you want yourself out of the photo? I try my ass off to not Photoshop myself out. I try to get it in the capture, which doesn't always work, but that's where you keep getting better. But like definitely, if there's like other ambient light around, like you're gonna probably there's a good chance you'll ghost yourself. So you just have to like learn how to
So
be
ghosting would
careful
be
with that.
you appearing in the photo
Right, right,
when you
and
don't want to.
potentially multiple times because you're hitting or turning to that light source along the way. And I
Gotcha.
used to have this with my light tubes at the beginning because if you think about it, it's just a tube, right, of light. Well, that light was shining at me too. So I was ghosting myself everywhere. So what I ended up doing, and this is part of that iteration process, is I got some black duct tape and put it across the back. So then when I'm holding my light tube, I'm not shining myself as well. So all of a sudden, now my chances of ghosting myself are way less. So improving the tool sometimes helps the process as well.
And that's where learning from, that's where having somebody like you that's really willing to teach other people, that helps because that saves people a lot of trial and error, right?
Yeah, a dollar's worth of electrical tape and just a little bit of knowledge and save a whole lot of time and learning.
I was going to,
Well, so, like from my background and then some of the stuff that I do at my job, like it's about finding the I wouldn't say the low effort, but the low cost, the duct tape, right? Like where's the duct tape at? Like how do we utilize the duct tape instead of having to buy the tape that they have to put on the outside of a spaceship? Like we don't want to spend $1 million for this roll of duct tape. If you can spend a dollar or two. So it's just trying to figure out the ways around it, and once you realize that there's all sorts of like interesting things around you, like that's where I got into aluminum foil because I was stuck in the pandemic, and I had a piece of aluminum foil from a leftover steak, and all of a sudden I'm taking fucking photos of it, and flashing lights around and creating something that I had never created before. So it's just iterate, have fun,
man, you
find
know
new
what?
things, find
That's
new ways to create.
that's a good lesson that kids need these days too, right? I mean,
You
I
say
grew
that, but that's what like, and I don't disagree with you, but like I think adults need that just as much, dude. Like I think we forget how to play.
see with stuff like that, I'm cheap, so like you're just speaking my words. I'm like, yeah, man. That's exact. But I mean, even on, I mean, for anybody here that's been in like movie production or TV production or like filming, like some of the most amazing things that you see on screen, I guarantee you there was some fucking $1 piece of tape that was like making it all happen or something like that that they had to do last minute to make it work. It happens all over the world. Being able to MacGyver, if I don't know if y'all are familiar with that
It's
in the states.
oh,
Oh
I
yeah,
remember
All
MacGyver. Let
right.
me give you another reference. It's when Homer becomes like really ripped or whatever, and I think they use what is it the little
hair clips.
the hair clips. They
Yeah,
clip all of his shit behind them. I mean that's yeah. I mean it works. Remember this is a lens based art, so you can get away with that shit.
Basically a 50 footer. She's just got to look good from 50 feet away. That's it.
I mean it's not even beer goggles at that point.
Yeah.
butter.
I was going to say the just kind of, well, I guess we're still on this holiday piece too. I was going to say, like, with talking about ambient light, we also have to realize that in this photo, as bright as everything is, like the candles, I'm assuming, along the side and the church itself, I mean, none of that is actually really that super bright if you were there in person, right? Because that would be just because the exposure has been longer, that it's you're catching all that
Yeah,
light. Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Like if you're looking, and maybe I should, I don't know if even if I have a tweet that I can pin to the top, but like that piece basically, like the ambient light is affecting the trees and giving it light. You wouldn't be able to see the trees otherwise. And this is an older photo too, so I had to do a little bit more adjusting to kind of pull the tree detail out. And I'm not afraid of doing some post processing, but like my real aim and my real goal, is to like hit it out of the park from the capture. But I'm not mad if I have to do some adjustments. I mean, we're not all perfect, so this is a learning process, and I
Well,
don't expect
and
myself to be
the equipment's not all perfect either.
no, I know, and like that. There's something to be said for the equipment too. Like I was shooting that on a Nikon D3100, which is fine. It's an okay, but it's pretty standard run of the mill camera. I did upgrade to a Nikon D7500. It's got me a whole lot better quality. It holds like does really great with my Astro lenses and stuff like that. So, the equipment does matter at some point. If you're trying to accomplish certain things. But I spent a few days up in Hurricane Ridge at Olympic National Park and was taking dark sky photos up there with my 3100, and the guy I was with, who I work with, had the 7500 at the time, and we'll just say that his pictures were like 10 times better than mine. So like it sold me on upgrading eventually, but that the point is that like if you have like this artistic vision to do X, you may need to have the specific tools um, to use. But if like in my process, I try to let the place speak to me. So like I don't always need that like expensive tool or that expensive thing, because if I can just respond to the area correctly, I can do it justice. But nothing, getting more megapixels and better sensitivity to light, all those things, they help.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
and let's
they
face the
certainly
facts.
don't.
If you're not the artist with the eye and you don't have that vision, or you're not trying to bring something to reality, then it doesn't matter how much your equipment's worth either, too, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
But yes,
you know,
sometimes you need them
I
tools.
think there's the point is there's like a kind of balancing act there, but like I always tell people, don't let your technology or what you have in your hands like stop you from being able to create something, you know.
I think we've heard that over and over again. We've heard it tonight, and with you just now, and we've heard it with other artists. I mean, so many artists have created with what they have and just keep creating with whatever they have and making it work, and then all of a sudden they can buy the fancy dancy shit if they want to, or
There's nothing wrong with stepping up your game.
hell yeah.
I mean, I think we all hope to do that shit, right? Like, but it's and it feels weird talking about this right now because I haven't done late painting for a little bit. But that's a whole other story. But like showing up every day is important to your creative task, and I feel the creative gods react to you better when you show up every day, and bless you with the opportunities to do the things that you can do, right, and then push you to do some things that you may not be able to do yet. And so I think showing up is the most important thing. So yeah, even if you're just sketching for 5 minutes a day, I think it's important.
Absolutely, it is. We had this conversation with recently, and I agree. If you got something to, if you're pushing yourself and you got something you want to do, and maybe you're thinking about doing tomorrow, I mean, that's what keeps people going every day. You ask somebody why, who's 102 years old, and they'll probably tell you something along the same lines, right? I got bingo every day tomorrow at 7 a.m.
Yep.
I have to laugh because Denver Donkey, you're the best. uh, he tweeted that I've ghosted myself. It's pretty great.
Perfect.
I'm glad that was the quote that you grabbed. It's perfect.
I've been writing down a list of them. There's a whole list I've got here.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Jen's in here. She can AI captured quotes. She's great at that. I'd love to see some captured quotes.
Hey, now I've worked for the
Run through the
newspaper
AI
industry.
later.
I've worked for the newspaper industry for a long time. Like going on record here, like pulling like the quote that you want, donkey. God damn it! No, I love it. That's great.
Fucking killer. I guess it's a good point to kind of pause and recognize everybody that's in the room, who's still in here, who's joined us as well. Denver Donkey, as mentioned there, Pong, Jen still in here, Paper Buddha, V, Fendel, Rich Sanders, thanks for popping in, another Canadian homie, Innovative, Daddy V, Sister Sage, Mary, Alex, SoCal Wines, Matt, thank you. And of course, our 1 million Shadow Band listeners that are listening, thank you for listening to us like you do every Tuesday. We appreciate you.
SoCal Wire.
Wire?
I'm like, that's not SoCal Wine.
Oh, is it? Well, I was
I'm
just.
not even looking at it. I'm
I
like,
fucking think
what
I
is that?
assume. I think I
know it's not
assumed it.
wine.
I was just gonna say. I think I assumed it because I was just reading it. I didn't even go to the list, and now I clicked on it. And I see that. Well, I don't know. SoCal wine would be pretty good too. Am I wrong?
I, it sounds good. I'll give a special shout out to Daddy V. He's my 700 follower on Twitter. Because the Bird app matters.
There you go.
Whoop whoop. Daddy V is a hardcore listener. Daddy V,
Love it.
dare I say, has probably listened to the most hours of the Night Train.
And listen to all this quality programming tonight he's getting. I'm so jealous.
Well, this is the bonuses, right?
He's a homie. He's one of the few that's actually had a tasting with the winemakers. So,
Nice.
I hooked him up when he went out to California one time. So he's a homie down there.
Dude, totally. Lots of great folk in here tonight, showing the love for MVD. Awesome. So AI, who brought AI? Willie said AI. Actually, before I ask that question, these fractals that you have on Tezos, they're a cool little adventure.
Well, we better talk about AI then.
Well, then, all right. Look at let's just.
They're not AR. They're not AI, are they?
I mean, they're based on AI. Well, which fractals are you talking about? Because there's two fractals series, I guess. There's AI fractals, and then there's fractals.
Oh, damn it! I just saw that now. I just clicked on that. I see it. Okay.
I even regular fractals.
So I have.
Oh man. Okay,
so,
I see now.
Are you talking the reflection series collection, or which one?
Oh shit! Now I gotta see. Now I'm clicking around, going, "Oh, I didn't notice that part of it."
Oh, and of course, my internet's not working really well right now. So
okay, well,
stuff too.
Can you school
Let's
us
start
on
with the non-AI?
Yeah.
So let me get there so I can talk about it. So I've done kind of like I mentioned earlier that I'm kind of into abstract art as well. Like a lot of my painting is very abstract. So there's the series. I don't know if you've seen the Reflections series that I got on Tezos. But that is all mostly based on my camera work. So that's where my tinfoil series is. There's a bunch of one-on-ones, some mixture of stuff in there. My old Hick at Newt is very fractal. I did a series called A Kindred Fractal, which is all based upon my light painting. And reusing some of the abstract pieces and really just trying to create something very dynamic. I've done some kaleidoscoping type of stuff with this as well, with video. I have some on OpenSea. None of those have ever sold. I haven't really pushed them either. I'm just not much of a pusher, I guess, as far as the art goes. I like selling things, but I don't like to annoy people either. But then, kind of recently, I've been getting to the AI stuff. Like I said, always trying to learn, trying to find a new advantage for myself. And I just found myself with all these really interesting AI prompts that I had done, but I didn't want to just sell the AI work. I'm still working through my emotions on that at some level, but I think that there's a really cool purpose there, especially if you have extra hands and do something with it and use it like a piece of construction paper. And it's kind of how I see some of these extra pieces that I've made through AI. And so that kind of came from that just kind of came the fractals and trying to use those in an interesting way. So I don't know if I answered the question, but that's kind of the idea behind the fractals.
Well, you made me actually pay attention and look. I just went back, so now I see the two kinds that you have now. I'm on that, which is very interesting though, because so obviously I'm trying to get back to the one AI piece that I was looking at here. Click, click, click. Oh yeah, and there goes the internet, just like that. Just
right on time.
But I was going to say, okay, so there's AI Fractal 15 it is, and it has
yeah so yeah, go ahead.
No, so obviously that you've now that I read it, see, we always preach that here. You got to read whatever the artist has written.
You see, we say that in Magic too. Reading the card explains the card. But no, like so, like the idea behind that is like I really was trying to use AI as an extension of my light painting in a way, and maybe do things that I couldn't actually accomplish physically. But there's a lot of other play involved with that. So I ended up having all these things, and I ended up creating fractals out of them because I thought there was this cool idea of having like, what is the kind of the main element of it, the secondary element. Like this sets up for a really cool series because like some of them are evident, like 15, like it's definitely like looks like a light painting in some ways. But then the 16, like what is that? It's purple and orange and black and oh, it's lava. Interesting. Like I just thought that would it was kind of interesting to actually apply some sort of like this is what the AI prompt or what the idea was, where it's not kind of evident.
That's very cool. I would have never. I can't believe I didn't read that shit. Well, in case you didn't know this, Willie and I don't really put too much research into whoever we have on the spates because we don't want to like we, we, we,
Hey, shh.
we want to have some surprise to it. So, but yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know that. Now that I read that, I'm like, oh, look at that. And then your other collection here, which says doesn't say AI. All right,
It's not AI. Yeah, it's just
cool.
that's more the reflection. Um, Not quite as fractal. So that's more this focused on like just like reflecting the image once. But I hate to say like there it's like B work or anything like that, but it's really just like taking work and remixing it. Like I always feel like it's a good habit to go back and look at old work and then come up with new ideas for it because like I don't know if you see hypercolor warnings, which I airdropped to a bunch of folks at the end of last year, but like it was just it wasn't as clear and not quite what I wanted when it came out. But then like remixing it and coming up with like this new meaning for it, and like made it so much
Oh
better.
yeah,
And then I
okay.
fell in love with it. And then it's like, all right, well, this is a perfect piece to give to people because I don't want people to pay for it necessarily up front. I think that like there's really cool about redemption stories, and I feel I'm a bit of a redemption story in ways. So like it's fun giving away art that has that type of meaning for me.
Yeah, I see that. I see that one now. So that I looked at that one earlier. That's just the mirror image. Yeah,
Yeah.
yep. I was gonna ask. Yeah, cool. No, that's a dope piece. Like that's a kind of piece. Like I remember when I was in high school, and you always go to everybody's basement to hang out or do
Mhm.
whatever kids did back in the day. Like this totally looks like something that would have been on the wall in a basement somewhere. Like I like it. You need like it's almost like a black light be lighting it up.
Yeah, and I think too, like there's something to be said for the altered state. I mean, I'm not opposed to it in any form, as long as you do it responsibly and under control. But like, there's something to be said for like the fractals reflections are kind of like part of my personality that enjoys that. And I feel that some of those altered states are pretty fun to look at art sometimes. So
Hell yeah.
Well, and when I was looking at them earlier last week, even I just kind of remember had in my memory. And then when you said earlier in the space about being a more the math side kind of guy, I was like, oh, fractals. It was
yeah,
like it immediately clicked. I'm like, oh, all right, fractals.
yeah, that's definitely evident there. Like it shows up in a lot of ways, but like I think maybe like for me, creativity is so hard to define that's why I'm just constantly trying to chase it in my own ways. Because it's really hard to define for anyone. What their creativity is, and much easier to see myself and um, I don't know, evaluate myself as a math and science person. You know what you are and what you aren't. But like with art and creativity, like what you don't know is the exciting part.
Yeah, math is so concrete and there, and art
And,
is so fluid
and,
and
and maybe we're
not
just not.
definable.
And maybe we're just not good enough in math that we don't see these equations like art pieces. But like I don't know. I just I like the creativity. I like, you know, and I'm sure that somebody's got creativity with math, and that's totally cool. That's just not what I feel creativity is for me.
Certainly ain't me, man. Certainly ain't me.
Let's math this thing out. It's gonna be fun.
Yo, I wonder if there's spaces like that. Yo, bro, what you got? I got a long equation for you.
All right, first person that finds me a math space, I'll drop them a free piece.
All right. We're just gonna create one
Oh, WX8.
tomorrow.
Oh, Thursday, WX8PK math
I'll,
quiz.
I'll do a math space. I
Nope.
got a cousin who's got a doctorate in
No,
mathematics.
no.
I was gonna
I'll
say,
just give him a call,
okay,
put
we're
him on
gonna
space.
we get to this math space on Thursday. Man, did you catch that math space? Yeah, it was the dumbest math space I ever been on. Also, the smartest math space I ever been on.
Yeah.
True.
Those guys didn't know shit about geometry, man.
There was not one quadratic equation in that whole show. Dropping words like I knew what I was saying there. Math has been the one thing in this world, though, that just my brain.
A fundamental understanding of it's good, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm not using advanced trigonometry for anything these days.
I got an iPhone 14. That's what I have.
All you need is geometry. You don't need anything past that.
That's kind of fun. That's kind of
Shapes,
funny.
man.
It's kind
all
of
you need.
interesting. Back in the day, we always used to be like, "Oh man, it's going to be so cool with these new smarter phones. We're going to have a calculator in our pocket at all times."
Yeah, shit.
And nowadays, it's like, you know what I got in my pocket? Flashlight. That's the most important thing you have in your phone. Right?
Hey man, you
Survival
can hang
tool.
out with me at any point.
With a flashlight?
Well,
You
fuck
can be a
yeah,
light
you got a
source,
light
man.
source on. If you got a
Right?
light source on,
Yeah.
we can paint at any point.
You got a light source, man.
Dude.
It looks
100%.
like you're Luke Skywalker with a fucking lightsaber. If you got a light source, you're good. You can go, bro.
We got this.
Grab a Sprite bottle and
I'm
We're onto something.
inspired. It's funny
Dude.
with me in the summertime, like whenever I want to do, well, even play glow in the dark bocce, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show,
sounds
Or-
so fun right now.
or do or whatever, or take like shots of stars and stuff like that. It just sucks because sometimes you got to stay up so late. It's like,
You
damn
get
it.
to get so cold.
Especially up there, it doesn't get dark till like midnight in the summertime, right?
Well, we're usually about 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, that's late, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, cool things happen late.
That's right. Well, the other night, Willie, actually, you would have pushed me out to go and do it. But 3 nights ago, the Northern Lights here were like off the hook. They were like, they had some purples and pinks that you don't normally see. It was.
And you didn't go out taking pictures. You
No, I
see
looked
them
out
all the time.
I looked out the window and I was like, "Wow, I got to go walk to the end of the park." And I'm like,
You know, we
See-
talk way too much in this country, in North America, about white privilege. We need to be talking more about Northern light privilege.
Oh.
We got way
shit,
too
dude.
much of that shit.
No shit. That's like a lifelong goal for me, and like I don't even know if that'll ever happen. Like that's just something I want to experience once, and you're just like, yeah, I had to walk to the end of the drive.
Yeah, I had to go outside, but I almost had to put a sweatshirt on. It
But
was
don't
might have been
don't
cold out there.
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. They've been, I mean, especially lately, actually over the last month or so, they've been really good. And I mean, I've appreciated them many times, but that's all that made me think the other night is like, because I was kind of like, I'm not gonna. And I'm like, fuck.
But you know, this brings up a really good point. And you were talking about like what are some of the like limitations earlier of light painting.
Yeah.
Like watching like these fucking people travel all over the world at the coolest locations, doing light painting or even just doing photography while I'm stuck in Iowa. That's a limitation right there. Like, man, like I have so much wanderlust wanting to go to places like and find the cool shot and all those types of things. But you know, sometimes you just got to make do with what you got. But man, I'd love to be in a mountainous or a cooler area.
I'm
See,
on-
now don't take this the wrong way, but I see light. I almost like see light painting as, and this is obviously my ignorance, as like really easy to do anywhere because you're creating the material as opposed to like a landscape photographer or something like that. right?
for sure, and I totally agree with that concept. But like part of it too, for me, is being able to reveal the area that I'm reacting to. Like, and everyone's got their own thing. Like, to be honest, 90% of the space of the light painting space, I kind of ignore in ways because it's just like a scantily clad lady, with lights around her, and the where they are doesn't matter. It is what it is, and I it's not what I want to do. I want to just go. I want to go somewhere, react to it, and that's
Yeah,
where the
Hilton
cool
Garden
places
Inn looks
come
the
in.
same in Iowa as it does in Idaho.
Well, maybe I'm
Fuck,
not going to the
Willie.
Hilton Garden Inn. I've stayed too many nights in those.
Well, no, I totally get. I 100% get what you're saying. I mean, let's face it, Willie, doing lights, on in Venice or
Oh, I was talking about the scantily clad lady.
oh yeah.
Oh
Part.
well, yeah.
You know,
I mean, yeah,
the
yeah,
inside of a
and
hotel room
that's
is the
that.
inside of a hotel room.
But yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, and they do it in these like cool locations out in the snow or like in front of the cool like spot everyone recognizes. But like, and I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying that's not the way I want to perceive and do my work. And everyone's got the right to what they want to do, and I want to do something different. I think that there's something more interesting there than that. Um, Sex sells, fine. Um, but like I think that there's more meaning even behind some abstract work than that. And that's just my take.
Mm-hmm. I can agree with that.
So
Another thing I was going to say with limitations that probably is the just because we were talking about the northern lights here and you, of course you being outside is that weather, right?
oh dude,
If you're all pumped up to go and do something and then whatever.
yeah, I've been pretty lucky, and like I've never really been in a fortunate enough situation where I'm going to risk my camera in really bad weather. Because I only got, I mean, I have my old camera still as a backup, but man, I don't want to go back to that, right? But yeah, I don't know. I've been pretty lucky, and like when I did my Utah trip, I think that was like kind of the shot in the hole, right? Like the one time where it really mattered, and I couldn't move things a day back or day forward, and that really like weather is one thing, but like cloud cover is the other. Like, and you don't think about that a whole lot, but like when you're trying to shoot at night and trying to get Milky Way shots and things like that, like those clouds come in and just mess with you. And it wasn't until my very last night shooting on my Utah trip until I even got a good Milky Way shot, which kind of sucked. And that was like there was like a eclipse that happened through the whole thing that was all full of clouds, like just like all sorts of cool things that I could have like taken a photo of, but I just I couldn't. So,
Mother Nature said, "No."
but then you get the other side of it. Like I was coming out of this was my favorite little place called Goblin Valley State Park in Utah. It's like kind of in between Arches and Capitol Reef, so it's in the middle of nowhere. But I was coming out, and the eclipse had happened the night before, and like it was cool. I got some cool moon dogs and stuff like that, but like you really didn't see the eclipse. It wasn't that effective. Blah blah blah. No good photos, right? Um, but it's a full moon, and I pull out really early in the morning to head towards Arches National Park, and I'm just kind of driving along, not really minding anything except for the sun's coming up. Oh, that's pretty cool. And I turn the corner, and the fucking moon had just ducked underneath a bunch of clouds. It was sitting right above what is called Temple Mountain, and basically, like with my eyes completely tearful of like the moment, like putting on like grabbing my camera, putting on the big zoom lens, trying to stay, I didn't have time to pull like the tripod out or anything, just trying to get the shot. So sometimes like that weather does the other thing for you and gets you a shot you didn't think you could get. And yeah, man, that it was just kind of one of those moments where I just turned the corner and shit, there it is.
Fucking dope. What a rush, right? Boom. And just like that, it was over. If you had it, yeah, if you had it been a
Oh,
few seconds
I,
later, right?
I had seconds, like 3 minutes. Like if I leave 3 minutes sooner or leave 3 minutes later, I completely missed the event.
Yeah. When
You
I'm
know, and those are some of my favorite shots. I think those I have those. I might have one of those maybe on Soul.
I think that's the only thing I didn't look at of your stuff was your soul stuff. Sorry.
No, you're good. No, I may not have that out yet. I
All
don't know.
right.
Yeah, I'm just kind of I don't have a whole lot of plans on doing things in order. I'm just kind of shooting at the hip on minting stuff at this point. Um, there's reasons for that. I might be able to do that a little bit better in the future, but I wanted to also get some work out so we could talk about it. So you brought up a few pieces that weren't even minted a week ago. So
Oh, see, and I didn't even know that. I'm happy I did then.
no, it's awesome. It means that all the work I put in the last week to kind of get prepped and get some more stuff out there was worth it.
Dope. I saw Laser Lou picked up a few of your pieces there last week.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of love there for Laser Blue, man.
Yeah. Well, so you guys are kind of born to the same cloth almost as far as the
Yeah, but you
men
know
of
it's
the
funny.
lights, men
Like
of the lights,
our processes are like so opposite.
right? And
So like
you could
I was
probably ask a
afforded the
layman.
ability to go to East Denver, not this year but the previous year, and met a ton of the crew: Alex and Denver Donkey, Laser Lou, Paper Buddha. Like God, there's so many people I met out there. But anyway, like we even got to do a little light painting session, which I ended up dropping some of that to some of the temple folks at one point. But Lou had his stuff set up in the basement, and you know he invited people to come down and take photos and blah, blah, all this stuff. And I'm like trying to take photos, like the way I take photos, and I'm like, this shit ain't long exposure. This is so different. And I mean, just a whole nother newfound level of respect for that man because um, the things that he does. I mean, there's a lot of commonality as far as building your own tools. He started there, building his own lasers, stuff like that. But man, our processes are so different,
Right.
and I respect the hell out of that.
That's cool, and I'm sure he says the same back. I was gonna say, but the funny thing is with I was probably thinking as I think about your stuff and his stuff. I bet you if you went to a lot of laymen's, they would probably both think it was made with lasers, right?
Maybe, yeah, it could be, yeah,
No, you're both men, but you're both men of the light. You're both
yeah,
men of
yeah,
the
for sure.
waveforms.
Well, can you use lasers to
Yeah,
do
but
light
see,
painting with
so
lasers?
here's the thing with lasers, right? Is lasers on what I'm doing, they have to be still, and it's less about a movement, and like capturing laser movement like in space doesn't work well unless you have a bunch of smoke.
I'm
So
thinking more just the pinpoint, like if you were to write on a wall with a
oh,
laser.
you could do yeah, you could do that for sure. Oh yeah, you could light paint that way. But again, you'd have to use some other medium for it to reflect off of or something like that. Yep.
Yeah, you're capturing the reflection point, not the
Yep.
beam.
Right. Yeah. And I was I don't have like I wish I had like it's always tough, right? Because I wish I had some photos up that I could just show people instead of just having to talk about it. But like back in the day when I was doing a lot of music stuff, like we were playing with a laser pointer, and I just had an old cell phone at that point with a really shitty phone. But like the camera on there could do like I think a 2 second exposure or something like that. And yeah, totally was just writing on the corner of like a it was a basically like a wall that had a little bit of reflection, but then a wood floor that was like really reflective, and I was able to use like the corner to like actually just make little mirrored writings. So yeah, I've definitely played with things like what you're talking about.
Dude, I love
Okay.
this. This is one of those artists and one of those creators that I just like Laser Lou right? Just there's a whole lot of like nerding that I've done with this kind of thing that I love listening to this. And it's like fucking so cool. I'm just geeking out over here. Sorry, I'll just shut up. I'll shut up, Willie. Sorry.
No, hey, no,
No,
no, you
no,
keep talking.
please,
I love when
No,
people
it's
want to
good.
geek out on this stuff.
please. Yeah, I want to geek out. I just don't know the right questions to ask.
Yeah, no, you definitely. I got lost there. See, too many thoughts came out. That's all right. All right. Anyways, but yeah,
Well,
the
like
lasering with the laser pointers because I when we had Lou on, I had created things that basically a spirograph with lasers, and Lou was like
Mhm.
right on board as soon as I was describing. He's like, "Yep, yep, yep," and then he told me, "Hey,
Yep.
add a fourth mirror," and I'm like, "Holy
Yeah.
fuck, man, you're blowing my mind, right?" And then the light painting, like the ways that I've fucked around with it, it's like everything you talk about. It's like, yeah, I've messed with that too, and I've done that kind of similar things. It's so cool.
Yeah,
Yeah. Actually,
I'm over here thinking like, okay, tell me exactly what settings I need. How far away from my wall should I be?
Got to
I'm gonna be a
experiment.
giant
you
cinder block
know, like
wall. Can
you
I be
see,
30 feet, 40 feet, 60
and, and
feet? Do I need to
and
be
here's
10
what I would
feet?
say is that all of those things are up to you and what you want to create. You know, like because like the settings on the camera don't fucking matter. It's just finding the right ones that work for you, right? Like that's what people like. I think that I got hung up for a lot of time, just because I thought that photography was dumb. Anyone can do it, but there's a lot nested in there to like get the right shit. And like like we're all really spoiled for carrying around camera phones, like because you can just point and take like a photo that's better than anything in the last century. Like that's just the honest to god truth. And so like we're pretty spoiled, but man, like I don't even know where I was going with that, but uh,
No,
anyone can do it. The settings don't matter.
it's just having once again we're back to that you just have to have the vision and know what you want to try and do,
Or
right?
and
Like
and
you
taste,
have to be the
right?
artist.
Like I think like vision's one thing because like there's like 90% of the stuff that I've gotten is by trial and error, right? And like, oh fuck, that was really cool. How did I do that? Oh, I don't know how to recreate that move. All right, well, we'll keep trying it and keep trying it. Oh shit. Okay, there it is. There it is. All right, now I know how to do that. Like fuck, dude. Like I spent 2 years trying to get a perfect circle created, like, and then I realized that I don't want to create perfect circles. Like that's like not interesting to me.
Well, there's
So
no such thing.
right,
Oh,
unless you're in a band with Maynard, but that's a whole other thing. But
oh, and there it was. I was waiting for that. Somebody was going to say that. um, fuck, I laughed myself out of what I was going to fucking come back with there.
Well,
God.
my headphones dropped and I lost part of that
Oh, the
conversation too.
show's
So,
falling apart. My God, thank
yeah,
God. MVD, come bring it back
tech,
together. No.
fuck,
technology.
man, Willie's gonna have to listen to this podcast just to remember what we talked about.
I know. Well, that's why we record him. Actually, is because Willie always
Yeah,
gets like he ends up getting bucked out of the space and things happen.
Damn it, Willie.
Yeah, that's
my technology never works.
Willie. He's so behind the times. Damn
I mean,
designers.
Willie is in the Twitter space, so he's ahead of most people.
It's
Well,
his
so
wife got him on there today. That's why. That's no, where is the A&R department? Is she down there?
she's probably packing. She's going out of town. She's out of here.
Oh,
Told her to kick rocks.
is she taking the
She's
kids?
got
Sorry.
no.
Oh,
I wish. She's going to Disneyland for a conference.
woo, dope.
Conference.
Who
Conference.
goes
It's
to a
Disneyland.
conference at Disneyland?
Exactly.
I mean, I would light paint my desire all through Disney. I'm sure I could call that work, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. I think she's lying to you. I think she's gonna go have fun.
Whoop whoop.
Yeah, it's been to Disneyland for the past 3 years. I'm like, I thought we were going to Chicago or like New York or something one of these years, in New Orleans, Austin. We're supposed to like move this conference around the country, aren't we?
Nope,
So
another
we can
picture
go
with
fun
Goofy, man.
places.
Just another picture with Goofy is what you got
Why
coming.
more Disney sucks.
More $25 drinks. You can go to Vegas for that too.
Yeah. That brings up a question about light painting at Disneyland though. Like, when is there too much ambient light there?
I don't know. Like it depends on what you're trying to accomplish, but I think with a few tricks, I could probably do it. But again, it's kind of like I've never been there, but yeah. I mean, I think you can kind of like light paint anywhere. Like there's a big headquarters down in our city that is very lit, and I've light painted down there. Like some of the limitations when I was starting was really kind of with technology because there weren't the powerful flashlights that are in a small bundle like today. Um, that really changed the game because all of a sudden you could like carry 1,000 lumens in your hand and it's a small little thing. Um,
So you can overcome the ambient with the handheld light, basically.
right. So like that's like so basically if you have a lot of ambient light, you bring your lumens up on your tool or make your tool brighter. That way it shows up in that ambient light better. So that's kind of one trick to kind of overcome ambient light. You still, um, I usually wear dark clothes. That way, um, especially if there's a dark background, I don't show up. It just helps. But, there's sometimes like I was painting in front of that building. I mean, you're probably going to ghost a little bit, but the key is just keep moving. Like, as long as you keep moving and don't block too much of the light. How do I say it? Too much of the light coming through for the background, you're not going to show up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you're not there long enough for it
Right.
to
Right.
Got to
And
be
a lot
like
of
the
people,
Flash.
yeah, a lot of my frustration with like people who want to jump in and go is like want to step in stand in one location and then just swing a light back and forth in one place, and it's like, okay, let's look at this. Okay, we can see your feet, and the light is in the same track 12 times. You've accomplished nothing. Let's try again. You know, and so like it was like I think a lot harder at first to kind of learn that was the issue for me. But like all of a sudden, it's like, oh, if you just keep moving, you keep your ambient light down low, like you're not gonna ghost. And here we're back to the ghost thing, Denver Donkey. But yeah, I mean, I think you could totally do it in some of those places, and like you can totally do it in some daytime like scenarios too. Like I've done some stuff like in daytime. I've got one piece on foundation that was like right at the beginning of the blue hour, and it's like everything's blue as shit, like this cyan color. But it's definitely like daytime light um, versus nighttime light. But I was just kind of down in a gully area, so there was just less light in the area. That's how I controlled it. So yeah, I think you can kind of do it in a lot of different locations. Just much easier to do it in the pitch black.
okay.
I think I'm wondering if we should have like scientists and experts on that can just be in the background and go, and the blue light falls into these wavelengths, and this is why we see it this way. Have those little tidbits, little pop-ups.
Like
See,
like
now
like
Lou knows some of that stuff because
He does.
he's had to deal with it with like the
Yes.
lasers and how they show up on camera. Because like yellow shows up green or green shows up yellow, something like that. But like there's some colors like that he deals with that are really hard to pull off
Yeah,
in
he has that
camera.
yeah,
one. He
and,
has
and
that one
blues
laser.
and violets or something don't show up at all,
Yeah.
or they're
Yeah,
really
and
faint. They're hard to get to show up. Yeah,
because I'm using photo gels, things that were made for the camera, I never have to deal with any of those issues, which is kind of nice.
because it's not the true spectrum of that color. I'm guessing.
Something like that. There's something different with lasers too. Like I just
It's
like in
voodoo.
the actual color that they are and
Yeah, Lou have a yellow laser? I think that you can't
shows
get
up
a
green.
picture of her. Yeah, or green or yeah. Anyways, yeah. I was gonna think, MV, have you ever tried working with this and doing this process with actual film camera? Like that would be like, I wonder if like that would have been so hard back in the day because you would have never fucking known. You would have had to have like taken photos and written down your settings, and when you developed your film, you would have went, oh shit, that didn't work. Okay, we got to go back and try this again. Have you ever used real film? to do this?
So I haven't. Um, so part of my process is I want to get good enough at the camera um, to feel confident to do that. So I want to do film, but in a different way. Because there's all these old cameras that are really cool, and you can do some stuff with them, but they're not really set up for long exposure, right? Like they're meant for portraiture and other complete other things. However, there's like the form of photography. I'm trying to. It's like basically it's like you just build it in like these little boxes that it's called pinhole photography. There we
Right,
go.
right. The basics of
The
very
basics
first
of
cameras.
the fucking thing.
Yeah.
I want to do pinhole photography, light painting is what I really like. That's my ultimate goal. But like I'm still learning enough about like the light settings, the environment, because like I'm still like showing up to places, and I make pretty good guesses, but I'm not fine tuned yet. I'm not shooting enough to do that. But that's eventually like what I want to do, and because I feel like that's like the original process in a way, but it's also the most difficult. And if I can pull that off, I will feel really good.
Yeah, if you could dial that in. Well, I remember because when I was in my, I want to say, I don't even think it was an art class. I think it was graphic arts. Well, I guess it's an art class, but um, we built those, and I remember we screwed around with that and like developed our own film and everything, and it was a blast. And that, wow,
Yeah.
yeah, to dial that in and do that, and never mind the fact of that when you roll into somewhere to show people how you do your art, like that's pretty sick,
Yeah.
right? Like that's
Well,
dope, man. You could have like one of those old cameras, like back in the day. You could even do it where you put like, the blanket over top of your head, like you're going to do an old school photo on the silver um,
For
film.
sure. Well, if you want to go down, like I didn't come up with light painting, right? And I explored it and discovered it on my own, found it kind of on my own. But if you want a good rabbit hole to go down, search for Picasso light painting, because our friend Pablo Picasso actually did some light painting back in the day with film. But as you can tell, like the control of it's a lot different than what I'm dealing with. And again, when you talk about like, and I'm really focused on the iterative process, right? Being able to like try something and then like respond to that trial with something else or something, some more of what I just did. The digital camera is like the perfect tool for that iterative process, because once you get the camera, you can take almost unlimited photos for free.
Right.
And that's what a lot of people don't think about when they're thinking about digital cameras. Because, like, yeah, once you get that thing, you could take as many as you want, and if you don't take as many as you want, then you're probably not, really exploring your camera. So, we just have these tools that make it so much easier than what he was doing. So that if you want a good rabbit hole, light painting Picasso.
I just Googled it here and I pulled it up. I was like, God damn, I don't even know that I've even ever seen.
Dude, it was featured in Life magazine.
That's
yeah,
But
I mean,
amazing.
it's so little known on the rest of his artwork, because it wasn't something that was like sold, and I didn't know this until like a couple years ago. It's totally something I found after the fact, but it's like a cool little fact now
Neat.
that I can spew out when I'm talking to cool people on the internet.
but without actually reading this article, on the air right now, I'm just wondering if this is where his famous like single line animal drawings came from.
Well, there's a lot of back and forth. I don't know the story well enough to like be able to respond to that, but if you think about it, there's so much relation between the two, because like that's like one of the hard things too. Like as far as limitations is like the physical turning on and off of lights while you're light painting, not the easiest thing. Also, like when I'm doing it solo, like I've got a remote trigger in my hand to set the camera to start the camera. So like all of a sudden you've got like your hands full of different like things you got to do, and like this, you know, that's why it's just like so much more fun to get in the groove of the space, react to it, because then there's not you're in the rhyme and rhythm of what's supposed to happen instead of like breaking it down to this processual thing of God, I have all these different steps to do. What? Oh my God.
When you drop rhyme or rhythm there, do you listen to music while you create, or are you out there in the quiet listening to the what's going on around you?
Music's everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I usually try to bring a boombox big enough, like to rock if there's a few of us going out. But I have headphones in, when I'm solo painting. I mean, it's dance. I mean, like somebody had to explain this to me. I didn't really realize it at one point, but like, it's one part DIY, one part photography, one part like performance, which I had never really considered before. But I am really doing a
Mm-hmm.
performance on each frame.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Well, I mean, I've heard it from a few people, like with when. Sorry to bring up Laser Lou again, but well, no, I'm not. But he's a great guy. But like to have Laser Lou creating and then to have Laser Lou projected on a wall while he's creating behind him is dope. Like, I mean, to have you doing this on stage, but then having the final product being blown up like right behind you, like that's dope. That's performance art.
Yeah, and there's like ideas I have for that, and some things I've tried. And like I live in a city that has a good art festival, and if things had gone one way or the other, right? Like I was actually going to bring a whole light painting project to the public at at an art festival and let people actually do it. And I was trying to like I think the thing that killed it was really just trying to tie that into minting a piece and then walking away with a minted light painting that you just did. But man, this is so accessible. Um, but there's so much to it too. Like once you start diving into like all the different parts of it. But I think that like that's what's so unique about it too, because you capture that moment of time of a performance. And it escaped me for the longest time, but that's where like I do some music stuff. Like one of my ideas is to produce music and then go light paint to it, and then have that video be playing with the piece of music, and then mint it all together. Like it's all one performative piece in a way. I just probably shouldn't even be talking about my ideas right now because someone's gonna fucking go do it now. But
Nah, they won't
um,
do it like you would, man.
um, that's like I just there's so much I think I can do with this. I don't know. It's fun.
Well, keep on keeping on and keep doing it. I mean, we're impressed. We want more. We want to come back and do this again and be like, man, you did it. You did what you said. 100
So,
fucking
are
percent.
do you have pieces that are minted with your own music production in them that
Not
I haven't
currently.
seen?
Not
Not
currently. I'm too shy right now on the music front. I haven't spent enough time in it. I mean, I've since I was a sophomore in high school, but um, only so much can get attention, right? And the light painting became the attention. Music has never just been the attention. So maybe I'll give it a little bit more at some point and get that together. But it's all about timing, too. Trying to pull all these things together. You know, I feel like because I've had such a varied background, right? I've done a lot of different things. I feel they all are going to relate and pull together at some point into like one master project, or that I just think the skills that you learn along the way all come together at some point and work together, even though when you think of them as separate skills it doesn't make sense at the time.
Yeah,
Hours and
totally.
hours in the day is definitely a struggle that's real for a lot of people, right? Being able to have enough time to do all of this stuff.
Yeah,
Got to focus sometimes. Uh,
for sure.
being
IRL gets in the way. Stupid IRL.
damn clouds come in, sun goes
Yeah,
Stupid
down.
clouds.
we just all live in this metaverse for realsies, and forget about our in real life problems. I mean, it all sounds great.
and we'd all turn white and get fat.
I mean,
Um,
North America has already done that, but
True. I was and it's funny, and I was just thinking about what you were talking about earlier about wanting to be, living in Iowa and wanting some mountains or something. Because I kind of have the best of both worlds, where I live in the prairies, but the mountains are, 20 minutes to the east of me, right? And I can go into that space as well, and it's kind of weird. I guess I never really think about not having any mountains around me to go into that kind of a world.
and I don't ever think about not having corn around me. So I mean,
Right? But you
we're
know what
still
the
I've got all of
similar.
it. I've
but
got mountains, beach, corn,
the one thing,
almonds, pistachios,
yeah, but you
you
live in the
name it.
desert, Willie. You live in the
Well,
desert.
I'm in the valley, but it's hot spot because it's technically a desert.
Uh Valley Willie.
We just
God damn
we
it.
just farmed the shit out of it 100 years
Yeah.
ago.
The one thing, like, I grew up my early days of my life, I grew up in the mountains and love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking bad about it at all. So mountains, don't come after me if you're listening. But like, the one thing that I hang on one sec. Had to turn my mic off and clear my throat there. Um, like, being in the prairies and being in the flatlands, the one thing that I appreciate is the big sky. Like, you hear people say it, but you don't really, I mean, when you live out here, you don't really think about it much. But when you go into the mountains and you realize that sometimes when you're in valleys where some towns are, where places are built, and it's like you'll only get like, 4 hours of day of like direct sunlight on you because the sun comes over the mountains and fucking goes across and goes behind. It's kind of interesting that way. It just kind of made me think when you talked about that, about being in the mountains. But yeah, flatland corn, yeah, that gets old quick too.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I appreciate where I'm from and appreciate the places because there's a lot of hidden cool places that I found on this journey that I never would have found otherwise, right? Like cool state parks and stuff, just so I could like go somewhere over a weekend and not have to drive like hours and hours and hours. So you end up finding some really cool spots, and Google Maps and Earth is like super helpful to find like some of the cool spots. But like the one spot that I haven't hit yet, and you guys all remember Roseanne Barr.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
she's still
So
alive, by the way.
I know. I think she's coming. She's back in the universe at this point. I don't know. Anyway, at one point, her and her husband, what's his name at the
Tom
time?
Arnold.
Tom Arnold. They were building a house in Iowa. Because Tom's from Iowa. He's a huge Hawkeye fan. And so they were building a house. This thing never got done, and so like one of my grail shots is to go out to the abandoned house of Roseanne Barr, Tom Arnold, and do a light painting shoot out there. So there are cool spots you can find, but it's just not the same as the plethora of the mountains and other cool places.
That's true.
I imagine if it's abandoned, there's not a lot of security out there.
Oh no, it's probably not safe either.
What is though?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, like there's like a hull of a structure, and that's about it. Never got any
Yeah,
further.
safe enough.
But that's I mean that's one cool thing. Like finding abandoned spots is really cool. Like the warehouse or like it's just like you have to be connected to find some of those spots. I feel.
Got to find the diamonds where you live.
For sure.
Yeah, it's Google Earth is really good for that. Hey, right? Like, you can cruise around and like click on things and figure out. You can follow roads and
Oh yeah, like there's other artists in the space. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Cass Samard. She's a fairly big artist at this point. I feel, but um, like she spends like months planning out her shot from Google Earth and like where she wants to be shooting, where she's shooting, like everything. Like you can do all that stuff, and of course she's like out hiking in the mountains and stuff. So it's a little bit easier to do in a 3D program, but like it's totally plausible to use these types of tools to like pre-visualize your shot before even doing it.
right. Well, yeah. Well, they're even Blind Chronicles we had on.
Yeah.
He I mean, he uses Google Earth to go places, and then he's like, "Oh, I like this. I'm going to paint this right on
Yep.
Google Earth." Like that's the technology we have these days. Fuck, we're so fucking lucky. I mean, there's a lot of shittiness going on these days as well, but I mean, we're so lucky with the technology that like it's really funny. I find with COVID, I really think that it was downplayed a lot. The fact that we had like Zoom meetings. I mean, people joke about that, right? Or like being able to video chat and stuff like that. Like, I think that saved a lot of people's asses. Probably drove a lot of people nuts. But I mean, to think about it, that we just like boom, just like that, you can connect and see all these people on your screens. You know, I was walking outside, fucking showing people my garden, right, and none of them were
Yeah.
here. It's dope. I think we're pretty lucky that way. Maybe that's just the
Well,
old guy coming out in me.
well, definitely like opened up an avenue for sharing more in life, I guess. Like I think again, my level of social media is different than everybody else's, but I was on Facebook since the day I came to my university's campus, and so my reaction to Facebook at this point is like, please keep it away. But there's people getting use out of it to stay connected to friends and family. I think before the pandemic, I think that I was able to catch up with what people actually were doing, and now I feel like I'm catching up with what people are eating or what their pets are doing. So, like the use change, it's changed,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I was just kind of making a comment on technology in general. Is kind of, I mean, there's lots of, I, you like fuck waiting at the waiting if you had to wait for a bus. How much more entertaining would that be nowadays as opposed to back in the day when you were just leaning up a plate glass and hanging out? Mind you, I guess we miss things too now.
well, I
Damn it!
mean,
Damn it!
there's that adage that says we're more distracted than ever, but then you look at photos of like New York City in the 20s, and there's a line for people like getting work or whatever, and everyone's just got their heads in the newspapers. So, I think we're all just doing the same thing we've always done. It's just more convenient,
Right. It's
more information at the fingertip.
it's digital. It's digital. How do
It's
you
so
feel?
cool.
Just a larger reach.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I like the other. I think the other thing about tools and technology is how you use them, right? Like there's so many people scared of AI. I get it, but if you learn how to use the tool, it's way less scary, and you learn the ins and outs of what's actually doing, and all of a sudden, this is a tool that artists can use to like pre-visualize, to do all sorts of other stuff like storyboarding, like all sorts of other you know things that would take artists a long, long time to do. So it's just
Mhm.
how to use the tool. Yeah, there's always going to be new shortcuts and new things out, but like I said before, it's just light painting became another oil paint and canvas for me, and AI I think is just the same thing. It's just a
Absolutely.
different skin.
What what do you think about this? There's a story going around, and I'm not sure how true it is, but they're saying that Samsung's latest phones, the cameras on their latest phones are so good at taking like pictures of the moon, specifically pictures of the moon, that what it's doing is it's not actually taking a picture of the moon. It's taking a picture of where the moon is, pulling that from AI, and then digitally inserting that AI picture of the moon into your photo without you knowing it and thinking that it's your native photo.
What?
Yeah, funny how technology works, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
see,
So
and
what do
right
you
as
think
we're
about
talking
And
AI,
then
that?
I'm sitting here like learning how to use the camera, trying to get a good fucking moon photo, and it's not easy. You
with
have to have the right equipment too. Like I bought a lens, almost $1,000 lens, just for taking like photos of the moon, and it's still not strong enough to really get what I want.
so
So
I have a
crazy
Oh, and
what
and
technology can bring, and that's where like some artists feel like, well, that's cheating. Well, is it, or is it just using the tool better?
right.
well, but if you don't
I don't
know
know.
that that's what the tool is doing, if you
That's a
don't
good
know
point.
that it's there, then like, do you agree with it,
That
or are you
sounds
like,
like some crazy conspiracy shit to me, though.
I mean, it's a fair point. I think you have a fair point there. I don't know how I feel when I hear it. Like, cool. Like, to me, it's just like, okay, now what can I do with that Samsung phone that I couldn't do before? Because someone mentioned an iPhone 14. I just got an iPhone 14 Plus after having a iPhone 6s for 12 years
Dude,
or
high
whatever it
five.
was, and I just wanted to get a camera in my phone that was like almost as good as my DSLR, and it pretty much is that at this point. So
Right, I just got one too, and I agree 100%. I took the photos. Willie will even tell you. I was like, Willie, this fucking thing. It's like, whoa.
dude, here, like, I love
right?
giving
But there's a difference
shortcuts and hints.
between just upgrading the lenses and then pulling software,
Yeah,
like changing the software on the software side of it to actually like re-edit your photo for you.
Yeah, here's an iPhone hack that I just found, and I don't know if you guys know this at all. So I wanna relay it to anyone who's got an iPhone.
all right.
The new iPhone software now, if you go into your photos, if you select a subject, say like a dog or a person, and kind of hover, like maybe long click it, it will cut
Oh,
out that
cut it out.
fucking thing, and you can copy and paste it, and paste just that into a text message, and send just the subject without the
Yeah,
background.
it works best with photos taken in portrait mode too.
Sure, but you
Um,
can, like, I've legit like had photos from like the back in the day, and it just does it anyway. It doesn't even
Yeah.
need to take the photo.
well, and the Google Pixel has been doing that for a couple versions, I think, and they also have something where
The
like on the
eraser.
Google Pixel where it erases stuff for you, right?
Yeah.
So you can like just hover
Yeah.
over that and like
I never
have it
worried
erase
about
it.
that too much because I have Photoshop knowledge. But
There you go.
Well,
like, I get it.
and well, and my point with that is like that's still a tool that
Yep.
exists that you're using,
Oh yeah,
right?
for
That's
sure.
that's not something that's being done without your knowledge,
Hmm.
like an AI picture of the moon
I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's
I
that
crazy,
you
think
man.
don't know is AI.
that's
That
voodoo.
kind
Willie,
of fun
we
with it.
gotta look into that whole Samsung thing, Willie. That sounds like a whole bunch of voodoo.
Well, I
See,
mean
did you?
that's why I specifically bring it up tonight because MVD you've been talking about taking pictures of the moon and stuff, and we've kind of touched on AI a little bit, so that's why I kind of wanted your take on it. And like,
Mhm.
do you think that's real? Do you think that might be something that's going on? Like you said, it's extremely difficult to take a photo of the moon. So
So, how do I say this? I'm not big into participation trophies. So, one of my problems with it is just the knowledge that people don't have. Like, I think if you walk into it knowing what it's doing, like, I feel better about it. But like, I get caught up sometimes where, like, oh, look at this picture I took with my phone. I have no idea how it did it or anything. And then I'm like, oh yeah, well, I know exactly what I'm doing with my camera, and I still can't get the fucking photo. So there's like that kind of like rub point there. But the other point, I mean, that's what accessibility is all about, right? Like, being able to like advance this stuff and make more people have something in their pockets that they can be creative with. Um, Problem is that the question is, are they being creative with it if they're taking a moonshot? I don't know, but I mean, the fact that they can go out and want to do it means that they're probably having to touch a blade of grass at some point, which is probably a good thing.
it could
So,
it could
like,
spark some creativity somewhere else.
I think that, I mean, it's just like one of those like dichotomies, right? Like, there's like plenty of good things about it, and then there's this other part of it that seems unfair in ways.
Gonna be haters, gonna be lovers of it. I
Yeah.
My best photo that I've ever taken of the moon. I have a very nice telescope, and this kind of touches back onto that. Just because you have a telescope doesn't mean you can go out and look at shit whenever you want, because Mother Nature will always have other
Yeah.
ideas,
Well,
right? But
also, weird statistic is there was a point in time where most telescopes sold in the world were sold in New York City.
that was
So,
probably to look at other people, I would imagine. What the hell else can you look at? But I this was probably about 15 years ago, so a very old iPhone. But I had my telescope set up, and then I had my iPhone over the eyepiece, and I remember I just held the iPhone just at the right spot, and I got just a dope shot
Oh
of the
yeah.
moon. But again, that's just like your $1,000 lens, right? Like I have
Hey.
a $1,500 lens, basically, is what I have.
Yep. I did that. I actually was messing with that the other day. I was actually trying to take a shot of a bird, but the stupid thing flew away before I got my camera really out and set up, like usual. But I had stuff out, and I was just like using my lens and my phone together, and just kind of messing with it. And you could totally, kind
Yeah.
of use those things together in a way. And if nothing else, it's like using the viewfinder, like with the cell phone camera, like right up to it, totally works. You can totally see really good things on the camera, that way.
Yeah, no, it worked. It worked really well. I still show people that photo to this day. It was really, really awesome. Looking at the moon is dope.
Oh, for sure.
A different world.
Well,
Like people
like
been
that's
there.
why, like, if you really like stars and stuff like that, go find yourself a good dark sky area. Um, like most of us are by city lights and shit like that, and we just don't appreciate what the sky really looks like.
Yeah,
There's so much light pollution, and that's something I've had to learn too. Like with doing Milky Way shots, is that's doing it in the downtown area ain't gonna happen. So just being able to know where good locations for Milky Way and capturing those types of things. There's lots of tools out there to help you find those things, but.
yeah. There's lots of places that put. Well, I know around my city. I live in a city of 1.5 million people, and they outside of the city now they're designating
Dark area.
dark areas, right? Because they're disappearing, and well
Yeah.
around big cities anyways. But yeah, I'm out of my cabin. My cabin is out in the middle of nowhere, and whenever I have people come there, that's when we're sitting up by the campfire. Eventually, somebody will just lean back in their chair and look up and go, "Holy shit! There's
Yep.
more."
Yep.
My favorite thing they say is, "There's more stars out here." No, no, there's the same
But
amount of stars.
Yeah.
the
No. You're
the
just not.
cabin is in Big Sky Country, is it not?
No, it's not. It's in the mountains.
No, is it in Montana?
Just above it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
they call Montana, Big Sky Country.
Yeah. I mentioned I was up at Hurricane Ridge up in Olympic National Park, and like you can like legitimately see space junk moving in the sky up there.
Totally.
So I'm like, so they have this like dark sky program. They I think it's like the guy who runs a campground or something in the area built this huge telescope, right? Like big, powerful thing. You can see like Saturn like amazingly, like the rings and shit. So anyway, we're up there, and I there's no service up there either, right? But I have this like Sky Guide app or something on my phone, and it's working. And like we're just seeing all these things move, and it's like it's not moving like a star. And I start capturing it on the app, and it's like this Russian fuselage from 1970, whatever. This Chinese rocket booster from 62, like just all of a sudden, the stuff that we started seeing was the space junk
Yeah.
because it was stuff that was moving in accordance to all the other stars that were bright as shit, but they were, not moving.
That's a.
It did appeared like they weren't moving, right?
What was that? That was Sky Tracker or something you said that was called?
Hold on.
That's
Yeah, we
dope.
see satellites
Sky.
a lot,
Sky Guide.
Sky Guide. Okay, wait.
but
Don't
now I
I
wonder if
think I
those
have that one.
satellites that we
Hey guys,
see
the guy was
are
yelling
junk.
at me and telling me to shut my phone off. And I'm like, but you don't understand. I'm exploring this universe right now. Shut up.
Look at the space
Yeah.
junk, man.
Tell me what
Like
to do.
his big thing was like, well, you're bringing blue light on your phone and it's ruining your eyesight, so you can't see stuff as well.
Bro, I got my
Like,
blue light settings turned off. All right.
but here's the thing: it's got a whole red mode.
Yeah, we're in night mode.
So
No blue
there's a
light.
whole night mode on it now that I didn't even know that it had at that point. But like, yeah, it's pretty cool because you can just like have the red light mode on or night mode or whatever, and it does not mess with your eyesights at all. So like when you're out there looking for stuff, it's really easy just to like
That's dope.
and then you like pick it up and you can like get information about everything, and then like nice descriptions of what the different planets are and everything.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah,
had one that did the planets and the constellations, but I didn't have one that tracked the space junk. And I had the space station tracking one too, because
hmm
at my cabin, the space station quite regularly cruises over that area, and fuck, when that flies over, that's dope. Have you guys, just because we're on this topic now, have you guys seen the have you seen all the what are they, Skynet, the Elon Musk satellites? Have you ever seen
so
those?
I've caught it over us in Iowa before. I have not been able to get shots of it yet, but I have seen that sucker move.
It's so wacky, man.
Yeah, it's pretty wacky, man. It's pretty
Yeah,
crazy,
the
but
Well,
that's what our whole like.
how do you know it's those satellites? Though?
oh,
There's a ton of
they're in a
satellites
line.
out
There's like 50 of them in a
Because,
line, dude.
yeah, they just moved all in concert together,
Oh yeah.
so
there.
it's
Oh,
it's a little
okay.
freaky. You're like, oh my god, the UFOs are coming
Yeah.
right now, and then you're like, oh wait, that's Starlink.
Well, the first time I saw it, we were kind of up on a hill by my cabin and like kind of on like in the prairie kind of area, and then they started coming over, and I just kind of go, "What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?" And then one of the kids went, "Oh, that's the Tesla thing or whatever," and I'm like,
Yeah,
"Oh."
yeah.
And I knew about it, but it's like I had never seen it before. And then, like, yeah, no, if when you see that, it is unmistakable, which is kind of creepy. Because could you imagine if it ever becomes like that, where like that's just what the sky looks like at night? We're just gonna have streams of that kind of
I
crap up
mean,
there.
it already is.
Well, dude, like
Well,
here's the thing, like we're missing so much of the sky already from the aforementioned like light pollution that like I don't know, like people will notice it, but like there's already like there's a movie out, Don't Look Up or whatever it is. Like I don't know, like I feel like most people just don't give a shit about what's in the sky. But like to me, that's where all the adventure and the exploration is.
it's infinite and it's getting bigger, right? Like I was just gonna say,
Well, that's what they say, but how do we know?
right? I don't know. Well, I thought it was kind of interesting when we started talking about AI a few minutes ago, and then AI Machina came in. I'm just wondering,
I noticed that too.
right? I mean,
Shout out AI Machina.
absolutely. Thanks for coming
Oh
in. Jay's
no,
in here too. We got Jay down there. Jay popped in to listen to us as well tonight.
they're listening and watching. Oh no.
That's all right. AI Machina seems to be doing some good stuff. But
You guys do know that if you don't teach AI bad things, it won't learn bad things.
Yeah, but you have to trust the rest of the world on that one.
Yeah, no,
That's
they're
the
already trying to teach
problem.
bad things.
I,
Yeah,
and I don't trust that.
no.
Question my neighbor.
Right.
That's been fucking dope. Well, I definitely wanted to read. We didn't mention it earlier, but definitely not kicking you out or telling you got to go or anything like that. But definitely feel free to bow out if you have IRL stuff you got to do. If you got to go to sleep, if not, stick around. We're here. We'll definitely chat more. I'm sure more questions will come along if they're not already on deck. And if anybody else here who's been listening in tonight with MVD, if you have any questions you'd like to ask him, please feel free to put your hand up and step up and come up and chat. Love to have you. A little more input. You wouldn't have to listen to Willie and I's voices anymore.
Yeah, you guys are just droning. They're all just sleeping right now.
I know they are.
That brown noise you guys were talking about earlier, right?
I know Findle's not. He was telling me about he was making his or started to make his own light brushes at one point in time.
Sweet. I want to see them.
Yeah, no, and they're
We'll bring him up here.
now. And Fendel's going to come up. And,
Spent a couple of days trying to help him get.
can
back
Fendel
into
come
his
up?
space
This is the
a little bit
question.
quicker.
Will Fendel be able to come up? Ho!
Go Flames! What's going on?
Go,
Hey, buddy.
go Flames! What are you, sick? Oh, and Fendel lost his connection again. Bye.
No.
No.
MVD, super nice to meet you. Like, I love your work, brother. Super cool. I totally like randomly 2 weeks ago like put out this tweet that said, "Are there any light painters in Tezos?" Swear to God.
I know.
Like I didn't even know you were coming on the program. I was like, "Oh shit, cool."
Yeah, well, I'm out here. Like I don't know. I've been going through some health stuff over the last year, so I've been here, but I'm like not pounding the rock as hard as I probably could. But yeah, and I was like really thrilled for the opportunity to come out and talk about my stuff a little bit.
That's so awesome. I was wondering if like you could talk more about like making tools. Like I've been light painting since about 2019.
Sweet.
And I just having fun. Actually, some of my early like mints are my light paintings, but I'm more of a music guy. And but I really enjoyed making like light brushes with fiber optics, and like I made a couple light sticks and stuff, and like just had a lot of fun like finding unique places to do some light painting. But I was wondering if you could like talk about other tools that you've made and things that you've like enjoyed using.
Oh man, I wish I had. I mean, I wish I had stuff in front of me because honestly, like I spoke a little bit earlier, like the light tubes were like a big innovation, but I those weren't like wasn't really my innovation. I innovated off of it, but
Mm-hmm.
like really, I was just like at one point just finding anything that I could throw a battery in that would make a light trail, and then what kind of light trail does it make? So I was hitting like dollar stores up, um, the Walmart clearance aisles, like just like the most random places that you might find something for next to nothing, right?
Totally.
And then like, all right, so I got this. Now what do I do with it? So like I for example, I found like a little like a bike light that strap on the back of your light or the back of your, and it's like the tail light or whatever. Well, that ended up working like really awesome to strap on a tube. So all of a sudden, something that was not really meant for that purpose became something that was like an added um, option, for stuff later.
So
So yeah, go ahead.
I got a question. A lot of bike lights have like a flashing mode.
Yeah.
How well does a flashing mode like that work in a light painting?
Well, like you can use it to your advantage. I mean, I've used a lot of flashing mode in my flashlights. It's just what do you do with it. So like I don't know if I have anything minted like right up front that I can say as an example because I tend to like go for the continuous line a little bit more than the flashing. Um, it's just an aesthetic thing for me, but you can definitely use the flashing to your advantage. For example, like if you're making a circle, you could have like that flash on the outside. Right. And so then it could be just like a little dotted line on the outside of your circle that's all light painted inside of it. So there's definitely like
Okay.
ways to use that flashing to your advantage. Or maybe you have your, like if you're still making that circle and you've got that bike light on, right? You have that bike light set to continuous and you have your flashlight flashing. So the inner part of it, it looks like an array kind of like of lines that create the circle, but then you have that one consistent outline that actually creates kind of the circle itself. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It does to me.
So yeah, I think it's just about like what can you do with it? Like okay, it flashes. It's obviously not going to make a continuous line, but sometimes that's
Right.
like that's great. Like I think like if you want like a good example of flashing lights, like we were talking about Tezo stuff earlier, right? And like some of my early stuff, um
Well,
trying to get like
the butterfly
the
wing, was that done with
yeah, the
flashing?
butterfly or even the Kindred Sprites series, like the very early series. Like that's just my light stick and there's a lot of flashing to it. And that's the other thing cool about LEDs is they've got this like they're not actually continuous lights. There's a pulse to them. There's a wave to them, and so like one of the cool things is if you move that LED light really slow, it looks like a continuous light. But then you move it fast, and it appears like it's blinking. So there's like all this meta
Yeah.
to the LEDs that people just don't really understand, and I think that think of the Kindred Sprite series kind of shows that the best because you have a mix of like straight, continuous lines, but then it bursts apart and creates the dotted lines as well. So
Hmm. I've heard that with that was something with animals and televisions, like with early models of LED TVs and stuff like that. That it would because animals see different animals see in different frames per second than we do.
hmm
So in the early versions of like flat screen TVs, I guess it was quite torturous to certain animals, like birds. I think was the one thing they brought up because the flashing of the LEDs, because like you said, that
yep,
LEDs aren't usually
it's not a
solid.
continuous light. There's
Yeah,
a flashing kind of pattern to them. It's just so quickly you don't notice it.
yeah.
And I mean that stuff works with all sorts of things in the world. Have you ever seen like? I think it's a helicopter, maybe 24 frames per second or something
Where
like
the
that, and
rotors go
it
backwards.
Goes
appears like
backwards.
it's like not moving at all, and like
Yeah.
yeah, the blades look like they're moving backwards and stuff like that. So like there's all sorts of weird tricks with waves and resonance that
Yeah. I
especially with
love.
LEDs that you can like actually use that to your advantage with light painting. Whereas like flashlights, I mean, you can't do anything about that. It's just a really strong LED doing
I
that. So
love I love the use of strobe on rotating objects, like on RPM objects. It's just so fun to like make a fan blade or something go backwards by the
um,
way it looks by the use of a strobe light. I'm
and
sure
and then
Vince
you
is really familiar with
my, my
mechanics tools and stuff like that.
my favorite thing to do with fans is really just do the Darth Vader voice like Chris Farley. But I get your point.
The younger generation won't know. So Darth Vader was actually a character that was in the second half of the Star Wars series. Never
Right, right.
mind.
So MVD, are you triggering your photos with a trigger, or are you using a phone?
So I just ordered an Arsenal, whatever that is, like the phone thing.
Hmm.
Hopefully I'll get that in a couple months. So I'm excited to figure out what I can do with that, and because like one of the things that you find out with like the remote triggers is you have like a limited space that you can shoot from
Right.
because of the radio wave that is basically using to trigger it. But I'm using a remote. I think it's the easiest because it's just you set your because like I'll spend 5-10 minutes like getting reference photos, and sometimes I'm working towards like animating, trying to animate more of my stuff. It's not my thing right now yet, but like so I'll take a bunch of reference photos that I can even use to like use as the backdrop to animate on top of. So like a lot of it is just getting like the shot set up, and as long as I'm not shooting through the blue hour where the light's changing like really rapidly,
Hmm.
usually you set up your settings and I'm just good to rock for half hour, however I'm shooting. So definitely trigger comes in like really handy because I just every 10-15 shots and I'll go check and make sure that like things are sharp and things look okay. But um, I think if I had my phone on me, then I wouldn't have to go to the camera as much, and I could actually pull off some stuff solo from a further distance. That would be the I think advantage of that. But
Hmm.
I just don't know yet. I have some ideas of some stuff that would be kind of more long distance shots. And I definitely have the equipment to do it. It's just that I can't trigger my camera by myself at this point. So we'll see
Dig
what
it.
happens when I get that when I get that thing. But
I would love to know like how that works out.
yeah,
Um,
and I talked about earlier too. Like this started kind of as a social idea, like getting other people involved and just being behind the camera. But like now that I'm so like into it, it's just like I spend more time just out with people, like helping them like with their moves and showing them how to swing and not stay still and stuff like that. So like having that clicker is invaluable because sometimes I'll just hand it to somebody else and say, "You do the clicking. You decide when things
right.
start and stop." And and they get people more involved that way too, of rather than just like aimlessly swinging lights around, which I made fun of kind of earlier with a tweet of like little lightsaber swinging like an idiot. But I mean, you can totally do that stuff. It's totally fine to be an idiot and just swing stuff around. You just have to do it.
I've had a lot of fun actually with family and friends. Like staying here, swinging the light.
Yeah, like
the light around.
It's a weird thing because like I don't know, like I come from a family who's very not into the art world. We're very rural in ways. I don't say that in a bad way. It's just we're not in the art world at all. So with me, like kind of going down the fine art world, like we haven't had a whole lot to talk about or things that they really understand when it comes to why I want to create or make things until we were down at my parents' cabin and I forced everyone to just and everyone had that begrudgingly we're doing what, yeah. And then we get out there and my nephews and niece are just like eating it up and everyone's laughing, having a good time, swinging lights like an idiot. And then because then they're getting the iterative process. They swing the lights, oh, what does it look like? Oh, let me try this. Oh, let me try this. And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, I'm tired. It's time to shut it down. Let's go to bed now. So it was a really cool thing to get them involved and see like their interaction and actually having something in common with them that I'm passionate about, which kind of pretty cool.
Yeah, that is super cool. I've had some of those same kinds of interactions with family and friends. My friend actually like took a few of those photos that I made of his son, like with like the fiber optics and and like framed a couple of them. It was really sweet. But yeah, super super fun. I love that kind of connection, that light painting brings, and pretty fun with kids, right?
Yeah, like at first, I think like the thing that was scary to him was like because we were using some sparklers and stuff just to like spice it up a little bit. And they hadn't really like had experience with that. But then once they got past that, I think like, and we were just swinging lights, they just like really bought into it. And it's funny because they'll ask my parents sometimes to like when they're down there with them, hey, can we do that light painting thing like Michael did? And so they'll try to make their own out with the phones and stuff like that. So it's cool that they've like been able to like take the creative suggestion from me. That's something I'm proud of.
That is super cool.
It's almost
And when
like
you go out now, are you working by yourself, or do you have somebody else that you work with?
So I've had a few confidants that have gone out with me. Like one of my best friends, he'll go out and like once I get stuff set up, he'll just go. He doesn't even need me. Like he'll rely on me to set up the camera and those settings and stuff like that. But once it started, he'll pick up the controller and just go. So, but like before I kind of gone through some of the health stuff, like the real goal and mission was to do this solo, like at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
So that way because like I've always like loved nature in my own way and wanted to get out into more of it, and being kind of stuck in Iowa, never really got to Yosemite or the national parks really and stuff like that until I was older. And then it became like I visited Yosemite and I had just started doing this stuff, but I didn't take anything with me. I didn't even think to light paint in Yosemite. But my God, I wish I would have. So now it's like, it's almost like for me, like something I want to do when I travel because it's just part of what I do and how I experience a place. Because I was talking earlier there, like I try to meditate a little bit before shooting and just really get the feel of the location and just feel the spirit of what's moving or whatever. And I just it's so much more exciting to do that solo, and just be in that environment and block everything else out. It's just like kind of asking, what do you want to paint with somebody else? Not always, but I mean there are times where that's appropriate. And I think that my original idea of making this something super social just got flipped on its head because of the scenario of the pandemic, and now it's become something like super personal as well. So uh, I'm totally open. Like when I was up at East Denver, we went out in the backyard and we there's somebody that was there that could swing some fire, so we did some of that and swung some lights and got people involved. Just not really involved swinging, but they were just watching. It's like, what are you doing? And then I was starting to picked up the camera and started to show some of the results afterwards. Like, wait, you shot that? Even like Laser Lou was just like, what? You just took that tonight? That was tonight? What? You did that? What? So I think it just like catches people a little bit surprised on like, oh yeah, you can go out and do very quickly get some pretty cool results.
That's beautiful, man.
That is awesome.
I feel like we need that on the catamaran this year in Miami.
Right?
Fitz, what do you think?
Yeah, fuck.
Someone swinging fire and MVD taking light painting shots.
Mm-hmm. So that everybody at the end of it can go, what?
Yeah, out on the harbor.
And then everybody walks with an NFT.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
catamaran in Miami.
What do they call those POAPs? POAP? Proof of...
Yeah.
Pope? The POAP. We probably can't call it a pope. Call it a Pope. Rome will be coming after you.
Bro,
the Vatican.
So a buddy and I went to I'm Not Art in Chicago. It's been a while ago, but like it was like pretty early before when they opened up. And if you don't know, they're just like an NFT gallery in Chicago, but it's significant because it's the only one. But we were talking about the POAP situation, and we were just roasting, like coming up with all the ideas of what we could do with like if we just came up with our own popes. And then we thought about it and like, yeah, we shouldn't do that. We're going to be excommunicated for sure.
I don't know. It'd probably be a hot seller with the rest of the world.
Well, it's just funny because like we live in a world of acronyms, and this is something that like the layperson doesn't notice a lot. But like I've been in Fortune 500 newspaper industry for a while. Everything's a damn acronym, and then like the acronyms don't stay the same, and they change, and then the meanings change, and then you're like, what does this even mean anymore? So then when we like that was half of the riff of the POAPs, because like what does it even mean?
Right? Yeah, it's proof of attendance protocols, right?
Yeah, but like, okay, cool. What does it actually mean? Oh, you showed up to an event. It's a ticket stub, basically. Okay, cool.
Yeah, or like maybe to have a memory of something.
Yeah, no, it's a cool idea. I don't get the monetary values of having to attend something, but anyway, that's my problem.
I get it.
No, I'm kind of with you.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you.
Well, I mean,
know, we live in a world that's all show me, right? Like, show me what I've done, or like prove it to me, or like make me feel impressed. And like shit, I just want my art to speak for itself. Like, and just on the other side of that, I just want to be a cool dude, and just be a good person. So the rest of it is all kind of bullshit, in my opinion.
I definitely think you've covered cool dude, and I think you're a pretty good person, 100%.
Well, the cool dude is really covered by my love of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm just going to be awesome.
Dude, and pizza?
Dude, you put the two things together, how can you not be the coolest person? I mean, I'm just saying.
Cowabunga.
All right. Oh,
radical.
They were the good old days, man. The good old days.
Yeah, before they bastardized it like 12 times. But
not just pizza pops.
Oh, dude,
come on.
Personal pan pizzas from Pizza Hut from the bucket because the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were promoting it.
Right.
They're my age.
Right. There you are. There's your age. Well, we probably all have you beat anyway, so it don't matter.
Hey, I didn't need a Blink 182 song to describe it, so.
Dude, my life wrote the Blink 182 songs, for Christ's sakes.
Oh man, what a time in fucking history.
Thinking about pizza pops.
I can't stand Blink 182. I don't know what you're going to talk about.
No, I've never really cared.
I can't either. That's what I'm saying. It's quite a time in history.
Yeah.
Hello, I know you.
So what was it? Didn't he? What was his name? Tom DeLonge, or he fucked off from Blink 182 to go like pursue.
One of them's an alien chaser,
Alien
right?
Race.
Yeah, the alien. Yeah, that was Tom.
Yeah.
I thought that was his name was Tom DeLonge. I could be wrong,
Yeah.
but it was
No,
the
I
lead
think you're
singer. Yeah.
I think that's
Close enough.
right.
I mean,
Come on, all right. Let's change the mode because we can't be talking about this shit during a night train. Come
Blink 182.
it's my fault. I brought this shit up. It's my fault.
I don't know.
I
We
mean,
talked
the
about
only
anything.
the only thing to make this worse is talk about Limp Bizkit or Creed. So let's not go there.
Hey,
Well-
don't be talking about Limp Bizkit.
Well,
I like Limp Bizkit.
See, I was gonna say out of the three that we just talked about, I would accept Limp Bizkit as the better, and it's
Well,
because
yeah,
Wes
okay, sure.
Wes Borland's pretty fucking. I mean, Wes Borland's a pretty dope.
Right, but
motherfucker.
then you have Fred Durst. So then
He looks like some old guy that goes and sits in a McDonald's at 6 in the
How
morning and drinks coffee all
funny
day.
is that shit though? Like seriously though, that's like the perfect thing. Like yeah,
He's owning that shit. Like though, I mean,
I'm totally owning it. He's still Fred Durst.
but yeah, I was gonna say too. Like, I mean, even back in the day, I do remember multiple interviews with Fred Durst, and he's like, whatever. He's like, I don't even know. He's like, I don't even know why I'm popular or whatever. He's like, I'm riding the wave. I'm like, I'm here for my 5 minutes of fame. Like, he's like, he didn't even care.
Yeah,
And
him
here he
those
is.
Cookies,
Here he is 5 minutes later.
right?
5 minutes later.
5 minutes later, he's still here. I got, I don't know if y'all, I'm just kind of proud of this. I got tickets to go see Social Distortion.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that'll be pretty good.
Yeah, I think you like that.
I think it'll be good. I was pretty happy. Good old fashioned punkish kind of tunes. Them kids doing that thing that are like 50, 60 years old now.
Yeah, calling them kids is a little off, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah, right? Oh, they were. I mean, they were when I was fucking. Well, I guess they were older than me when I was young too, but whatever. Still, yep. I got tickets the other. I got a ticket the other day to go see them. I'm pretty pumped about that. Actually, they're one of the bands from back in the day that I never saw. What kind of tunes do you listen to? Are you more of a like? I mean, obviously, when I look at your, and this is a question, obviously, to MVD. That when I look at your stuff, I mean, I'm thinking EDM, and we're raving, we're having a good time, but I don't know. Do you?
Man, that's such a hard question because I'm all over the place. But yeah,
Cool.
there's definitely. I wouldn't say I'm like huge into like EDM, but definitely into electronic music. Like I got a bass and blues. Like I play blues music on guitar, so like I listen to a lot of BB and Freddie and the Kings.
Sure.
But then like that gets into jam bands. So I was a huge Government Mule fan. Still am. I got to check them out while they played Dark Side of the Moon, and associated Pink Floyd stuff at Red Rocks a few years ago. That was epic, of the utmost importance in my life. Yeah, I don't know. I'm all over. I like a lot of instrumental music. I collect vinyl. I've got about 1,000 records.
Cool.
So it spans
Healthy collection.
all over the place. I love hip hop too. I'm big into like MF Doom and hieroglyphics, that kind of era. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of all over the place with music, but man, if it's got a good beat and we're in a good groove.
I really appreciate that, because that's what I connect with. Like, I was a DJ for many years in my life, and even before that, I loved all kinds of music. My parents got me into music and handed me down their albums and everything like that, and I just being all over the place is where it's at. I really think, and I'm sure Fendel would agree with this, and Willie probably agree. Lots of people probably here agree with it. But I mean, having a broad spectrum of music is where it's at. If you are somebody that's stuck with one genre and one way, and that's how you are, I don't believe it, and I'll never believe it. I'll never fucking go to some goth.
I do. They're called country fans.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't appreciate. Like, I grew up listening to country. but I can't stand it anymore because like the country today is not like the country I grew up with. Like
Yeah, the country today is pop
it
music
turned
with
into
a southern accent.
No.
it turned into party country and into like rich country, and like I just don't have much appreciation for that. But I think like the one part is, and I'm not trying to say this to be mean, and it's definitely not like true across the board, but like there's a lot of stuff that I talk about with people I teach at work about growth mindset versus a non-growth mindset, and like if you listen to the same thing for 20 years, I'm going to guess that you probably don't have a growth mindset. But if you're open to listening to music and
Yeah.
have a constantly shuffling playlist of different stuff, my guess is that you're probably constantly learning, you're constantly growing, and constantly, putting out better work on a consistent basis because you're open to it.
That's why I love Texadelic. I'm gonna shout out Texadelic right there. He's always putting out some killer new playlists of stuff I've just never even heard of. I'm like, oh, this is great.
You gotta be. I mean, you can always. You gotta be. You gotta be open mind. I mean, the growth. Yeah, I love that. I actually wrote that timestamp down because I like that. What you said there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that to be mean because it's not like directly across the board or anything like that. But I just think that there's like, there's this thing about being open, and a lot of people say that they're open, but like what they actually do is not that, and so like, I just think it's a good like a little piece of like evidence of, or do you have a growth mindset or not? Because like I'm not saying that like I'm perfect or anything like that, but like I get stuck on a few pieces of music for a few months, and then I have to move on to something else,
Sure.
but then I come back to it a little bit later, and oh my god, I have to listen to this 20 times again, just because it was so good. But um, I'm constantly finding something else that trips my fancy. It doesn't necessarily take the shine away from anything else, but it's just fun to like explore, and I think that part of it, is there are people who are explorers and people who are not, and the people who are explorers typically have more of that growth mindset.
They have a shuffle playlist, not just Led Zeppelin.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with like hours upon hours of Zeppelin.
Yeah, I know, but I worked with a
if
Led.
you're doing that every day for weeks, yeah, maybe you need a little hip hop in your life.
I worked
you
with
to have a little dance party.
When I was DJing. I worked with a guy that was a lead head, and
we got to get the lead out every Tuesday and Thursday.
Oh, fuck. Well, we worked at schools like the core of our video dances and the DJing that I did was junior high and high schools. Like it was just that was it. That was the big. I did live shows. We did weddings as well, and bar mitzvahs, and company Christmas parties, and all kinds of production and stuff like that. But the core was always schools, and man, like it was miserable for him to work at a school because there was no hope in hell you were ever playing a Led Zeppelin song, except for at the
where
end.
Did you ever play a Led Zeppelin song as a DJ like that anyway?
At the end of every high school dance, I probably for damn near my whole, I don't know, I think that was about 12 years that I did that kind of stuff. I played Stairway to Heaven because we had the live version. It was 11 minutes long, and I could tear down 2/3 of my show before the song.
There you go.
But
There it is. Yeah.
But
I got to the point where like there's some songs that are like Stairway that are just like I've heard so much.
Oh, to kill them.
And they have so much meaning too, like in their own little ways that like if I hear it on the radio, I shut it off. And that sounds really fucking ridiculous, but I choose when I want to hear Stairway, not the radio.
Mm-hmm. I think if you love that band that much, you might as well just start playing drums. There it is. It is.
Yes, I agree. Because the world really does need more drummers because everyone wants to be a goddamn guitarist.
Perfect. Just be that. There you go.
If we had more Bonhams, man.
There you go. That's all we need is more John Bonhams
right?
All day.
Oh, wait, you guys weren't talking about Jason? What the fuck?
I thought we were talking about Jason.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
I like. Okay. I'll say this: there's no one else that I'd wanted to play drums in the Led Zeppelin tribute when they go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. However, I don't know if I'm going to spend my money to go see Jason Bonham.
No, sure fuck. That was actually so. This lead head that I worked with, Jerry, that was his big story. He loved to tell that. And when you went to his place, he showed you the hat. He had a hat that Jason Bonham signed, but he's like, "Did you see, man? He signed it, J Bonham." I was like, oh, "Yeah,
He's no dummy.
yeah."
Well, yeah, like if I could like sign my dad's name that was 10 times more famous than I'll ever be, I'd probably try to get away with it
Yeah,
too.
right. It was so funny. But
Yeah, if I was Frank Mercury, I'd sign it F Mercury too.
Yeah, no shit.
I remember the one day that I really came through with him, and I mean, this was eons ago. There was no smartphones. The fucking internet fucking wasn't even around when I first started working with this dude. Well, it was around, but not in everyday life. But I read in a Billboard magazine about like Led Zeppelin, about the argument about them being a blues band or whatever, like originally, and how it was whatever. So I remember I brought that up to him, sitting in the truck, on a road trip going somewhere, and I was like, "Hey, man, so I hear like Led Zeppelin's actually a blues band." Well, fuck, I cracked the egg. That was the biggest thing in the world that I could have ever have said to him. Like, we finally became cool homies.
I thought that ruined it. I was like, what?
No.
Well, because that was probably before the internet, so you couldn't tell him like, hey, like, do you see how much blatant rip off there is from early blues artists?
Oh yeah,
in all the Led Zeppelin
and
songs?
they will tell you that.
Sorry, were we talking Greta Van Fleet?
Yeah, my brother knows I'm big into music and stuff, and he's like, "Oh, dude," and this is years ago, but he's like, "Dude, there's a new Led Zeppelin out. You got to hear it." And I'm like, "This is the new Led Zeppelin. You can have it." No thanks.
Right? You can't redo that.
Like, come on, like, trust me, I would love to be the one that could write Dark Side of the Moon too, but that shit just ain't happening. All right, it just needs to be left alone.
Yeah.
You know, there's just certain things that you don't have to be Led Zeppelin. Be who you are.
Yeah.
You know, and that's I think that's like the perfect like encapsulation of like my journey is like I'm just like I finally found like this light painting thing is like part of who I am. Like, and it was really cool when I had my first solo show. Like, people could actually see like, man, you're really into this, aren't you? Yeah, I am. And so I was, it was just cool that like people actually could see that passion that really didn't see it before in other stuff.
Well, I mean, I think and definitely in this Web3 world, it's something that, it's something that you don't see, right? People,
because everyone's after a buck, right? Like, everyone wants to be like successful, but how do you define that? Like, I've always cared about the work more than the dollar that comes from the work. Yeah. So like, and again, like I have a full-time job that pays the bills. So like that definitely influences my perspective. But
yeah, and the dollar has always been the barometer, the measure of the success, right? So without sales or something like that, how else do you measure it?
What Tezos?
Damn straight. God bless the Tezos.
So I don't know much about you guys, but I know that you talk a lot about Tezos. Are you guys multi-chain or like Tezos only, or where are you guys at?
I had a big fallout with Ethereum, and I dig the vibe. I fucked around with Sol a little bit, but I don't know. It just really wasn't working for me at the time. Like, that was about a year ago. I just find the people in Tez, like, just like you said about how you're a person that loves to share your experience and wants to teach people and tell them how you did things and to help them along, right? Where that's what I feel really encompasses Tezos. And I mean, you could not be on Tezos and still be that person, of course, but that's where I'm at with Tez. There is an ass load of really great art on this chain. It comes in at reasonable prices. It comes in basically as much as you want to pay. It's a good launching point for artists too. It gives them an experience. I mean, you talked about gas fees like that when you minted that one piece for that guy, right? Like that's all of our first experiences is like fucking gas fees. Like last week, MemXCI was telling us about like the same kind of thing where like she fucking the first piece she minted costed her like whatever it costed, right? And like that's shitty.
Yeah.
So even if people want to say like Ethereum's the big show, like I mean really when you're on Ethereum and you're up there and you're selling great on Ethereum, I guess you're doing great because you're selling for more. But I mean, at least Tezos gives people the opportunity to try stuff out too, right? Like, I mean, one day, like I'm sure my did I say Ethereum twice there? I might have. But anyways, but one day my Tezos wallet is going to be worth something because it's going to have people that eventually ended up on whatever the blockchain is that's popular of the day. People be going, holy shit, they have stuff on Tez. And I'm going to be charged 100,000 Tez.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you just said. I've like really pushed to be multi-chain. Paper Buddha's really kind of laid the ground print there for that for me. I think that someone who's not really selling a ton all the time because I just don't have the attention to shill constantly and get do that marketing piece. Like just being able to have the opportunities on the different chains, and I definitely treat them differently to kind of what you're saying, because I think that there's more risk you can take on Tezos for sure without paying for it, right? Like you take that risk on Ethereum and oh shit, there goes my gas fee and all that. But I don't know. Soul is kind of an interesting one to me because I see a lot of one art there, a lot of photography, a lot of like stuff that seems like good art, whereas like there's less of that PFP trying to like get the quick win type stuff going on in Soul, but just like
Same on
it feels
Tez
like
too. There's not a
it just
lot of
feels like the
PFP projects on
community
Tez.
isn't there in Soul yet. Like I'm sure there is, but I just haven't connected with a ton of people who are like souls away, But like Tez, on the other hand, like the culture is like one of the best parts of it.
It
Yeah,
is.
and as we kind of touched at the very beginning of the space about like Sotheby's and keeping women and minorities and things like that kind of out of the picture. Like you see that a lot more on ETH with some of the higher platforms. Manifold's kind of trying to break that, I
Yeah,
guess, by making it really easy to build your own contracts and things. Um, so they're trying, they're definitely working against that, but it's there on ETH. It's been pointed out repeatedly, and it's because of the low gas fees and the easy minting and things like that on Tez, before Manifold made it so easy. Um, those barriers weren't there on Tezos, so you have a much more organic artist network. Um,
yeah.
and then,
Well,
like you
and
said, that there's not a lot of PFPs.
I mean, there's some, but I
Yeah,
mean, you also don't hear about those projects like if you're talking to the test community, there's no talk about rug pulls. But that is like completely prevalent in the ETH world,
Mm-hmm.
and
yeah, that's part of it because there's that risk reward of money different there. But I love the kind of the low pressure that Tez brings, just goes like I could mint a bunch of stuff and it could never sell, but um,
And you could
you can
fucking burn
do
it
it,
off and into oblivion, and that doesn't cost you anything either, too, right?
right? Yeah, I mean, shit, dude. I made him what was it? It might have been Soul or ETH. I can't remember what it was. But I made a yeah, it was ETH. I made a mistake on one of the things I was doing a manifold. And all of a sudden, now I've got 30 things that won't actually really burn correctly, and they still show up on indexes, and I have to do the thing all over again and repay all the gas fees. Whereas, like on Tez, I could just burn that down to the ground, and you'll never see any trace of it ever again.
You could fucking burn it 50 times and there'd be no trace.
No,
Right.
it's still there.
So,
You can still find it.
And it would only cost you
It's just
1/30th of a
hard.
cent.
less than 4 cents usually.
Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's definitely, and it's funny too because like, the guy who actually got me into the space, one of the guys, he's like just in love with ETH, and he's talking about all these projects and stuff like that, and I'm like, man, that's great, but that's not art to me, and that's fine. I mean, there's some creativeness to these PFPs. I get it, but it's not what I'm in it for. If you want to do it, fine. That's fine. But like I have constantly told like some friends like get a Tez wallet. They've got ETH wallets, but you get a Tez wallet, I'll drop your work. I'll give it to you for free.
Right.
I won't do that on ETH.
Yeah,
I have a system
give
set up
pieces all the
for
time
like
on Tez.
owning a token. That I'll drop work to you, but you have to buy something there, right? Like, to get that airdrop. But if you just like if you're a friend of mine and you get a Tez wallet, I'll just give you some fucking work because it's literally no skin off my back. Literally no skin off my back.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful.
And you can find great pieces for like 0.1 Tez sometimes. You can just come across this great piece that nobody's seen. You're like, oh, this is great. There's only 10 of them. I'm gonna buy them all. I'm gonna send them to my friends.
Yeah, and that's something I need to do more of because I've never looked at it that way before. And I've caught people talking about doing that, like buying copies for friends and stuff like that. I just never even thought about it. But like on Tezos, fuck, why not?
Yeah, I mean, a few of us do that together. Like Willie and I, we'll send things around. I actually bought a couple things for Willie that I still have to send him this past week.
Your PFP I sent you.
Yeah, well, my Tesnown PFP that I'm rocking right now
Yeah.
is fucking and like Fendel's over there rocking one too. He's got a moose. As we're just talking about the PFPs.
I mean, but to go back to your question of like are we mostly Tez? Like yeah, we're mostly Tez, but like my PFP is a Sol piece. It's a Proteon that's on Solana.
Talking about Proteon.
I bought some ETH pieces today, actually.
What, Willie? What is this fucking voodoo?
It's just not,
Bits, edit this out later,
bit.
It's fine.
No, I'll get rid of that. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate.
Yeah.
We're gonna timestamp this 9/10/05.
We've interviewed two artists that don't mint at all, that are not on chain at all.
True that.
Like as far as we go, like we don't really care about the chain.
Well, that solidifies.
To find most of the artists from Tezos.
That solidifies.
Sure. I just wondered your perspective since you have hashtag Tezos up in the space. Like it's something that you're promoting. So
no, we 100%. Tez, if it wasn't for how the Tezos community is, this space tonight wouldn't be happening. Willie and I would not have been here for almost a year doing these spaces every Tuesday night. Never missed a single one. And it's because of how warm this community is. I mean, back in the beginnings of this, if we saw somebody that like had 1,000 followers, we were going like, shit, I don't know if we can get them on, right? But I mean, when you get people that have 15,000 followers, and they'll just come on and like, oh yeah, no, I would love the chance to come and just chat and hang out with you, and then they come on the space and realize that like how warm it is here, and we also realize how warm they are, right? Like they're just like people that artists or collectors on the Tez chain are ambassadors, and very good ambassadors for the Tez chain. It's just it's a community that you don't get anywhere else. You go try and like if Willie and I had to reach out to ETH artists, to have these spaces going, man, it would be a way different story than this. And that's why when we have people on this space, when we have guests on this space, that's why we tell you, you know, you come for as long as you want. You duck out whenever you want. There's no pressure. Because any time you give to us is valuable. That's your time that you're giving to us to sit here for 3 to 5 hours or however long anybody stays, um, which happens all too often, and it's awesome. But I think on the ETH chain, that's just not going to happen. And artists that want to share their information, like, you know, whether it's Laser Lou telling us where to get our lasers and what to look for, or you that will sit here and share your information and want to teach people and want to give people these notes and stuff like that. Like, it happens all around. All the AI artists that we've had on this space love to share, you know, stuff about their prompts and how they're working things and what they're using and what their final outcome is. Wouldn't happen on ETH. Wouldn't happen. I don't think.
Well,
See, Soul, I don't
to be
have.
fair, we haven't interviewed anybody that's solely ETH. We've interviewed a lot of cross-chain
Exactly.
artists like Paper Buddha, but
Well,
we
you
haven't
know,
interviewed anybody that's solely ETH.
The only two ETH people that I've ever invited on, not that they've denied, but they haven't been on here yet. And I've been trying. Just saying.
yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting discussion just because, like, I try to add that to my knowledge because, like, I treat the chains a little different, you know, with like the work I put at each place because, like my fine artwork I put on ETH, you know, the stuff that I think is like the 1%. You know, that's going to go on ETH because I'm going to ask more for it, and it just feels easier to ask it there. Whereas like you start to see a price tag of like, dude wants 1,000 tezos for this piece. I don't have 1,000 tezos. You know, it just feels expensive. Not saying that's the price. I'm just, you know, using that as an example. But Soul has kind of like become the intermediary for me, where I kind of like can put some like work that is maybe not my main stuff, but like I still love it. I still like, um, you know, maybe a little bit less light painting, more regular photography type stuff there. And Teslos is kind of my big experimental. Like I love putting the fractals, the abstract work, and stuff like there because I think that's like the most accessible. It's also the stuff I spend, you know, that come together the quickest. I don't have to, you know, like I revealed to somebody how much it costs to actually produce a light painting image, and that's not even, you know, considering the camera cost. And they're like, "Oh, I never really thought about it." Like, well, yeah, I have to travel, I have expenses around all of that. It's like if you're on a business trip, it's kind of the same deal. So I have to ask more for some of those pieces. But if I walk down the street and, you know, just found a good spot, you know, that's a whole different scenario. So
That's where the cross chain thing really comes into play, right? I mean,
yeah,
for
I
sure.
think so.
Yeah, big time. And I would appreciate like that. There's definitely like there's plenty of artists that release stuff on Tez that unfortunately I can't touch on ETH, but fuck, I'm happy they're there and I'm happy they're doing that because otherwise they probably wouldn't be, you know, hanging out with us homies here on Tez anymore either. They'd be have to get 2 jobs or something. I don't know. But the warmth,
Well,
the
I mean, that would be a good problem to have, but you know,
yeah,
I think that there's ways to make sustainability. I don't know right now, but like sustainable lives off of, you know, Tez, but like it's just a little bit harder.
yeah, for sure. I definitely agree. I mean, right now, anywhere you are is not the greatest place to be. We're all clawing back to be there again, right? But the whole world's not a fucking great place to be, let alone anybody that's still selling anything on Ethereum, Sol, Tez, whatever the coin is. If you are still selling stuff, you're doing really well right now because the market's still shit. Like, let's face the facts. There's glimmers of hope, but it's not there.
Yeah, and that's why I'm glad I got over my need to sell shit immediately. You know, that I got over that in the first few months of being an NFT artist. Those feels are real. I get it. But you know, when you put the focus right in the right place, you know, Yeah, it's about creating. It's about showing up every day and just trying to make the coolest things you can.
Well, if you stay fresh in people's minds, right? I'm still here, still hanging out, put my hand up. Yay.
Yep.
Then when it goes for a bull run, well, fuck, you're already there.
Exactly,
Laid it
and
down.
and that's where like in the last year I've not done a good job because I need to spend more time in the low moments to get set up. But like that's why I've spent a little bit of time in the last few weeks minting some stuff, just kind of getting stuff out there because I don't have a lack of work. I just have maybe a lack of like how do I get all this work out there and not like have to shill 30 pieces a day, type of thing. Because I have a ton of work. Um, and that's the fun part. But that doesn't stop me from wanting to create more.
I know somebody else in this space right now has that same problem.
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, the problem is he's just stuck on AI too much. He makes too many renders too.
Always, right? How does he render that closet?
I don't know. Like his profile, he totally rendered his profile picture too.
Right? I know that's AI, 100%.
Wait, I heard it was not a render.
I mean, that's what it says. But
Willie, you're not
That's
reading
what I
behind it.
heard.
You're not reading between the lines, bro. You're not reading behind the lines, Willie.
Oh, damn it.
But I mean, there's another person on all the three chains, rocking it out, finding his areas. I don't know. I don't know if Lou wants to talk, but just talking about like, using the three different chains a little differently for different things, and it's just interesting conversation for me because I think I'm still learning with all this stuff, and
Yeah, and it's something we actually usually bring up to multi-chain artists because we want to know, their perspective as well. So
yeah,
I think
it's something we actually normally talk about.
I actually minted on BNB.
Airbnb?
Binance chain.
Really?
Has anybody that we give me a heart or 100 or something down there? Has anybody minted on Crow around here? No,
Dude, I still want to get back to somebody minted on Binance. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, minted on Binance.
Well, I didn't know you could mint on it in America.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You could in China.
you minted it in China.
So
I minted it in China.
VPN in that shit.
That would be cool.
Where's the real one? This is the Chinese version.
Where's fucking Amazon? Oh, this isn't a real Fendel. Damn it.
Little back end politics on that.
Well, it could happen. I think I'm one thing that kind of comes along, and I'm just going to layman's it down that we hear with people that are multi-chain is, I mean, it's what I'm going to call it, and nobody else has to call it this or assume it's that, but it's like it's like the winners. I don't know. Do you guys have winners down there? What's like your fucking discount or it's like an outlet mall. I want to call it a little bit. No, not an outlet. Not an outlet mall. No, that's not the right term either. But
so what are you calling an outlet mall?
But you know what, Tezos, like it's the practice. It's the stomping. It's the
your dollar store
sure. Well, I don't even want. I don't want to call it dollar stores or anything like that. But it's kind of like the. I guess it's the punk rock. I didn't want to use that term either, but it is. It's the punk rock.
It's the Walmart, not the Target.
It's where everybody gets to try shit out. It's like your local, community center.
I thought that Phygital was coming, so I'm just happy that didn't come. So.
What the fuck is Phygital?
What the hell's Phygital?
Dude, it's this word that people are making up that it's a digital but physical thing.
No.
Yeah, no. This word needs to be extinct immediately.
See, this is why us adults have to be in this space, and this is why the children have to take a little step back and walk away when we have these crashes. Like, you can't be inventing words like that. That's bullshit.
Yeah. So, I mean, another one of the other like big reasons why we continued doing this space for so long was we really got tired of going into mostly ETH spaces and hearing the same buzzwords all the time. You know,
Like buy my work.
like
No, buy my
like
NFT.
everything got rugged. You know, everything. You know, oh, my shoes got rugged because they
Oh,
fell
the
off
space
my
is
feet.
bugging me right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I heard that one.
everything's rugged, and we're just always building. And I'm like, I don't care what you're building
And
anymore. I just want to see art.
We're all gonna make it.
bro, no,
Yeah.
bro, no, bro.
Yeah. And floor talk.
That was the other one too, bro.
Like I don't care about
Bro.
that. I just want to see some art, bro. And
Bro.
I want to support the artist that it's from. That's it, bro.
Bro.
So yeah, that's why why we lasted doing our space for so long.
Tezos is just neat. Let's just say that. Let's just make T-shirts like that and coffee mugs. Tezos is neat. It's nifty.
I mean, I'll buy one.
Yeah. Tezos is cool.
What about Tezos is neato?
Oh, that's a whole different level, dude.
I know.
Right.
The O's rhyme a little bit. Tezos neato. Neato Tezos.
Oh, Willie's getting into
Neato
his conspiracy stuff again. It's gonna be. This
What
is all
conspiracy.
This is all stonemason stuff.
Don't get Willie started, everyone.
Here it comes.
Fuck.
I didn't write the Samsung article. I just want to know your opinion on it.
Nope. It's okay. Somebody was taking a deep breath there to say something.
Nah, I'm just laughing and taking deep breaths.
All right. Oh, I thought there was a bong hit. Jay Burns not in here? No, we're not. Never mind.
No, this is much too late for a Jay Burn space.
Yeah, it is. I know.
That dude's up at 6 in the morning smoking his indica.
Yeah. But he's up there repping too. Like he's out there. Like you wake up in the AM and Jay Burn is there.
Oh yeah. Well, he's all getting prep for his big not a space, but he's doing a live performance tomorrow. Oh, Friday.
Yeah, Friday. Jay Burn's gonna do the old. No, it's not on Twitter. It's on
Twitch.
The Twitch. I was gonna say, what are the kids doing now with the video games? The Twitch.
Quick Twitch.
We're on the YouTube tonight.
I saw that. Like, I was the one person watching on YouTube for like 30 seconds, and I was like, well, "This is weird."
Was there something on there? That's
well,
funny.
it's just the WXABK
okay.
background.
Well, I've been.
There was vocals pumping through it, and I'm like, oh, I better not feedback loop here.
Cool. Well, if you had a state, it does change. I've been showing your art too as well up there.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, well,
I definitely knew that it was going to be on YouTube so that I could share it with other people later.
Yeah, it's we've just been experimenting with it. We started because we're poor folk around here. We don't make any money on this space, so we were trying to figure out the cheapest and freest way we could save the stuff forever. And YouTube came up, so we were recording it, and then I was converting it and throwing it up onto YouTube as an audio file. And then I was like, well, there has to be a better way to do this, obviously.
Live.
So yeah, I've been doing the live, and this is like the second time I've really done it. So I'm thinking I want to have content prepared on my screen. Obviously, it makes sense to have shit prepared, but so I've just been going back and forth. I've got a few different logos, and then I was going back to your
sweet
Tez page and just like throwing those up there in between.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's great because like that'll give more context for somebody watching later.
Yeah, and that's kind of the idea. I want to be quicker at that. It's kind of tough. Like I like to listen and I want to be in the conversation. And then when I'm off here clicking and pointing and typing things in and what? Like often.
Yeah, no, I'd say like you guys caught me with surprise with the little teaser trailer too. That was pretty dope. Who made that?
Oh, dude, that was me. Thank you. I appreciated that.
I appreciated that. Like I hadn't seen that done for any of your shows yet, so maybe you had done it, but it caught me by surprise.
Yeah, I done it for a
Cool.
few. I done it for a few, but it's like I'm trying to learn how to do it, and so sometimes I don't. And then like yours came out whatever yesterday was it? I think, or is it
Yeah.
this morning? I don't know. Either way, but it was like because it wasn't. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do what I was doing, and it's like a simple thing, and I was like getting frustrated. So I was like, well, no, I can't put out garbage. And then I'm like, okay, look at it again, and go again. What are you putting out? This isn't a fucking people aren't putting their lives on the lines for this or whatever. So just do what you want to do, and it worked. Thanks.
No, it was great. And I showed my parents that, and they're like, "Oh, you made that?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't even have to make this shit. Like somebody made that for me."
Well, because of the like the depth and the light from the light painting in the background on that, like it really like had this really like hovering effect on this
Yeah,
one. It was
yeah,
really cool. I really dug it.
sweet. No, appreciate it.
No,
Look
I
cool.
that was I appreciated you. Excuse me, recognizing that. Yeah, I'm trying to do that. I think it's fun. We have again that goes back to me saying like we have this technology in our pockets, and I have these visions, and I work around our. I listen to artists all day, and talk to people, and I'm into this stuff, and like why not put it to work? Like
Love it.
yeah,
Growing,
growing,
adding new tools.
adding new tools, crashing the internet, making differences.
Trying to just just a lot of part of that showing up every day,
Yeah, and I still
like
have to
you're
go
talking
fuck it.
about.
I still have to go to work every day for 8 hours too.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of us doing that.
Yeah.
I won't speak on my status because I'm not technically working right now, but yeah, it gets old real quick, and especially when you're trying to make stuff. I mean, that's why I like look up to people that, especially a few people in the space like Pong and Laser Lou, because they're showing up every day and making stuff, and
Yep.
that's important.
Hmm. And it's cool that we can all see that and we take some energy from all those people
Yeah, for sure.
for sure. We got good positive role models here. Yeah, this space, I mean, I would love to do this. I would love to do something like this twice a week. Definitely not on the scale that we do the night train, but like I think a couple hours a week here and there would be just like dope. But
Heck, you we're what 3.5 hours into this. Like,
yes, sir.
I didn't think you'd have that many questions. So, like, no, it's been a good conversation. Appreciate the opportunity too. This is fun.
Absolutely, man. Well, I mean, it's all in you, right? I mean, if you didn't stick around. Okay, wait, I shouldn't say that. If you didn't stick around, then me, Willie, and Fendel, and possibly Laser Lou would all sit here and chat away till midnight. Well, which would be 2 a.m. for you. What time are you now? twelve
We're at
thirty or
11. We're at 11:30.
oh, you're only 1 hour different. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, we love some.
Thus the
That's
night train.
That's
All
the
right.
night train. Wah, wah. But that's the funny thing about it is that that's been part of the problem with. We wanted to have a thought about talking about having a podcast and doing a podcast, right? We're like, yeah, we'll do this, we'll do. This. But the problem is there's not a lot of podcasts that run 5 hours, and
Unless you're Joe Rogan.
it costs you a little bit.
Ah,
You know what? That's the second person to reference us as Joe Rogan,
Well, that dude just he'll
or
talk to
compare us
people
to Joe
for
Rogan.
he'll talk to those people for however long they'll talk to about it. So
Yeah. Well,
good, bad, or indifferent. There's some long ass. He's got some long ass podcasts.
there you go, Fendel.
Findle compared us to that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Actually,
here's the thing.
with a
You
very
guys,
similar compliment.
here's what I'll say. Like Joe Rogan knows the background and knows what's going on. It's harder for you guys to do that with the people you're talking to, but like you knew what questions you wanted to ask. You knew what my artwork was. Like but like there wasn't this like structured discussion we had to have. Like you let it flow wherever it needed to go, and there's a lot of similarities of just having a good conversation with somebody. It's like what Joe Rogan really is really trying to accomplish. I feel.
Yep.
Whether you like them or not. I mean, some of the stuff is great, some of the stuff isn't.
Yep.
But I mean, it's like a lot of us.
Well, I appreciate the comment very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Yep. No, and that's very true. That's what we said to Fendel. Or sorry, I'm not going to speak for Willie, but that's what I said to Fendel when he said that. I said, well, a lot of beliefs are different, but and he's like, no. He's like, I'm not saying it that way. Like comfortable. We like to make everybody comfortable here, and that's where.
Well, you haven't pushed the horse tranks, and I appreciate that. So.
Hey, dude, you've been drinking some interesting stuff tonight. I'll tell you that. You don't know that yet.
We haven't been sponsored by him yet. We're not above taking a paycheck, We're just trying to find the one that fits us.
Right.
Well,
right.
No, and again, like this is the vibe of this is what Tezos is to me. We've had, I don't think we've had a guest on for less than 2.5 hours. 3, I want to say actually instead. And it's what this is what we want to grow here is we want you to be comfortable, and we also want it to be listenable as well, right? Like, I mean, but in the end, we don't really care. I mean, jamming out and hearing the stories behind the pieces and side stories that come off of those stories that's dope.
Well, I've tried to share some of the funner stories, that I can remember at least. We'll put that caveat on it.
And if we had the time to go back tomorrow and cut it down to an hour and a half, a nice digestible, like proper podcast length, then we would probably do that. We just don't have time to do that.
Sure.
So how do you get all of this great audio and great conversation, and then not keep it out there when you don't have the time to cut it down into a nice digestible hour?
Hey man, you just continue to iterate until you figure out that's what you can do, right? Like, who knows? There could be some AI tool out there that could do that for you in the next 2 weeks.
Oh, when that happens. Oh, in the next 2 weeks? Damn it, that's a long time.
I'm not.
That's a long time, though. I can't wait that long.
Not trying to throw any premonitions out there, but I'm just saying that's the whole point of like some of our conversation days. Like, you do what you can until you figure out you can do something more or something different.
Right, and that keep
iterating.
Exactly, absolutely.
I like that. Keep iterating. I like using the word iterating. It's not that word.
That's how we got to live YouTube.
Well,
now,
so this is the the cycle, like the other, like the babble on the backside of it is this the positive way of saying you can fail and it's okay, right? Like, that's what people get all fucking pissed about is, oh, I failed. I didn't do what I thought I would do. And all you did is you made a prediction and your prediction failed. That's all that happened. Well, don't let that defeat you. But yet 90% of people let that defeat them. So instead of calling it a failure, just call it an iteration. And all of a sudden it turns it on its head and you don't have to worry about failure anymore. You just worry about making the next thing.
That's it.
I like that. My sports bets are iterative.
There you go. And that's why you're not a millionaire, right?
You know the A&R department's down there, right?
Oh, thank God it's not legal to actually bet sports in California.
It's not.
You see, you're supposed to ask the AI what you're supposed to bet on.
Well, we keep trying to ask the Australians. We have several friends down under there, and they're not much help.
Yeah, they're a day ahead, and they won't tell us who won.
But they don't help.
Yeah. Well, you see, what you really need is that Biff book, right, from Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Yep.
You need the almanac.
I got my hoverboard. Oh, fucking crashed.
What
was that?
Yeah, that was like crazy, right? I got my hoverboard, I said.
Oh, sorry. I think you came through both microphones. So we didn't catch that.
That's all right. I got that. I just
want to see Jaws 99 or whatever that was in 2.
Jaws 99? What?
Well, yeah, they have the movie in the second.
Oh, right on the
and it's Jaws,
Back to
but
the
it's
Future.
like Jaws
Yeah.
30 or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Wasn't it just Jaws 3D, and then we had a Jaws 3D?
Maybe it
3
was Jaws. Maybe it
3D.
was just Jaws 3D, but there's like some joke of there's like some ungodly amount of Jaws that they had made before that.
Yeah.
That was the idea.
It's probably been 10 years since I've seen that movie.
It
Dude,
turned
classic.
into Sharknadoes.
Well, once we hit like the date of like the Cubs winning the World Series and shit, like that movie changed a
Dude,
little bit.
They were off by a year, though. Come on now.
I know,
They
but
were
it's
off
the
by a
Cubs, so you
year.
can't. It's the Cubs though, so you can't get it right.
Well, the government made them do that because they actually made a legit prediction, but then the government said, no, you can't do that, guys. Like you can't be that way. And then
There,
the movie
there's
company said, how do
is
you
that
know?
is that a new government conspiracy that the government actually kept the Cubs from winning the year it said in the movie?
Well, we have to
Yes,
remember
sir.
that
You
it's
heard
the
it. Yeah,
government, so it's
you
not
heard
this
it here.
government he's
Yes, it
talking
was.
about.
You
Talk
heard
about your internet theories.
Yeah. right here. WX8BK on the night train.
Great. Now we really do sound like Joe Rogan. We're getting all conspiracy.
Hey, just trying to help.
Somebody
No,
said somewhere.
I do have to say one other thing. Like I appreciate the radio call handle because my dad was actually a radio guy for many years back in the day, and I always wanted to be like a late night DJ or something like that on a radio station and play like the best funky music that people don't know.
Yes. Well,
So
dude, drop it. Do you
I
want
have
to?
mad appreciation for the radio call signal.
Well, then you should be all like. This is MVD on WX8BK on the night train. You can drop like if you want to drop like a little thing there. You go ahead.
Are we doing a promo? We doing a promo now?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Give us a drop.
This is MVD with WX8BK.
Dude. And cut. Thank you. All right. Go get your whiskey and you check out the back door. All right.
All right. Fair enough.
Dude. Awesome. No, it's
no, it's funny though because like I always give my dad crap that he's got the radio voice because he uses it on the phone. He hasn't done radio in years, but he always when he answers the phone, it always goes to the radio voice. It's quite funny.
when I only worked retail twice in my life, and for very short periods of time, I assure you. But that was what my bosses always would say. Oh man, the way you answer the phone, oh, it's just beautiful. Like that's exactly how you should do it. You should teach others. And I'm like, well, I can't teach others because that's just, me. It's funny with this space. People have asked me about just like any artist in this space. And when people ask me, oh, how do you connect this to that, or how do you sound like this, or what microphone are you using, I'm free to share that shit all the time. And they always ask me, the microphone is like the most common thing, and I'm like, yeah, no, I use this Shure SM58. It's like an old school fucking, like, this has been, microphone's been around since fucking dirt, right?
One of the old standards. Bro.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm like, but then you also have to have the voice. Like, if you don't have the voice, if you can't call out if you can't sell a monster truck ticket, then you can't do it.
Sunday.
Yeah, I see. Like, I have the voice, but the problem is that I need the script sometimes so I can actually do it because I can't always come up with the stuff on the spot. But yeah,
that's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah. Whenever you guys need a voiceover, just let me know. I'll try to help out.
Hell yeah.
Oh, now I want to hear your dad.
Right.
God.
I want to get a promo from him.
All right. Well, we'll see what we can do.
We'll DM you my number. We can leave a promo on the voicemails.
This is VVD for MVD.
There we go.
You caught what? Where?
Yeah, exactly. Right. This is why I go by MVD and don't use my actual.
Hey, did you catch MVD the other night on the WX8BK? What? I was never with WX8BK, and I certainly didn't catch MVD.
You clean your mouth out right now.
Oh, I got to get a Fendel shot.
That's a good one.
Oh, Fendel dropped down to it. We offended him. He dropped down as a listener now.
Did he? He shows up as a speaker.
All right.
So for me, yeah, weird.
I don't know. It's really. Oh, he's requesting. I wonder if he's having issues again.
I got him.
You got him. All right. Willie's got him. All right, that's right. Fendel, we have you on there, line one. Fendel, do you have the answer to the question? What color is on your screen right now? Is it pink or is it light rose?
It is light rose.
Oh, we have a winner again. Once again, must be an artist, huh? All right, let's go down to Bob's used car lot. Bob, how you doing?
When you started asking what color, I thought you were going to ask him what color does a yellow laser photograph as.
Ooh, I think yellow lasers go green or they don't show up at all.
Yeah.
I think MVD.
Well, with a regular DSLR, it's even harder. But I think the camera can pick up some stuff, or the phone cameras can pick up some stuff. But I don't know. You already had the space with Laser Lou, right? We don't need to talk about him no more.
Oh yeah,
See, and this is
he's told us that several times.
But this is where I would go like, and now we'd have a little flashback here, right? If we did this in a
right,
cut,
if you had that AI assistant to like go back through the show and throw in
play a
little
clip.
like throwback calls and shit. Oh yeah,
We totally had time to pull a clip from one of those spaces.
I know.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, this is why we just did this. So in the future, when we can go back and do this, I can get the AI assistant to go back and do this for me, and we'll redo these spaces.
you can republish the episodes. It sounds so like Joe Rogan. Sorry, I had to.
Thank you so much.
Mother fluffer.
Mother flucker.
Mother flucker. The corn. See all Iowa, so a lot of corn, hey? Is that the big thing there, corn?
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of that here. You know, I got one for you. Do you know why all the corn in Iowa leans to the east?
No.
Because Illinois sucks and Nebraska blows.
Dope.
Also, if you take the bottom tier of counties from Iowa and add it to Missouri, both states' IQs go up.
Whoa. That's a slam,
right?
right?
I'm shooting the Iowa shots towards all of our neighbors right now.
So I guess you guys must get some. Well, I mean, obviously you're on the prairie, so like, but I mean, the fucking, what is it? Lake Michigan's not too far away, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have lake effects or anything like that.
No.
Chicago's like a 5-hour drive, or something like that.
Oh, okay, so it is that far. All right.
Yeah, not that far. I mean, it's nice in theory. Yeah, I mean,
I was just thinking
we're in their middle of nothing. I mean, let's just be honest.
Since we're bullshitting Iowa, have you ever met the American Pickers?
I don't even know what that is.
It's a show on the History Channel. I think it's still on.
I think I know what you're talking about.
And it always bothered me that every time they went somewhere, no matter where the hell they were in the country, they'd be like, "We're from Iowa." Nobody fucking cares where you're from. I don't care if you're from California, Texas, New Mexico. It doesn't matter.
No
one
see,
fucking cares where you're from.
So here's the problem, and I'll say it like nicely, I guess. There's this like pride from being from Iowa because there is nothing here, and we've stuck it out this long, so we got nothing really else but just to be fucking nice. So like, there's this like slogan of it's called Iowa Nice, and it's complete bullshit because we're just like everyone else. We just don't leave Iowa very quick for whatever reason.
It gives a little perspective, I guess.
But then like, it's funny because like I'll go to Denver or some other place, and then like I'll be inundated with Iowans around. Like, what? You're from Iowa? Oh yeah, I moved here 3 years ago. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's like the there's
Got
an
the
actual
fuck out of
name to
Iowa.
the effect, but it's like when you go to buy a new car, all you see on the road is that new car because that's what you're looking for, kind of thing. So it's
Totally.
like
I bought a car that my dad had never ever heard of, and then all of a sudden, I see those cars everywhere. Yeah, because now you're aware of them.
Yeah, and you're kind of specifically looking for those.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like whenever we go anywhere, like we'll find somebody from my town, my small town in California too. But it's like, well, how did we find the one person from that moved from my town? Like, it's like what?
Because you'd
Like
hit
we're
the same.
we're
Because
like
you'd hit
we're
the same spots in another place, or there's just like these. Like it's not really destiny. There's just all these other exterior things that we can't understand, right?
yeah yeah. It's
The
just that, and it's
butterfly
also that
flapped
like
its wings.
you're kind of looking for it. Like I'm not
We're
looking
all.
for all
I
the
mean,
people from Iowa. That doesn't surprise me in other places. You know what I mean? It only surprises me the people from my town in California.
yeah, yeah. Well, we were all looking for a sign and everything, right? So there's always significance when you find somebody that has something in common with you. So the easiest thing is location based
Yeah,
Or weather.
and
or
you said
weather.
too, we're always looking for something in common.
Yeah, I mean that's
You
human.
know, yeah, we're looking for some way to connect
Well,
with
and
one another.
if you're not, then you're just an asshole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Fuck. Well, that fucking sums it all up there. Well, folks, we had a really good
All
night
right, well,
tonight.
space
I
is
mean,
done. Nice to meet you
yeah,
guys.
you fucking
Check,
good
please.
stuff.
What are you guys doing next Tuesday?
We're talking to hash browns.
That's
Actually,
facts.
Right?
Facts.
Are they still around? No,
no, they're not doing there anymore.
I was too boring. I'm sorry. Sorry, Hash Brown.
Man, I was gonna say, fuck. I was just trying to do some math, and then was like, fuck, it's math, but I only have to add 3 hours. Hang on here, 3, carry the 2, 12.
Well, while
times
bitch does math,
yourself,
I was
and
gonna say when you weren't
divided
born
by
to us, you weren't
7.
born to us. So
What was that, Willie?
I was just saying you weren't boring to us.
Oh, hell
Well,
no.
that's good.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no, I could keep asking you questions all night long. Actually,
Well,
I have one more.
What do you got?
I wanted to find out, like, if you were to go out on long, like, backpacking trip, and you were to take light painting gear, camera, tripod, all this stuff, what would be like an example, or like what would you take that, like, because it's just like seems like I have like a bunch of stuff, you know what I mean? And like I'm gonna haul it like 14 miles in, like, and like I'm no for real, like, because I really like going deep into the wilderness and stuff. And I've done some long hikes and stuff. But anyway, maybe you have some ideas of like the lighter kind of weight.
Sure.
Gear.
So I'm dealing with this in a way that like I never wanted to, because I'm like I got some health issues, and I'm basically facing like a potential of like a 25-pound weight limit for the rest of my life. I don't want to get into the rest of the shit, but so I'm really thinking about this stuff hard so I can keep going, Fendel. And so like what I can tell you is that like there are shoots that are like I'll bring every goddamn tool I got, right? But those are going to be like out of the car, and then I can just pull whatever I want out of the car and go for it. But when I'm like actually going for a hiking trip, like I'm making a lot of decisions on what to bring, what am I going to actually use. That's one of the great things about the tubes is they're so damn light. I can carry 6 tubes and they all fit in a bag that I have that just goes over the shoulder. So it is easier to carry those. But you start carrying stuff with batteries in it. That's where you start getting cut a lot of that stuff out. However, I do have like a few I would call really important kind of like lights I bought. One is a video light, which it really kind of acts as a light sometimes, where I can just like kind of shine the whole area to give me ambiance. I also use it just to see stuff in my bag, or just being able to use it because it's so bright and easy to find in my bag. But it also works as like a charger. So if I have a battery run dead, or if I have to charge something real quick, I can just use that to charge things up. And so, like, with kind of like where I'm at right now, I'm looking at potentially setting myself up for 2 bags. instead of just one, because I've only had one and I have everything in it, including chargers, everything. Because if I was like in the wilderness, like I want to be able to pull out my solar panel, charge up during the day, blah blah blah. I don't know if that's where I'm at anymore, but what I'm thinking is basically creating like a day bag where I can put my camera and all the extra lenses that I would use for day. So that would include my big zoom lens that I don't want to carry with me at night. That way I can just cut that weight for my night bag and really just carry the lens or two that I'm going to use instead of just having everything being in a general photography bag, if that makes any sense. And so then I'm just paring it down to like the flashlight or two I'm going to carry, make sure that they're charged, and then I'm just leaving most of the rest of the stuff at home because I mean I've made stuff out of like knockoff lightsabers and all these other things, but the more of that type of stuff I take, the less I end up using it and just kind of go back to the stuff I really like. And with the system I've created with my my tubes, and using the photogels in them, I can just I can create 100 or 1,000 different possibilities, just changing those colors out on the tubes that I've got. So that's where I've kind of gone, and the system I've kind of developed that works for me for carrying the least amount of stuff, because then photogels weigh nothing. So you can carry an unlimited amount of those and just strap them. And basically what I do is I just use a little piece of tape that's folded over, and they just go on there, and basically scotch tape folds those things on the tube. So all low cost, easy to replace type of stuff. So that's kind of how I've approached it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm constantly trying to think about like what I could bring out there and what makes sense, but also like, trying to keep the weight, down as much as possible, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And like I've bought an equipment to like do the full camping thing, so I have like a super lightweight tent, a cot, like all the stuff. I probably won't end up using that stuff, just because of my situation, now. But like even with my potential of the 25 pounds limit, like I think I can do this with keeping my bag under 25 pounds and still being able to create what I want to create. Um, might take a little bit longer for me to do that thing than it used to, but like if it's worth it, it's worth it. So it's just like really like putting a premium on what do you need.
Absolutely.
Technology is definitely going to be helpful for that. At least you don't have to carry big giant oil lanterns or something.
Yeah, no shit. Well, and the other thing is I did buy a GoPro. I was using the GoPro to strap on top of the camera to take footage of what I'm shooting, so I could flush it together in video form. Haven't like really figured that out 100%, but I could see myself using like a combination of my GoPro and my the camera on my phone now to potentially even do this thing without carrying my DSLR and lenses. I mean, I think that's possible, and all of a sudden, that's a lot less weight. So I'll probably, once I get a little bit more active, do some testing with my phone and just seeing what's possible there. But shit, I've played with my previous phone, and had some third party programs on it that made it run like a Canon. So I'm sure that's still available. Just have to play with it a little bit. But
And the phone's better.
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, and the phone's better now, too.
Oh,
You're,
100%.
you're rocking and you said you're rocking the 14 like myself, right?
Yeah,
Dope.
yeah, the 14 Pro, and like I wanted to
Oh,
get,
the Pro. Excuse me. Pardon me.
yeah, I wanted to get the best I could get at the time. It was like the cost, like for the new phones, are not much, so I spent my $300 or whatever to get the Pro. But like I wanted to have that option in my hand. I When I was in school, I did some 3D stuff, and so I've always wanted to get back to doing it. I just kind of lost track of those skills, and it's funny because they're still using the Cinema 4D, the program I learned. But being able to take the phone out and pull 3D models pretty much anywhere I go was a huge bonus add to me, because I love learning new technology and trying to incorporate new tools. So I wanted to have that.
Yeah, I pulled a 3D point scan at a job site the other day, and I got three other people there with me, and they're all holding the same phone and taking pictures, and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Pulling a points, making myself a point cloud, in case I need to know where this hose is later."
Yep. I mean, the technology is pretty cool, and to Fendel, to your question, to that question, I mean, I think that the opportunities to cut weight even further are coming. Like, yeah, you could use your phone, but like, shit, mirrorless cameras are like next to nothing. Like, all your weights and lenses, really. So you can find the right lenses that are lightweight. I met some people on the road that had started shooting Olympus because they were a little bit lighter. But I mean, again, to me, it's all about the lens weight, and so it's just not about carrying my like 4 or 5 lenses. I need two. When I light paint, I have my trusty one that I shoot pretty much 90% of my light painting with, and then I usually take some other sort of you know either 50 mil or some sort of zoom lens just to have some options, but
So
90% is all on one.
what do you shoot 90%
I use
with?
like an 18 to I think 35.
35.
Yeah.
So like a portrait lens, basically.
No, it's really more of an outdoor lens. It's a 1/8. So it does really well in uh, darkness.
Okay.
So
Big aperture.
yeah.
So
Large
something I was
aperture.
thinking about
Pong has.
when you were talking about all that, when you were talking about your GoPro, is earlier when you were talking about pinhole camera
Hmm.
shooting. I would think it would be really cool to use a GoPro or something like that to do like a behind the scenes of how that's shot,
Oh
and then
fuck, dude.
kind of
Yeah.
pair the two together, or like at least release it to whoever buys, if you release it as an NFT, whoever buys it as an NFT, like here's some bonus content
Sure.
for those that buy it, is the behind the scenes of how it was shot, kind of thing.
Yeah. I've done a little bit of that. Not necessarily like so. There's a lot of moving parts just doing the light painting. And so then adding a second camera, or at least a second tripod to set the thing up, and then it's okay in dark light, but you really need a little bit of light source so you can see what's going on. Like, it's just a lot to do solo. I've done some of that, and I actually found some of those videos not long ago of when I did my tin foil project or aluminum foil project, where I actually did some more behind the scenes stuff and took captured some stuff, but I just never assembled it. But like I thought about it because definitely I've seen other people do a lot of behind the scenes stuff in the light painting community. I think it adds to the value of how to learn how to do it. It's if I had like an assistant or like somebody who had some camera expertise that was working with me, I would love to do that behind the scenes and to capture extra stuff and how you do things and make some YouTube videos and share those. But it's really hard to like really kind of capture all of that and then just be in the essence of be in this place, react to it, try to get the sense of it, like all the stuff that I had mentioned earlier of like just like trying to let the place speak to you. The more you got going on, the less that organic creation happens. So
Right.
I would totally love to do it, but I think I would need a second camera person to actually capture that
Yeah,
piece
I mean,
of it. Not saying I couldn't like edit it together and stuff like that after the fact, but it's just the capture is so hard, and I'm already carrying enough equipment. So
I was thinking, a lot more simplistic, just like
yeah,
like a a time lapse from a GoPro, something simple set up in the corner. That I mean, basically, it's just showing that like, hey, you're capturing it from a pinhole camera.
Sure.
You don't have this elaborate setup and all
Oh,
this,
if
and like
when
you're just showing like that you're capturing from simple items kind of thing.
yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. Like when you talk about the pinhole camera idea specifically, when I go for that, there will definitely be extra content with that type specific thing because that's my holy grail. I don't know if I can pull off type of shit, like so
Yeah.
we're gonna capture that and make sure that I have some documentation because I think it's gonna be super unique. One and two, it's probably gonna melt some minds. So like being able to show a little bit of behind the scenes will be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and that was the word I was kind of shooting for. There was documentation.
yeah,
I thought it was melting
that's
minds.
Well, my mind's already melted.
Yeah.
I mean we all can't be Raiders of the Lost Ark, so
What?
Huh?
Goddamn Chat GTPI told me something else. But anyways, the pinhole camera thing, like I mentioned earlier, like when I was in back in high school, I remember it was really cool in the fuck, what was it? It wasn't language arts. What the hell was the class that I was in? Anyways, we did
Drama.
We did. I definitely was there, and I'm there now.
underwater basket weaving.
Yeah, no, 101. Yes.
See, a lot of people don't know this, but it's hard to not weave baskets underwater because they need the flexibility. So you got to be underwater.
Oh, goddamn! The fucking
Sounds like
designer
somebody's
always
been
has to
to
come in
too
here and
many
tell
classes.
this shit. Anyways, we did offset printing and stuff in this fucking class, but when we had to build our own pinhole cameras, and then we got to do these shots with it, and it was really cool because it was like basically in one day you would be able to do 2 photos, and you would have to mark down in time what you were doing, and then go develop the film, and then you'd have to wait until your next class, which would be like 2 days from then. Like it wouldn't be every day.
Right.
But I remember that process of like trying to figure out that pinhole camera. So by the end of the semester, like you could take just a fucking badass, like that teacher. I think about that now. It's like, what other teacher ever taught that? I would challenge anybody that comes on this space to tell me that fucking some art teacher got them to make pinhole cameras and like develop shit and learn about it that way for a whole semester.
Well,
It was fun. It was
I didn't,
fun.
but I was close. I had a similar professor in school who was big into pinhole cameras. Now we were in a fun foundations class, so we couldn't. It wasn't like something we could do. But he showed us a project that he did with the pinhole camera, and he was a student in New York City back in the day or whatever, and like this was like a huge stretch of film, and it was like 3 pinholes, so like they like had crossover and stuff like that. That was pretty technical and complicated as far as like just the basic setup of the pinhole camera. But so he like did his exposure right out in the wilderness outside of the city, and he had his pinhole camera sitting in the back of his car, like up in the window well kind of area, if you know what I'm talking about. Like back in the day with the old cars and stuff, you could put something in the back of the window because it was like the only place it would like fit in the car or whatever. Well, what ended up happening is while he was driving through New York, it tipped over and started exposing again, which immediately pissed him off when he found out that it happened. But then the result is this like I can't even describe the image that well because it's been a while, but like it was like this like meadow scene, but it was all of these, back to ghosting, all of these like skyscrapers ghosted on top of it in like the most awkward and intriguing way. And it was just like it ended up being this like really spectacular piece because of it, but you don't get there without the accident. And that was like kind of in a nutshell like one of the greatest stories for me to learn from, because that was all about you have to embrace the mistakes too, and Sometimes, I don't know if I'd believe in things happen for a reason, but mistakes happen and you can embrace them with reason. So, um, I don't know. That was just like a very powerful story for me as a young artist.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole layman's thing to that is learn from your mistakes, right? You learn from them. Fucking rights.
We
Embrace
it,
that shit. But it's kind of, I took one photography class in my life, and it was like later in my life. It was outside of high school, and did this thing where we would set. They had this shop camera or class camera rather, um, where you'd set the timer for like 5 seconds, and then take the camera and throw it up in the air and catch it, and it would take the photo at some point in time, and then at the end of the class we would look at it, and like some of the shots that came out were like the most amazing things in the world, and they just just talking on the accidents, right, like the mistakes. It just kind of, it proves that
yeah, yeah, and you just got to embrace it.
the world has
At
a
least,
way.
at least I hope your shop teacher didn't try to cut a golf ball in half on a jigsaw.
No,
Because mine totally did, and he was without a thumb. Yeah.
you fucking
On a
serious?
jigsaw? Yeah, you can't.
Or not a jigsaw,
Bandsaw?
but a bandsaw.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you got too much.
It's
much
midnight.
going
My
on.
brain's getting a little tired, and even though I was a furniture guy, I still mess up.
Fucking
But yeah,
dude.
dude totally. When he was younger, tried to cut a golf ball on a bandsaw and cut his thumb off.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you got to use a knife. You got to use a smooth blade for that.
No.
A PVC pipe cutter works
No.
wonderful.
No, you make a fucking jig. You don't use your fingers.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there's that too.
Come on, you're a woodworking person. It's all about jigging.
Yeah,
That's not like getting jiggy with it like Will Smith. Like that's like you have to make jigs for everything you do.
We're going to Miami.
yeah. So how long did you make furniture for?
Just really through college, and then once I got out of college, I didn't have a place to work from, so it just I my real hope is I retire and do that, because it's something that never leaves you, and I still have ideas for furniture all the time, but it's just I don't have the shop, and I've put my money elsewhere, and maybe it'll happen at some point. But
Yeah, it's a lot of effort, and it takes a shop, like it does. Like, I mean, you can't just fucking yeah.
Like I'm like vacuum sealing or vacuum pressing like veneer onto like pieces of wood, and like there's just all these like specific like tools that you need, and they're not cheap. Like I could easily blow 50 grand on tools and not even have everything I need.
Talking to a
What
mechanic.
what kind of furniture were you mostly making?
Art pieces.
Yeah, I
Well-
mean, there's the chair. There's a couple chairs. I did an Adirondack chair. I did probably my signature piece is a behind the couch table. It's kind of a multi-level table. It's very Asian inspired, Japanese inspired. I always loved using curves. Kind of juxtaposing those against like the hard edge of like what we think of furniture is.
Yeah, especially
the American kind of colonial.
harder.
Yeah, especially the American colonial style that's very prevalent to out there, especially in the Midwest. But
I'd love to see some photos of some of the furniture you made if you have any.
oh, I got photos somewhere. Let me see if I can make a quick tweet and pin it.
He's gonna drop you. He's gonna drop you
doesn't
some
have to be right now.
stickly. He's gonna drop you some Amish pieces.
They're not going to look like Amish pieces, but
No,
yeah.
no.
Let's see if I have them, because I still have an old school Web 2 website. Let's see if I have that stuff up at all. If not, I'll just message you some.
My buddy that I referenced earlier in the space, that was a cabinet maker. That's his thing. He really, whatever he builds in wood, he builds. It's art to him. Him and I used to do our hallucinogenics back in the day together. This is not financial advice, but yeah, and but that was how he built everything. He loved to build these wood things that were just like sexy pieces that he's like, no man, look at the curves and look at how this is, and it's just floating there, and but he could never get
Yeah,
people to pay for it.
I love great woodworking. There's just I don't, there's just nothing better to me.
This
Like, I understand metal sculpting and
I'm,
things like that, and like
I'm saving that
it's
sound
a
bite
lot of
by
it's
the way.
nice, but I love woodwork. I love great woodwork.
Hey, this is one of the great things about being in the shop is that there are like an infinite amount of dirty jokes that are associated with woodworking, and because I mean I love a good piece of knotty pine.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The Reddit forum, R Woodworking, is one of the funniest goddamn forums, like Reddit forums out there. It's nothing but jokes. You can't ask a question in there and get a straight answer. It's nothing but jokes. It's hilarious if you like
Yeah,
woodworking jokes.
yeah, like the double entendres are definitely there in the woodworking industry. It's great.
Yeah, a lot of holes and hardwoods.
I was gonna say, Willie, what's Reddit? Who who uses Reddit?
It's a place I go to find woodworking jokes.
Solid.
There you go. I wonder if AI knows any good woodworking jokes. I'll have to ask that later.
Yeah, you got to nail it.
You see, you just did it.
Yeah, if you're gonna do a woodworking joke, gotta nail it. Right. That's
All
right.
right, I got a photo up. I just need to get uh, the link, and I'll show you the piece. Maybe
The length or the link?
you
We're
got
still
it.
talking wood. Pong would be
Either
all.
or.
Pong may or may not be all over these kinds of jokes.
That was
I,
OOAR.
I mean, there should be a lot of people over these jokes because they're the best jokes in the world.
Absolutely.
All right, you should hopefully see it up above.
Oh yeah,
now.
there it is.
Yep.
So that was.
This is
I
the
actually went to like furniture conferences and stuff, like in like industry furniture conferences. Like it was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool time.
Yeah, that is super cool.
that is very dope.
And that's that. So like the dark wood there is actually ebonized oak. So it's a red oak that I used steel wool and ammonia, not ammonia. What was it? Some sort of like mineral oil or something like that. But you put it in together, and they basically reacts with the tannins in the wood, which not all wood has a ton of them, but red oak has a ton of them. So basically, kind of turns it very dark, but you can still see kind of the red oak grain and the kind of like the pithy structure of the wood. So it
Yeah.
turns it pretty cool.
What's the darker wood on the top? Is that a burlized maple?
It is a burl. I think it's a redwood burl. That piece is so the uprights are solid wood, but the rest of the piece, well, not the cross beams, but the rest of the platforms are all veneered. So it is a curly maple. See if I can find the detail shot. Hold on, find it in the thread, so you can actually see
The legs, like the natural kind of looking, like the legs looking like just like natural sticks or whatever is. I don't know if that's the look that you were going for.
not really sticks,
No,
but yeah, I was
sorry.
trying to like use the curves, like it's something like more based in nature than like the
Well,
straight edge.
yeah,
straight
yeah, yeah. Okay,
lines that would
that's what I meant.
continually push. Yeah,
I wasn't, I
I just
wasn't, I
had
wasn't
on
down,
that
I wasn't
thread.
downgrading your table to kindling. Sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. No, but like the idea I think is what you're saying because I have those little protrusions out of it. It kind of gives it that stick fill, but that's definitely like just part of like creating the structure for the different um, tabletops there, but definitely was. I guess I wasn't conscious of it being stick like at the time, but
More
definitely
natural.
see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean it's about the curves and the flow of it. So, and I did add a um, in the comments a detail photo at the
Yeah,
top.
yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it
So
was
cool.
it's like a a curly maple, but then it's a redwood, Burl's redwood.
Yeah, it's
Christ,
beautiful.
just in material alone, like, whew, like
Oh
that's
yeah, man, that's one thing that sucked in college is like everyone's got their like cost for books, right? And so they show up, they blow their load in the first, day or two of school. But I am literally buying like hundreds of dollars of like wood constantly throughout the school year. That was always a pain in the ass. But
So are there a lot of furniture builders in Iowa? Like
dude,
I don't
I
I
mean,
don't know of that as a college course that I've seen out here in California is kind of why I'm asking.
sure. So I mean, so the school I went to Iowa State University, and they have a pretty good. There's no real like furniture design program. It is a course, but there's definitely like. So I graduated with like a BFA with a focus in furniture. Is kind of how they say it. So like most of my classes and like what my resolve was around furniture, but I had to take a bunch of other shit too. I just it's less formal than say like a landscape architecture or some other like program
Yeah,
like that, but it's like I was able to do independent studies in furniture and like go further than just your normal classes and things like that. So I mean, when I was there, I even helped start a wood guild and like get more people like kind of involved in going. Like we went to SOFA Chicago. I kind of like imitated it like on it earlier, but like SOFA Chicago is it's called Structural Objects and Functional Art. It's out on the Navy Pier. They do it every year, and it's just this huge, like gallery after gallery brings their stuff and artists in there, and that's like one of the only places I ever like get a chance to see furniture art because it's just not super prevalent in a lot of galleries across the Midwest. So um, it was kind of like just getting people involved to go to things like that and actually be able to see, the stuff we were doing, um, you know, reflected in the zeitgeist that just wasn't, I can't go to the local art center and see furniture.
yeah,
I could go to the Museum of Art in Chicago or Art Institute in Chicago and see a bunch of furniture, but it's all like period pieces. It's not like art pieces, So it's a whole different thing. It's kind of unique. Kind of glad I'm not having to struggle in that space in a way because it is a struggle.
absolutely. Is there a place for it? Is there like a mecca for it, where like a city somewhere where
I mean,
it
it
exists?
happens. I think a lot in like college universities, like RISD, has a really strong like kind of woodworking culture, and there's some people there. Um, Most of the people that I met were still somehow like engaged in education somehow. So um,
mm,
like teaching
So
college courses, like my furniture professor, he was pretty well known in the space as far as being an artist and stuff like that. But like it wasn't a local thing; it was very national because it's just such there's just not a whole ton of people doing it. It's very arts and crafts movement, which you know, it's a small specter of the arts community at this point. So
I, I
it's
I
a
would
little
say
different.
as far as woodworking mecca, got to be Japan,
Oh, I mean
right?
dude, yeah. I mean, if you're talking in those terms, like Nagasaki, like there's just a ton of like really awesome Japanese artists. I spent a ton of time studying different Japanese artists because they had the best furniture, um, in my opinion. But they also like they. That's what I loved about the Japanese form too. Like the curve and all that stuff is definitely something that I pulled from stuff that I saw.
Lack of mechanical tools, lack of mechanical joints. I mean, or like use of mechanical joints.
Did you
Yeah.
use
Like
Japanese joinery when you built that table?
There's some joinery in there, of course. I had to, because of the odd structure of that particular piece, I had to get away with a few other non-joinery things and use a little bit more like screws and stuff that I normally would. But um, like it all depends on what you're trying to pull off too. Like this is a piece that I built in college. I would totally build it differently if it was a piece I was making for somebody. But trying to get a grade on it.
Well, we're not going to hire you now, so whatever. It's over.
Well, I don't have a shop to make anything, so you can't hire me.
Fuck. You can light paint that shit right up.
Give me the shop, and I'll make you whatever.
My light painted table is not holding my glasses. What's the problem here?
Well, it seems to be a figment of your imagination table.
I don't know if you're familiar with Make It Rad, but he's an AI artist in the Web3 space here. He's on Tesla, and he's got some like AI furniture and
Nice.
lamps and things like that are pretty fun.
Yeah, I played with it a little bit. I released a few images on Lens. Maybe was it Lens? Yeah, maybe an AI chair on Lens. Playing over there a little bit, just with the free posts and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's furniture is just one of those things. It'll probably pop up in my life again, but it's definitely not at the forefront anymore.
Yeah, it's very highly overlooked by the general public, right?
Oh yeah,
Like
and it's funny in that way. It feels like some of the same stuff with light painting, because like it's just that light painting may be like a little bit more like awestruck for some people, just because like there's that minute of like, I don't know how you did that. Whereas like you look at a piece of furniture and like, oh, that's really out of the box, but I can see exactly how you made it because it's a physical product in front of me. Whereas like that photograph is like, I don't get it. Like my grandma looks at my photographs and will never understand them. How I take them, I could show her how I do it, and she still won't understand it.
Photographs are like magic because they're not there. It's
Right.
not a physical thing that's there.
Right. It's not something you can touch and understand the same way. So. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I love it. I love all the work you're doing. I love all the work you've done.
Dude,
I could sit here and talk another
looking
3
forward
hours
to the
about
future.
woodworking. We could really geek out.
Fendel went quiet.
Yep.
Hell no, I'm right here.
The moose is there.
No, check it out.
He's like,
So here's the AI. Here's a classic one. Why did the lumberjack get a job as a computer programmer? Because
couldn't hack it.
because he was good at logging in.
Yeah. Love it. I love it.
PPG.
Dude. Is that considered a dad joke?
It's pretty close, right?
Yeah, right?
I mean, there's a big cross, I think, in dad jokes and woodworking jokes. I'm
Not-
just saying,
yeah.
a lot of woodworkers are dads.
And I'm not that I'm slagging.
Diagram in there.
Yeah, not that I'm slagging
Okay,
on.
I got
anything.
one more.
All right, lay it out.
Why did the woodworker go to therapy?
Because he had to.
Because he had a lot of bored feelings he needed to work through.
Oh Jesus!
That's like pretty close to a dad joke, right?
That's like legit. That's pretty legit.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a plain joke. No, I was reaching too far there.
I got it.
Planing? Yeah, I know. Right. Dude, fuck, that was awesome. Cool.
They go on forever. I'm just telling you. Like woodworking jokes, underrated.
And it's really funny because I'm sitting here right now in my head and I'm on the spot and I'm like, fuck, I could probably come up with 1 million of these, but why am I not?
Yeah, right. You think once you start thinking about it, it's not evident. But I always love a good piece of ash.
Not. fuck. There got to be hardwood jokes, right? Come on, hardwood jokes, softwood
Oh,
jokes.
I mean, there's softwood jokes too. I mean,
Yeah.
see,
But
when you make the joke, it's just right prevalent right there.
yes,
Hardwood, softwood.
hardwood. Yeah, I guess right there you go.
It
That's
writes itself.
the kind of show you came to, people.
Yep.
If I
Yep.
can't say that and you can't write your own jokes, well, I don't know.
Welcome to the failed MVD stand-up.
Oh, MVD on WX8BK.
That's right.
You got what? MVD.
I got wood.
I got wood. Fuck, I was trying to think.
That's the next sticker series I need to make is just MVD. I got wood.
Light paint that sucker.
Yeah.
Totally.
I got bored on the night train.
There you go. That one works. I like it. Print it.
Bored on the night train. I don't know. Not comfortable with that.
Might not be the best way you want to speak about your own show, but I mean,
it has to be written because it's in the spelling. You can't. I know. You can't just say that one out loud. That one has to be written.
So that'll be for our newspapers, but that won't be for our radio markets. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, it seems like you're gonna have to start a newspaper division.
Might have to say screw it. See, that's not really a board joke though. That's a different kind of joke, right? Wood. We need a wood. Like, where's the wood joke? Who hasn't been on their phone fucking Googling this yet so that we have all kinds of great wood jokes?
No, I have another one for you. Why did the woodworker start wearing glasses? Because he saw too much wood dust and it made him oakward. Oakward.
This is exactly why we don't know these jokes.
Well.
Oh, man.
Holy Christ. All right.
Good Lord.
I think this is where we've gotten and where we are.
Yeah, and I think this might be where the point of the night where I start to bow out. Boys.
Oh, no, I think the conductors definitely signaled that we're coming in for sure.
Nah, this has been great though. Thanks for having me on. Didn't really know much about you guys beforehand, so had a fun time getting to know you guys.
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it very, very much, man. We know that every day people's time is worth a lot to them, whether it's monetarily or just time to them, and for you to come here and give that to us for the last what do we got here, 4.5 hours we're at? Damn, 4.5 hour chip.
Yeah, you don't even have to go OT.
No, we still got half hour left, honestly.
There you go.
Yeah, scary. But thanks for coming, man. And the stories behind what you do, why you're doing it, and the individual pieces, the things you told us, like that was awesome, dude.
For sure. Well, I hope that at some point I can come on and give you more of the full story of where I'm at, really going on with me right now. But maybe that'll be for the future. But no, definitely appreciate you giving me a little spotlight. It's been fun.
Yeah, man. We recorded the space. It's here for time because we want to remember it, and you're gonna come back, and we're gonna talk about it. It'll be good times, and you're gonna anytime you want to come back and need the mic to say anything, to promote anything, to just come and say hi or whatever you want to do, you're more than welcome to come back, and there's no problem in the world.
Appreciate it.
Cheers, man.
Well, gentlemen, ladies, everything in between, appreciate y'all. Enjoy your evening and connect with me outside of this place. Hit me up. Let's talk. Appreciate several faces in there I've never seen or witnessed before, and you've been here the whole time, so super appreciate that, and definitely want to connect with you guys afterwards if possible. So
thank you, man.
Appreciate it, man. Pleasure's all ours.
All right, man. Cheers. Have a good night. We'll talk to you soon.
Good night, Iowa. Did you hear how I sound that? How'd I say that? Iowa.
Yeah, you're a little slurry on that one.
I'm not gonna lie.
Little semen.
I got drunk at the end.
These jokes are killing, though.
The wood jokes. Why the fuck couldn't we come up with the wood jokes? Come on, man. Like we've got to come up with wood jokes here. Like, please brainstorm and let's get the flow going. Like, I feel these should roll off of our tongues way easier. Nope.
No.
Fuck. Okay.
Not this late at night.
And I mean, Fendel lives in a place where there's like some amazing wood.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. There's big wood. There's ancient wood where Fendel lives. There's giant wood.
There's a few sticks here and gorgeous trees left in West Seattle, but not too much. But the big ones, yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't mean in your back.
Yeah,
I didn't mean in your
the
backyard.
ancient ones are really like, over in Olympic National Park, and
which is close enough. I mean, what? Right?
it is.
Am I not?
I was hoping my owls would have shown up tonight, Fendel.
Oh man,
you were showing me your owl, and I've got two that I've seen in my backyard.
What kind?
But I haven't seen them in a couple of months. I don't know, because I've only seen them like at night, and I can only just like get their profile, but they're big fuckers.
Oh, really?
Like, big.
Do you got horned owls down there?
I don't know. I'm not much of an ornithologist.
Ornithologist. See, fucking ornithologist. Like, it's a word I didn't even know. Is that a bird person or is that an owl person?
That's a bird person. Yeah.
Huh? Ornithologist. I'm writing that down. Ornithologist.
So yeah, I don't know what I'm not gonna attempt to know what type of owls they are, but I just know they're big.
Wow. Fendel, how come I didn't know, or maybe I didn't remember, that you fucked around with light painting?
Oh, I don't know. Like, I love photography and like, I don't know, like, yeah, but a bunch of my, early mints are my light paintings. I mean, those are like the early days of Hick at Nunk. Me not knowing what I was doing still, and just experimenting. I mean, I just love light painting so much. It was like, that was the coolest conversation. Like, I never get to have that conversation with anybody, like, who does actually, like, does it, like, super hard like that. And, like, whoa. But
that was that. I remember that tweet a few weeks back, or whenever you posted that tweet, because I think I was the one that said, well, dude, we got MVD coming on.
I know. That I should have asked. Like, I think I was just like looking at some of my early mints, and I was just like, oh gosh, I would love to see somebody do that really well in Tezos.
Right. I fucked around with it. Like I did. He shared a post. He's like, somebody show me some light painting. So I was trying to find the pictures that I had taken at my cabin of my light up bocce balls when we were playing bocce, and I was doing long exposures with everybody was playing bocce, and I was just doing long exposures, and it was really cool. And I couldn't find that, so I found a buddy. I had done a long exposure of a friend of mine holding a 10-ball Roman candle and like pointing it around different ways. So I got all 10 balls. It was dupe. I was just about to say, so I got all 10 balls, but I didn't like how that soundbite really appeared.
Yeah, I'm just gonna write that down.
Write it down. If you don't do anything with it, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love long exposure stuff, and I remember it all spawned from back in the day when I first did a long exposure on the North Star. So I pointed the camera at the North Star and it was like 6 hours. I left the camera lens open, so it did almost a full circle around the North Star. All the other stars made like a big giant bunch of circles. It was cool. I might be too high or drunk for this right now.
No, that sounds awesome. I would love to see that.
It was.
Actually,
be good on hallucinogens.
sounds even better.
All right. How's the snow out there? We didn't see any. Did you not go skiing this week? Skiing?
Yes,
hang on.
did.
Let's back it up. Let's back it up here a little bit because we got a few spaces to go back. Because
Okay.
you were having problems connecting with us for the last couple of weeks.
I know.
We thought it's because you hated us, but then Willie said, "No, I talked to him. He's cool. I got his shit figured out."
Oh yeah, that was good.
How was
But yeah, thank you, Willie, for helping me out. I appreciate you.
We just did a little Googling.
That's what we all do, right? We just have to get
Nothing
together and group Google.
Nothing
Group Google and Chat GPT. I don't know. I think solved the problem.
I am
but-
I am actually certificated in
Certificated?
computer repair.
Certificated. Is that a fucking real word?
Yeah, certificated?
Yeah.
As in I have a certificate, like not a degree, but a certificate.
No, is that a word?
Yeah.
I don't care that you're making a definition for it. Is that a real word?
Yes, I am certificated.
Okay, hang on. I'm going Googling this shit right now.
Ask ChatGPT. I just told him what it means.
You can't chat. when ChatGTP becomes live and is using real modern day data, it's going to be off the hook.
It wasn't
Yes,
like
certificated is a valid word in the English language.
Yeah, no, it's fucking
See?
acceptable in Scrabble. That's what I went with.
acceptable in Scrabble.
Of the
All
word.
right.
Fuck, you certificated. All right, you got a couple of vowels there and everything. Shit,
It's a good Scrabble word.
is it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you just add that D, bam.
Add the
Triple
what?
word score.
Dude, launch it. Send it playing Scrabble. What'd you do? How'd you hurt yourself? I was playing Scrabble. Fendel and One Wheel.
Yeah, the snow is great up here.
Was it?
Oh yeah.
Dude, this is killer. It's fucking this winter is like I'm freaking out here. Like this should be done. When I went out this morning and it was minus 11, which is like, oh fuck, I don't even know what that is for you people.
It's like 20 degrees.
Yeah, I was gonna say 20 degrees or 15 degrees,
Yeah.
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say you people. That was really not appropriate for me to say. But y'all down
You
there.
and your Northern Lights privilege up there, man.
Dude, of course I had to say that, and then of course our guest had to make me feel like the biggest piece of crap for not going outside to go look at the Northern Lights. Damn it.
We got to have NFT Calgary.
Man, I have dropped that out to a lot of people many times, and everybody just goes quiet. I know you'll come. Because
Come on.
you live close enough to
I'll be
Canada
there.
that you can deal with this shit.
You got to give me a couple months so I can get a passport, but I'll be there.
You don't have a
Just tell me it's
passport?
next weekend.
What the hell wrong with you?
I mean, I did, and then I didn't go anywhere for years, and it expired, and I never renewed it.
You gotta
Just go
come.
get Just go get one.
Oh, Willie, I remembered. So a couple spaces ago, Willie, we had talked about somehow you had thought my cabin was in Montana, and I said it wasn't. So what you probably knew about was the big lake that I go on to that's just down the road from my cabin 10 minutes is Koocanusa Lake, which goes down into Montana.
Okay.
And I think we had
Is that
talked.
where your post office box is?
Well, it's not on the
That's what
lake, but
That's what I'm thinking.
I
of,
think the
guess.
PMP goes on that lake actually.
The which?
What's the PMP?
The Pacific Northwest Trail, which goes from western Montana to the Washington coast.
it might start at the
Wouldn't
bottom.
that, wouldn't that be the PNWP?
P
Northwest?
Pacific Northwest. I mean, I guess. Sure.
Yeah, don't
I mean,
fucking definitely don't
you just
ask
don't
me.
normally abbreviate Northwest as just in. That's north.
That is true. It's usually PMW, but yeah, I don't know why they abbreviate it the other way. I should not use that. Actually, that doesn't even mean anything.
I thought we're just all coming to the same
There's
conclusion.
the true answer to it all.
I wasn't trying to be a dick or anything. Just like what? Weird.
That's
But
hilarious.
that's a beautiful lake, though, and so your place is right there.
I'm 10 minutes up the road from it. Yeah, I'm just off of it.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, it was an awesome lake. It was a dope lake. I remember one night we used to I used to take my boat out and go for like sunset cruises is what we called them, and we just like I would either burn south towards the border or I'd burn north further up the lake, and then just turn the boat around and click the boat into gear and just kind of let it idle up the lake, and then we'd all just hang out and chat, and folks would have drinks on the boat and listen to music, and it would be cool. We'd just cruise back up to where we had to load the boat up before the sunset. And the one day I remember I was like cruising along and like flying down the lake. I'm like, hey, we should be getting close to the border, but I haven't seen the marker. I haven't seen the marker. And then I stopped and I got on the GPS and I looked on my GPS and I was like, where's the border? Okay. And I'm like going down and I'm like, I can't find it. I'm like, oh shit. And I went back up and I'm like scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. I'm like, oh yeah, we're probably, for American folks, we're probably about a mile and a half across the border. And I was like, oh shit. Okay. It was like, fired up the boat and I just flew back up the lake again, right? And got across the border. But I found out after that it's actually okay to go across the border on the lake, but
It's a dry land rule, right?
yeah, you don't touch the land and you don't connect with other boats.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't meet up with other boats in the lake and you don't connect to land. But if you go to land, you just call a number and say, I'm going to land here and this is where I'm going. And they'll tell you, okay, we're coming to meet you and we want to see your passports. Or they just say, okay, cool. So it's kind of neat.
That is really, really cool.
Yeah.
I actually have pictures of that lake from hiking by it on that trail in 2015.
That's cool.
I'll have to dig those
The
out.
geography. We're learning, folks. We've learned so much tonight. We've talked about, Sotheby's fucking things up and doing a big no-no in this modern day and world of people just loving people and they don't.
Well, love to Empress trash.
Oh, yeah. It was
What a goat.
epic.
So amazing.
Movement was nuts. That's what I always say. When you think you can't make a difference, fuck yeah, you can. Huge difference.
Indeed.
And then I was going to go to plumbing after that.
Plumbing. We learned about plumbing tonight?
No, I don't know. I was going to do a big.
We learned about stone pipes though.
Oh, stone pipe. Yeah.
Apparently that's a thing.
You got to go to Iowa to get that.
Made out of stone. No, those were in Wisconsin.
Oh, was
those
it
not in Iowa?
I thought that was in his backyard. He said
those were in another state.
Oh, was that Goblin Valley that he was talking about? Goblin Valley, I think he was talking about, where the stone pipes were.
I think so.
Right. Could you imagine? That's the one thing. I mean, native people on whatever continent that they're on, like, man, they know these things. Like, how the hell did they know 10, 20,000 years ago to go and mine this stone for pipes, in this location? Like, how does that even come around? Like, it's so wild. I can't even fucking get my GPS to take me to the right goddamn McDonald's. Like, come on.
Yeah, you don't even know when you cross the Canadian border, apparently.
Right? That's what I should have went with instead of the McDonald's. You're right. You're right. You're right. No, I mean it's dope. I mean the indigenous people. That shit always blows me away. Whenever I stop somewhere, like I travel a highway and going somewhere, and you see some sign that catches your eye, and you pull over and learn about things that like are so greater than you are, so way beyond you are. Like in North America, I think we're really set up on like, oh, this is from like 200 years ago, or this is from 500 years ago. Everywhere in the world, man, there is stuff that is like so far beyond us.
Oh yeah, I mean, Macaw been out on the Olympic Peninsula for 5,000, 6,000 years, maybe more.
Yeah,
Seriously, I mean, it's no joke.
and it
People have been here.
and existing, like right, like it's not like they were.
Oh,
These people existed for a long time, long enough to make an impression that we still know that they were there.
oh yeah,
Totally. That was a
absolutely.
good hippie moment there.
And all of them making art along the way.
Undoubtedly.
Different,
Hippie.
different
I don't know.
forms.
You're Pacific Northwest, Fendel. Are you hippie? Do you consider yourself hippie?
Kind of a part of me,
Yeah.
I would say, is hippie, but
You shower? No, just kidding.
I don't know.
Sorry.
See, I don't
No,
consider
it's
him a
cool.
hippie. I just consider him PNW.
I mean, I am from Oregon too, so I mean, like,
Oh.
I mean, I've been to Oregon Country Fair. Like, okay,
All right.
so there's like a little part of me probably somewhere that
Oregon's dope, man.
I do.
The Oregon coast vibe is like, man. I've only visited once, but I was like, this is you. This is laid back. Like, I mean, this is fucking. This is how. If you lay any more back, you're going to be upside down.
it is really beautiful.
It is.
The Oregon coast, and actually Washington coast is gorgeous too,
Yeah.
but not like the big sweeping views of the Oregon coast. And then the further you get south, it's really dramatic with all of the sand dunes, and these dunes are huge, and like it's just a beautiful place. Like my family, like I grew up going to the Oregon coast every summer. It's only like an hour from Portland, even less maybe.
Plus, you get the rock from the Goonies. On the
Oh,
Oregon coast.
definitely Haystack Rock for sure. Yeah. Funny, I don't own too many movies. That's one that I own. Believe it or not, I love me some Goonies.
It's timeless, man.
It is.
It's timeless.
Steven
Hey.
Spielberg classic.
It popped into my head here. We don't have to go too deep because I mean, let's face it, we got like 15 minutes left in the space. We're just right, but Testones, tell us about it. Like, how was that first? We didn't get to talk to you, like, because you couldn't connect with us. But
Oh no.
the first event,
Yeah.
how was that? Like, I mean, how that was dope. I was in there.
I know. I saw you in there. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, it was super fun. Like, you know, what a great like first event, for trying to like, do something in the space that's unique, like throw an event and, like set up set up this thing with judges, judging 6 pieces and 19 people and, 6 teams of, different collaborations. It was super fun. I met a bunch of new people. Got to collaborate with Para, who's an amazing digital artist from Greece, and we did a piece together, and it was just like came together like it was just a really special like collaboration that happened, and that was amazing. The event went great. Like some things didn't quite go as well as I'd hoped, of course, like Twitter Spaces crashing, and then Manny Retro Manny saving me. I think I almost cried at least twice for Twitter Spaces not working because Misan was in the room. He's the guy who collects for the Tezos Foundation, and there was like only 5 or 6 people in the room, and it was like my chance to like rap with him a little bit, like, and I just missed that chance. Like, oh my goodness, it was, so these things happen or whatever, but it was really, really fun event, and lots of like just lots of cool just amazing musicians and artists, creatives, like coming together to make an event happen. So we're excited. We're doing a draw for new teams tomorrow.
It's a great idea. It's fucking so cool, man. And the drawing for teams, right? Like, I love that.
Where do people find that information if they're looking for it right now?
You could just go to teztones.com, or you can just go onto Twitter and just do a search for Teztones. We have our own page, and everything should be there.
Didn't I pin it at the top? I thought I pinned it at the top here. Man, this whole pinning thing has really been pissing me off tonight.
I think I pinned it too.
So yeah, and so like my team with Para, like she and I, we know like we probably won't get on the same team tomorrow, but we are doing another collaboration together for Tez Town, actually.
Oh, for the spring event?
For the spring event, yeah, exactly.
Cool, very cool.
Yeah, so we're working on a piece right now. Kind of just going back and forth, and yeah, we're gonna keep that team together, and do the Tez Town event.
The Tez Town Spring Fever event, like it's, I was pumped when Lily asked us to help promote it. It's dope, and like the support is huge. I mean, Tez Town, I creep around Tez Town, and I go into the spaces, and I hang out here and there, and I pay attention to the Discord, and like just like all of them, like it's a lot to take in. Like I try to be everywhere, but can't be everywhere. But man, like always action going on in the Tez Town. Like and this event has really showed it. Like some of the entries are like fucking amazing, and I can't believe how quick they've been coming in too.
Oh yeah, I believe it. Yeah, there's a lot of great artists that are going to be in there. So as soon as I heard that, I was like, well, we got to just keep this going,
Give her.
And I didn't want to like just dissolve that team either. Like we worked so well together on our first piece. And so I really wanted to do this. And then that was just perfect timing. Lily was talking about that event. And I was like, this is perfect.
Well, that's part of the whole idea of the whole thing, right? With Tez Town and putting on these events is getting people to do things together, make it happen.
Right.
Lasting.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of what Coca-Cola's been trying to do like all these years, right? I'm just kind of thinking now. No, just kidding.
What? Where are you going with that one?
Well, bring people together. Coca-Cola's always been trying to bring people together. It's what Coca-Cola's about, don't you know?
Gotcha. Yeah. Give a friend a Coke. Gotcha.
Right? Yeah. Give your friend some Coke. What?
I've always been a Pepsi man. I don't know what to tell you.
And Fendel's West Coke. He's all give your friend some weed, not. Jesus Christ.
Totally.
Gamer, man. Mountain Dew.
Or
Mountain
Starbucks coffee.
Rainier.
That was the one thing that, who hasn't been. I was actually. Well, Lou's still here. I was just gonna say I was really happy to see Lou tonight, but I'm just gonna. He's right there, so I will say, very happy to see you tonight, Lou. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate that very much. But we haven't seen Nick Dimes in a while, and that was probably really rude too. Hey Lou, how you doing?
Haven't?
Really good to see you, but we haven't seen the.
No, we love some Laser Lou.
Absolutely, we do. God damn.
We got Rod down there. We got AM Machina in the chat still. So
Right.
Jay, they're on the Nick Dimes team.
Yeah.
They're associates at least. So.
And AI Machina, we are still going to have you on the space. We were just talking about you, and
I think I figured it out.
Willie's got some ideas.
Yeah, I got an idea how to do it.
How to enhance it, how to make it real. We'll see.
And what? How to what?
I said how to enhance it, how to make it real.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to get AI Machina on here.
Well, we can't do it live voice because of the voice modulation program that she has. So, but I think I've figured out how to do it.
Cool.
Willie's got it. Willie's our going to be our technical advisor.
So
you're good at that.
Yeah.
Willie can Google like the best of them. If you ever want Googling, are you having problems Googling? Would you like help Googling things? We could Google things. Do you want to Google somebody? Do you have something you want to Google? Just call One Wheel Willie.
I tried to send you a let me Google that for you the other day. It didn't quite work how I wanted it to.
No, you didn't. He fucked that up. He sent me that the other day and it messed up.
It didn't work right. I was like, what the fuck? Why didn't this website work?
Our technical advisor screwed everything technical up. It was horrible.
Yeah.
It's been good jive. Been good. Been a good night. I think.
Super fun.
Yeah, that was good. Light painting, like, dude, long exposure, light painting. I learned tonight that Fendel light paints, and once again, Fendel pointed out that there's obviously something in his collection that I haven't seen yet, which is interesting, but not surprising because it shows that sometimes collectors don't read or pay attention to what they're looking at, and you should.
Well, even if you do, it's so hard to just deep dive on everybody. You know.
Yeah, one thing that I didn't really get to talk about was like light painting in the winter because it's so freaking cold, like if you want to go outside, and like you're setting up gear and batteries and like, oh my goodness. So like I started like light painting actually in my house of the house. And so I'd stick the camera outside and then operate it from inside and then light paint inside,
Oh, wow.
with brushes.
Oh, like through a window view? That's kind of cool.
Exactly. Through the windows, through all of the windows. And then I'd go out to, like start outside and like light up a little bit of the outside of the house, and then do all of the windows. And those were pretty fun. Like, doing something like trying to do some things indoors. And like, I tried a bunch of like portraits and stuff with like screens and things to make different effects.
And that's, it's so cool because as MVD was talking to us and he was going through like ideas that he had in his head, and he was going off on a tangent there about future plans and stuff, and then he's like, "Oh, but I shouldn't share too much because, these are my plans," and that's what it boils down to is you have to be the artist. Like whatever, you can have all the technical information about how something could be done, but if you can't produce it, if you're not the artist, you still can't produce it.
Well, we touched on the same thing with MCXI last week too, about talking about, well, I could have done that. Well, you could have, but you didn't.
Yeah, right. And that's what I love about it is that everybody. It doesn't matter. I guess that's what makes art, and artists. I probably have had 2 glasses of wine too many tonight because I can't say artists.
Well, buddy, then sign us off.
Fuck. All right. Well, I think we've had a good night tonight. 100%. I'll sign us off. MVD, thank you very much for being our guest of honor tonight. You're not here right now, but maybe you'll listen to it tomorrow. Maybe you'll be listening all the way to the end. You'll listen to that last half hour that you weren't here for. But thank you very much for being here. As to all of our artists, all of our listeners, Willie, Fendel, everybody involved with WX8BK. We appreciate each and every one of you. We don't care what your gender is, what color you are, what your religion is, what songs you like, or anything else. We care about the art and we just care about you, period. Doesn't matter anything else. I probably could have said it better, but I didn't. Thanks for coming out. Next week we have number one Hash Brown going to be our guest. Please come back and visit us again. We're here every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. The night train leaves the station. We're just pulling in. The conductor has noted to me that it's time for everybody to disembark. Please remember, if you've been drinking, don't drive. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you next week right here, right now. Good night.
You know, it's actually one of the things, and you know, I'll scream it from the rooftops, and I have been for the past 3 years, that this space is one of the only places on Earth or in any universe or whatever that you can get to know somebody's soul, their blood, sweat, and tears without having all these micro judgments of age, race, gender, color, nationality, geography, all this stuff. You can get to know people and their souls without, you know, making up your mind about somebody. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about Web3.
Oh, you just gave me chills, Mike.